Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. My name is Emma Wilson and I'm 32 years old, and this happened just a few weeks ago near the Indian Creek Reservoir in San Juan County, Utah, and I can't get the images out of my head. I've lived in Utah my entire life and, though I've spent plenty of nights under the stars, I never imagined the land could hold such horrors. I always thought the biggest danger would be dehydration or maybe a mountain lion, but I was wrong. So very wrong. I'm sharing this because I need someone else to know what really happened out there. I'd planned this trip as a bonding experience with my girlfriend, Maya Torres. She's 28 and talented photographer from the city who loves capturing bustling streets more than barren deserts, but she agreed to join me on a weekend getaway. I promised her the sunsets here would take her breath away, that the deep red canyons and ancient rock formations would make for an incredible portfolio. I'm a geologist by trade, so to me the remote areas of Utah are like a second home. A few days before we left, one of my old friends, Jake Nelson, called me up. Jake's 35, a bit older, a bit more jaded. We'd drifted apart over the years, but his excitement on the phone was contagious. He said, "Eric, I heard you're heading down near Indian Creek. Mind, if I tag along we can bring an extra tent, split the food." All that I hesitated. Maya and I had planned a private trip, but he kept insisting, pointing out it would be safer if we had another pair of hands. Eventually I gave in. Jake and I used to camp together in our college days, so I figured it would be nice to catch up. We set off early one Friday morning in my truck, pulling a small trailer loaded with camping gear. Jake followed us in his SUV. He had apparently stocked up on some cheap gear he'd found on sale. Maya looked a bit concerned at the brand of his tents, but Jake shrugged it off saying, "Don't worry, I've got a trick or two up my sleeve if the zippers give out." It was a long drive and the PVE roads gave way to dusty, uneven paths surrounded by high desert plains. The scenery had its charm, wide open skies, distant mesas, and a kaleidoscope of oranges and reds in the rocky formations. Along the way, Mania snapped a few photos through the window, marveling at how empty the place seemed. No power lines, no gas stations, just dust and the occasional tumbleweed. At least we had a satellite phone, though the coverage was notoriously spotty in this part of Utah. We reached our campsite near Indian Creek Reservoir in the late afternoon. The plan was simple: set up, cook some dinner and admire the sunset. The reservoir itself was a long shimmering stretch of water hidden in the rocky desert, flanked by steep canyon walls. There was a small rough path where we could park the vehicles, about half a mile from the shore. Beyond that, scrubby desert plants and clusters of twisted junipers dotted the land. Right from the start we ran into problems. Jake's tent was missing, a set of poles and the cheap air mattress he'd bought was already deflating. Maya offered him one of our spare foam pads, which he accepted with minimal gratitude. Something about his demeanor was off. He kept pulling out an old tattered notebook whenever he thought we weren't looking, studying it with an intensity one hadn't seen in him before. When we finally had everything set up, the three of us settled around a small fire and cooked some chili. The desert night descended with surprising speed, bringing a chilling cold that crept under our clothing. It was quiet out there, almost unnaturally so. Usually you might hear coyotes yipping or the flutter of bats overhead, but everything felt still. The stars were brilliant, though, stretching across the sky in a dazzling display. Maya was in awe, snapping long exposure shots of the Milky Way. Jake seemed restless, pacing around, occasionally glancing at the dark silhouettes of the surrounding mesa. I caught his eye and asked what was on his mind. He hesitated, then said, "I'm looking for something out here, Eric, something I've read about in a few old records." He patted that tattered notebook. Navajo artifacts supposedly stashed in a cave system not far from here, protected by old rituals. If we find them, they could be worth a fortune. I laughed thinking he was joking, but he didn't smile. Maya frowned. "Jake, that sounds like grave robbing." She said if there are actual Navajo artifacts, they should be left alone or handled by experts. Jake brushed her off, muttering something about how we could all use the extra cash, and fell silent again. It was near midnight when we decided to turn in. I zipped up the tent. I shared with Maya, half expecting to hear coyotes. Instead, silence. I drifted off into a restless sleep, feeling oddly uneasy. I woke up a few hours later to rustling sounds outside. Something or someone was moving around. I peeked out, but the darkness was so complete I could only see vague shapes. Then I heard a low growl, followed by a sharp yelp, and everything went quiet. I wrote it off as a coyote or maybe a fox rummaging around. Maybe I should have investigated, but exhaustion weighed heavily on me. The next morning Maya stirred awake and told me she had trouble sleeping. She kept hearing whispers near our tent, unintelligible but definitely human sounding. She chalked it up to the wind, but I could see she was still on edge. I climbed out of the tent only to see Jake crouched by some tracks near a patch of disturbed dirt. The tracks were large. At first glance they looked animal-like, but parts were strangely human. It made no sense. He looked up at me, worry in his eyes. "You ever see anything like this, Eric?" I squatted down, studying the prints. They were elongated almost like a wolf's paw, but the toes looked off. I'm no expert tracker, but it didn't match any animal I recognized. Could be a distorted print. I finally said, trying to sound confident, but deep down a chill started to form in my gut. We decided to keep an eye out, though I could tell Jake was more intrigued than frightened. Maya photographed the tracks, muttering that it might make an interesting story for her blog. Over breakfast she asked if we might be near any Navajo reservation or historically sensitive area. She talked about the legends she'd read. Shapeshifters, skinwalkers, witch-like beings, said to don animal skins and lure people away. I dismissed it as folklore. Jake, on the other hand, seemed oddly excited by the topic, pressing Maya for details. We spent the day hiking with Maya, looking for the best vantage points for photos. The desert around the reservoir was harsh. Jagged rocks lined the trails and we had to watch our footing. Around midday Maya slipped on loose gravel and twisted her ankle. She winced in pain but insisted she could keep going if we let her rest for a bit. Jake grumbled about losing time but begrudgingly agreed. As Maya and I sat on a flat boulder, I noticed Jake pacing in circles, studying that notebook again, occasionally glancing up at the rocky ridges as if matching them to a map. "Hey, Jake," I called, "what's in that thing that's got you so fired up?" He scowled, then forced a grin. "Treasure, Eric. A bunch of old relics, could be from Navajo ancestors, or maybe older. The stories say, shaman cursed the stash to keep thieves away, but curses are just stories, right? I think we should respect Navajo culture." Maya chimed in, wincing as she shifted her leg. "This isn't just some relic hunt. This land is sacred." Jake shrugged and tucked the notebook away, turning silent. By late afternoon we returned to camp to find the tents partially collapsed. The desert wind had whipped through, but something else was off. Our gear looked disturbed, like someone had rifled through it. Cans of food were scattered around and a bag of trail mix was ripped open. Jake cursed under his breath, accusing local scavengers of messing with our stuff, but we hadn't seen another soul out here. We spent the next half hour reorganizing. Jake's tent had a broken zipper and no matter how we tried to fix it, the flap wouldn't fully close. That was a concern, but we decided we'd fix it better. In the daylight, as night began to fall, the wind died, leaving a deathly stillness in its wake. We cooked a quick meal of freeze-dried pasta. I tried to ignore the creeping dread stirring in me. I should have trusted my instincts. That night Maya was exhausted, so she turned in early. I stayed awake sorting through our supplies. Jake took out his flashlight and said he wanted to do a quick patrol of the area. We had been hearing noises again, soft shuffles and distant clicks like rocks knocking together. After 10 minutes I realized Jake hadn't returned. Concerned, I followed his footprints around the campsite until I saw his light bobbing in the distance. I found him standing near some low bushes, staring at large tracks. Again, they looked similar to the ones we saw earlier, half human, half wolf, elongated and inhuman. "It's weird, man," Jake muttered. "They circle our camp as if they're watching us." A cold shiver ran up my spine. I swallowed hard. "Let's get back. Maybe we should leave tomorrow." Jake fixed me with a determined stare, "Not until I check out one last spot." He said, "Look," he waved the notebook at me. "The The cave entrance is supposed to be around here by a rock shaped like a coyote's head. Jake, this isn't safe. I insisted. Maya's injured and something's not right. He just shrugged and headed back to his tent, ignoring my pleas. Reluctantly, I returned to mine. Maya was fast asleep, so I lay down next to her, my mind reeling with unease. Every rustle outside made me tense. Eventually exhaustion took over and I drifted off. I woke to a piercing scream. Immediately I scrambled out of the sleeping bag, heart pounding. Maya was gone, her side of the tent empty. The flap unzipped. All I could hear was a distant howl, natural and resonant. I bolted outside yelling Maya. Maya, the campsite was in chaos. Jake's tent had collapsed. The fire pit was smoldering, scattered embers glowing in the darkness. My flashlight beam cut through the murk, revealing footprints trailing away from the tents, footprints stained with something dark. I knelt and touched it with trembling fingers. It was blood. My stomach twisted into knots. Suddenly Jake burst from behind a nearby juniper, panting heavily. His face was ashen, eyes wide. "Eric, something took her." I woke up to her screams, tried to follow, but it was too fast. It disappeared into the trees. I felt a surge of fury and desperation. "Where? Which way?" He pointed west, where stunted pines grew thicker. Without hesitation, I sprinted in that direction, my flashlight beam jittering. With each step, Jake scrambled after me, shouting that we needed to be careful. The darkness swallowed us, and the only sounds were our own ragged breaths and the crunch of gravel under our boots. We searched for what felt like hours, calling her name until our voices turned raw. At last we stumbled upon a narrow canyon, its walls towering on either side. The moon cast faint silver light on the rock formations, revealing a small cave entrance. Near the base, strange symbols were painted on the stones, swirls of red that looked ancient. Jake's notebook slipped from his jacket and I realized we were at the place he'd been so determined to find. He flashed his light inside the cave. "Eric, look," he whispered. "There's fresh blood on the rocks." My heart hammered in my chest. I rushed into the cave, ignoring Jake's warnings. The air inside was cold, the walls slick with condensation. Deeper in I saw something that made me recoil. What looked like a circle of bones arranged around a blackened fire pit. Several of the bones still had scraps of flesh attached. The smell was rancid, so powerful I nearly gagged, and then I heard a muffled whimper echoing through the darkness. "Maya, hang on," I shouted, shining my light erratically along the cavern walls. Jake hissed, "This is insane. Let's get out of here." "Not without Em," I snapped. A mix of fear and anger shot through me. Further in the narrow passage, opened into a small chamber. That's where I found her, bound at the wrists, gagged with a rag, her eyes wide with terror. She was tied to a jagged piece of rock. My relief at seeing her alive was tempered by the overwhelming dread that someone had done this to her. As I rushed over to her, a shape flickered at the corner of my vision, impossibly tall, black against the darkness. A pair of eyes glinted in the flashlight beam, then disappeared behind a rock. My blood turned to ice. Jake, who was behind me, let out a startled yelp. Hurriedly I freed Maya, removing the gag. She gasped and sobbed, clutching onto me. "Eric, it wasn't human," she stammered. I steadied her, my own heart pounding. "Come on, we have to move." I led her back toward the tunnel, Jake trailing behind. We had barely made it a few steps when the creature blocked our path, stepping into the dim light. Its body shifted in ways that made my eyes hurt, limbs contorting the outline of its form, flickering between man and wolf. It was as though reality couldn't decide what shape to give it. I heard Jake cursing under his breath, and Maya's nails dug into my arm. The thing let out a screech that was both bestial and eerily human. The sound reverberated off the cavern walls, making my head pound in sheer desperation. I fished in Jake's jacket for his lighter. I found it flicking the flame alive. My mind raced. Fire might scare animals, but would it scare something like this? Without hesitation, I found a piece of cloth on the cave floor, drenched it in the old torch oil, or maybe it was some rancid fluid left behind. I didn't care and set it ablaze. The burst of light was sudden and fierce, illuminating the horror in front of us. A gaunt face with empty eye sockets, jaws lined with jagged teeth and skin that rippled like it was alive on its own. Jake took the opportunity to push forward. "This way," he yelled, shoving me aside as he bolted toward the mouth of the cave. Maya stumbled and I caught her before she fell the skin. Walker lunged for Jake. Quick as lightning it slashed at him, ripped into his arm. He shrieked in pain, managing to scramble away. I guided Maya out of the chamber. The flaming cloth held high, the creature hissing at the light. We raced back into the night, Jake staggering behind us, holding his bleeding arm outside. The sky was still dark, the moon low. Every nerve in my body screamed to keep moving. Jake slumped against a boulder, breathing heavily. "I can't feel my arm," he murmured, sounding almost delirious. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Eric, I saw its face." He shuddered, eyes distant. "We have to leave now." Maya and I half dragged him back, following the twisted footprints we had left in our frantic search by the time we reached the campsite. Dawn's first glow lit the horizon. Our gear was trashed, the tents were shredded as though a tornado had passed through. The cooler was overturned and what little was left of our supplies lay scattered across the dirt. We found the vehicles in disarray. My truck's windows were shattered, the tires slashed, the hood was scratched with deep gouges that looked like claw marks. Jake's SUV was similarly vandalized. The windscreen was intact, but the back tires were torn to ribbons. My heart sank at the realization that we were effectively stranded. Jake cursed, holding his wounded arm. "We can't drive out of here like this," he said, voice trembling. He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the satellite phone. It was cracked, the screen shattered. Damn it, I must have fallen on it. I grabbed the phone, tried turning it on, nothing. Maya sank onto a rock, tears welling in her eyes. She looked exhausted, foot still throbbing from her earlier injury. "What do we do?" she whispered. I took a deep breath. "We find a way, maybe if we can fix one car, or we walk back to the main road and flag someone down." Jake, however, had that crazed glint in his eye. "I've got a spare tire," he said almost maniacally. "I can switch it out on the SUV, then we can get out of this godforsaken place." We rummaged through the trunk of Jake's SUV. Sure enough, he had a single spare tire, and by some miracle it was usable. But the second tire was also shredded, and we had no extra for that. The best we could do was put on the spare and hope the other tire would hold at least a bit of air. We worked silently, the morning sun climbing higher the temperature with it. Maya tended to Jake's arm as best she could, cleaning and wrapping it in gauze from the first aid kit. He winced, cursing under his breath at every touch. I tried to inflate the remaining damaged TI using a hand pump I'd brought along. The hole was small, so I patched it with an emergency kit, praying it would last. That was when Jake collapsed, leaning heavily against the side of the SUV. Sweat bead on his forehead. His skin pale. "I'm dizzy," he muttered it. That thing might have been venomous or diseased. A new wave of panic hit me. If he was infected, if the cut was cursed, I tried to keep it together. "We'll get you to a hospital," I said, firmly forcing myself to believe it. "Maya, help me get him into the front seat." As we laid him down, the wind picked up, bringing an unsettling stench like decaying flesh. My stomach churned. I looked to the hills and saw a coyote perched on a rocky outcrop. Its fur menangy eyes, reflecting an eerie glow. It watched us. Maya grabbed my arm. Is that thing?" My mouth felt dry. "I don't know," I whispered, "but we have to move." I started the sub's engine, relief flooding me when it turned over. With Maya riding shotgun, Jake slumped in the back. I put the car in gear. We bumped along the uneven trail, the damaged tire whining with every rotation. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. My mind replayed images of that thing in the cave. We had barely gone a mile when I felt the SUV jolt, violently lurching to one side. The patched tire had blown the car ground to a halt, the rims digging into rocky soil. "Damn it," I shouted, slamming the steering wheel outside. The landscape was a never-ending expanse of desert, scrub, and twisted rock formations. With no working phone and no way to replace that tire, We were stuck. Maya pressed her forehead against the window, trying not to see our cry. Jake sat up, a wild look in his eyes. He clutched his wounded arm and said in a slurred voice, "It's my fault. I disturbed something that should have been left alone." He coughed, sweat pouring down his face. "I just wanted that treasure." I got out of the car, scanning for any sign of help, any dust trails that might mean another vehicle. Nothing. We'd hardly seen any other campers or hikers since arriving. That's the nature of this place. Harsh, unforgiving isolation. Maya limped out, leaning on the door. She placed a hand on my shoulder. "Maybe we walk." She said, "We know the main road is about 15 m north. We can't carry Jake," though I sighed, torn. Jake was fading fast, and leaving him alone could be a death sentence, but staying would be the same. "We'll make a stretcher." I said, "We can't just leave him here." Gathering what we could, tent, poles, rope, and some cloth. We fashioned a rough stretcher. Jake was in and out of consciousness, muttering deliriously about the creature's face, how it had stolen part of his soul. I tried not to dwell on his words. We set off, the sun beating down mercilessly. The desert's heat was punishing, and our canteens wouldn't last forever. I pulled Jake along our makeshift stretcher, bumping and scraping over the rocky ground. Maya hobbled by my side, wincing every time she put weight on her injured ankle. As we crested a small ridge, we saw something that nearly made me drop. The stretcher standing in the distance was a figure, tall and thin, wearing clothes that looked suspiciously like Jake's hoodie and cargo pants. My brain stuttered. Jake was right here with us. So who was that? The figure raised a hand and, in greeting, then took a step forward. It was like looking at Jake's doppelganger, but the eyes were all wrong, glowing inhumanly. Maya and I froze. Jake let out a feeble moan from the stretcher. The figure suddenly dropped onto all fours, bones popping, limbs elongating. Then it took off across the desert impossibly fast, vanishing behind a rock outcrop. My mouth felt like sandpaper. I turned to Toaya, who stood pale, trembling. We pressed on every muscle in my body, screaming in protest. Eventually we spotted a lonely road sign in the distance, evidence of civilization. Relief washed over me, and I picked up the pace, ignoring my own exhaustion. But from behind us came a low guttural growl. I glanced back, heart pounding, and saw a shape prowling along the ridge, too far to make out clearly, but too close to be anything good. Somehow we reached the road. It was a narrow, cracked highway with no other cars in sight. I set Jake down gently on the shoulder. He was burning up with fever, eyes unfocused, breath ragged. Maya collapsed next to him, tears streaking the dust on her cheeks. Just then the sound of an engine rumbled. A battered pickup appeared from behind a bend in the road. Its driver, an older Navajo man wearing a brimmed hat. He slowed, eyes wary. I waved both arms in a desperate plea for help. The truck came to a stop, and he got out cautiously. "What happened?" he asked, voice laced with concern. Before I could speak, Maya sobbed something. "A creature, it attacked us, kidnapped me, slashed him." She pointed to Jake. "Please help us." The man nodded, slowly taking in our disheveled state and Jake's injuries with a grim expression. He helped us lift Jake into the bed of the truck. Maya and I climbed in, holding Jake's limp form. The man drove us to the nearest small clinic, about 30 minutes away in a tiny settlement. We stumbled inside half dead from thirst and fatigue, and the nurses quickly took Jake into the back room, hooking him up to force. Maya collapsed onto a bench. I stepped back outside, heart hammering, trying to steady myself. The old Navajo man followed me, lighting a cigarette with trembling fingers. He looked me in the eye. "You went near the caves, didn't you?" he asked. Quietly. I nodded, tears burning my eyes. "You stirred up something ancient and dark." He said, "You're lucky to be alive." I didn't have the energy to deny it. All I could think of was that creature's eyes, its shape, flickering between man and beast, the horrifying screech echoing in the cave. Jake survived that day, but he was never the same. We later heard him raving from his hospital bed, claiming the skinwalker had torn something out of him. The doctors chopped it up to delirium from infection. Maya refused to talk much about the specifics of what she'd experienced while she was kidnapped, but her nightmares speak volumes. We left the desert as soon as we could, taking a bus back to the city and abandoning both vehicles out there. But sometimes late at night I see those eyes in my dreams and I can't help but remember how, as we drove away from that clinic, I glanced in the rearview mirror and thought I saw Jake's reflection. In the parking lot behind us, though, Jake was lying unconscious in the back seat there in the mirror. He was standing upright, staring, a crooked smile on his face, a small, impossible sign that maybe the skinwalker had followed us wearing Jake's shape like a costume. I've told the authorities as much of this as I can, without sounding deranged. They classified it as a camping accident, an animal attack, but I know what I saw. So does Maya, and maybe in his own tormented mind, Jake does too. We ventured out to that remote patch of Utah wilderness looking for adventure, treasure, and new sights to photograph. Instead we found a nightmare, one that I fear will never truly let us go. Story 2. My name is Jessica Caldwell and I'm 27 years old. The story happened 2 summers ago in one of the most remote places I've ever been, Bears Ears National Monument in southeastern Utah. I sometimes wake up at night heart pounding, remembering every detail as if I'm still there. I can't forget how close I came to losing everything, including my life, and how the nightmare that followed still make me question what's real and what's not. I'll try my best to recount everything exactly as it happened. Sam, my boyfriend of 3 years, is 30. He's an ex-Boy Scout with a wild streak, a travel photographer who loves seeking out remote places to capture the perfect shot. I've always been more of a city girl, practical to a fault. I like structure, predictability, and the security of well-lit streets. But Sam convinced me this trip would be good for us. Our relationship had been strained. We'd been arguing about our future. He thought an adventure would bring us closer, push us out of our comfort zones and reignite the spark. I agreed, partly because I love him and partly because a small voice inside me craved some excitement. We planned to drive our beat-up RV to Bees National Monument, a place he'd read about in an outdoor magazine. The photos were stunning, red rock formations, canyons, and ancient petroglyphs. He was determined to capture the perfect sunrise shot over those towering spires. I was just hoping for a safe, uneventful camping trip. We arrived on a scorching afternoon in July. The sky was a cloudless expanse of blue and the heat shimmered above the desert floor. Our RV jolted and rattled along the dirt roads. Sam insisted Ed on driving off the main path, explaining that deeper into the monument meant fewer tourists and more authentic wilderness pictures. His plan might have been romantic if our equipment were reliable, but the old map we'd picked up at a gas station was from who knows when. The GPS kept losing signal and our flashlight had an annoying tendency to flicker whenever it was moved too quickly. We also brought a water filter, which looked brand new in the store but conveniently broke once we tried using it to purify water from a small stream near our campsite. By the time we parked in a secluded spot near a rock formation, Sam called perfect. The sun was dipping low. I was already uneasy. I'd heard horror stories about people underestimating the desert, getting lost, dehydrated, or running into trouble. They weren't prepared for. Sam, though, was as confident as ever. He hopped out, took a few test shots, then helped me set up our small campsite under an overhang near the RV. Relax, he said, running a hand through his sandy brown hair. We'll stay the night here, then tomorrow we'll explore a bit. Trust me, you'll love it. I just hope we don't run out of water, I replied, forcing a grin. The filter fiasco had left us, relying on the bottled water we'd brought less than we probably needed. That night, as the temperature dropped, I found myself actually enjoying the vast desert sky. The stars were countless, sprinkled across the darkness nests like shimmering dust. We heated some canned soup over a small gas stove. The desert at night was surprisingly quiet. Occasionally, a soft breeze rustled the scrubby plants or an owl hooted in the distance. I felt my muscles relax a bit, even though my mind kept replaying what if scenarios. Then in the distance I heard something else, a faint howling. At first I told myself it was just coyotes, but the sound was too close and too odd, almost like a cry, but it ended in a sharp guttural bark. Did you hear that? I whispered. Sam shrugged, probably just a coyote. He said they won't bother us. Trying to calm myself, I agreed and climbed into our rickety RV bed. The wind picked up, rattling the windows. I fell asleep to that strange howling and had unsettling dreams of dark shapes moving outside in the morning. The first sign that something was off came when I stepped out of the RV and found strange carvings on the rocks nearby. They looked like stylized animals. Some had coyote-like bodies, others appeared to be deer, a few resembled human figures with elongated limbs. There were circles and lines connecting them. It didn't look ancient. The carvings seemed fresh, the grooves too clean. "Sam," I called, my voice shaky. "Come look at this." He crouched by the rocks, running a hand over. The markings could be some modern-day graffiti or some leftover from local tribes, though it seems like it was done recently. "But why out here?" I asked, scanning the horizon. Nothing moved, except the wind stirring up a small swirl of dust. He shrugged. "People do weird things, don't stress." We decided to pack up and move the RV deeper, hoping to find a more sheltered area with maybe a small stream or some shade. We wanted to take a short hike to look for vantage points for his sunrise shots. The next day, after driving for about an hour, the RV's engine started to sputter. We slowed to a crawl on the uneven terrain. Our water supply was low, too low for comfort. Sam tried to lighten the mood by humming an upbeat tune while checking the engine. The spark plugs were covered in dust and we had limited tools. Eventually, he got it running again, but it sounded rough. We continued on, and around midday we saw two men standing near a dusty pickup truck, parked under a sparse tree. They looked middle-aged, wearing broad-brimmed hats and jeans. At first I felt relieved to see other humans in this expanse, hoping maybe they could give us directions or tip about water sources. Sam pulled the RV closer and we stepped out cautiously. The men stopped talking and stared at us. Their expressions unreadable. "Howdy," Sam greeted, raising a hand. "We're a bit turned around. Our GPS isn't working so well." One of the men took a step forward. He had a wiry build and piercing eyes. His face was sunner, with deep lines around his mouth. "You lost?" he asked flatly a bit. Sam admitted with a friendly smile. "We're hoping to find some interesting spots to photograph. Might you know of a place we can get water?" The other man, taller with a thick mustache, glanced at me. His gaze felt unsettling, like he was studying me. "Bear's Ears is big," he said slowly. "Plenty of places to get in trouble, might want to turn around." Sam looked puzzled. We only just got here. We've got a few days planned." The wiry man exchanged a look with his friend before saying, "Just remember, not everything out here belongs to you to photograph. Certain places are sacred. Locals don't appreciate outsiders sticking their noses where they don't belong." There was a tense silence. I felt my heart rate pick up. Sam, never want to back down, forced a polite nod. "We understand, we'll be respectful." The taller man took a half step closer to me. "Best be." Then he turned and walked away, leaving the wiry man to deliver a final warning glance. They climbed into their truck and drove off, leaving a swirl of dust behind. I let out a breath. I hadn't realized I was holding. "That was weird," I muttered. Sam shrugged. "Probably just protective of their land. Come on, let's head deeper in. There's got to be some better campsites." We drove another half hour, the RV crawling over rocky paths until we found a flat space near a distinctive red rock formation that jutted into the sky. Sam parked and we stepped out into the blistering heat. We rationed our water, saving some for cooking dinner. Around the camp we found more of those odd symbols carved into the ground or scratched into the bark of skinny desert trees. The hair on my neck stood on end every time I saw one. Despite my growing unease, the afternoon passed in relative calm. Sam spent hours scouting vantage points for photography. While I stayed close to the RV reorganizing our supplies, I noticed the compass on the dashboard behaved erratically, the needle spinning lazily. At times I blamed the desert's magnetic anomalies or the old device itself. As dusk approached, I started hearing faint murmurs, again almost like voices riding on the wind. I tried to tell myself it was just the breeze, but my skin prickled. Sam came back sweaty and excited about a canyon rim. He'd spotted a short walk from our camp first. "Light's going to be amazing from there," he announced breathlessly. We made a simple dinner of chili heated on the gas stove. Darkness enveloped us. The stars were as brilliant as the night before, but I felt no comfort. Instead, my heart pounded with apprehension, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder again and again. A coyote approached just beyond the halo of our lantern light. At first it seemed normal enough, scraggly fur, thin frame eyes reflecting a greenish glow, but it didn't run. When we stood up or yelled, it just stared, head cocked to one side, as if studying us. Sam shooed it away, waving his arms, and eventually it trotted off, but something in its gaze felt wrong, as if it weren't just a curious animal. That's when the howling began again, echoing across the rocky expanse. We tried to get some sleep in the RV, locking the doors, just in case I awoke in the middle of the night to a bizarre voice outside whispering my name, Jess, Jess. It sounded like Sam, but he was right beside me, snoring softly. My blood turned cold. I nudged him awake. What, he mumbled. Sure, I hissed. Listen. We both strained our ears, but the whispering had stopped. Instead there was a soft scrape against the RV door. Sam flicked on the flashlight and we sat there in tense silence. Nothing happened. After a few minutes, he convinced me to lie back down, blaming the wind or my half-awake imagination. Morning came, and with it a sense of unease that pressed down on my chest. We stepped outside into the harsh daylight, and that's when I realized Sam's camera gear was scattered on the ground. The heavy case lay open. Lenses, batteries, and memory cards strewn in the dust. Sam, did you? I started. He shook his head. No, what the hell? He knelt down, gathering the items. I put these inside the RV last night. You know I did. We both felt the same dread. Something or someone had rummaged through our belongings. We were too rattled to eat breakfast. Sam decided we'd scout the canyon rim quickly and then relocate. He said the best vantage point was only about a 15-minute walk from the RV. I wanted to pack everything first and leave, but he insisted on grabbing just a few quick shots. I promise, Jess, we'll be fast. He said, then we'll move. I know you're spooked. Against my better judgment, I went with him. The canyon was indeed breathtakingly, a vast expanse of red cliffs and winding ravines. Sam took several shots, fiddling with the camera settings. I tried to enjoy the view, but I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. When we got back to the RV, Sam's face went pale. The door was wide open, swinging in the breeze. Inside, the place was a mess. Our clothes tossed around, drawers yanked open, and Sam's pack was gone. Sam, someone's been here, I said, my voice trembling. He swallowed hard. We have to go now. We loaded what we could salvage into the RV and attempted to start it. The engine groaned, sputtered, and died. Sam tried again and again with the same result. The battery gauge flickered. We must have left a light on, or the intruder had messed with the RV's wiring. Desperate, Sam started tinkering under the hood. I kept watch, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. That's when I noticed footprints, two distinct sets leading away from the RV toward a rocky outcrop. Before I could say anything, I heard a noise behind me. I turned just as an arm looped around my neck, yanking me backward. I screamed, kicking out. Sam looked up, eyes wide, and then a second figure tackled him to the ground. It was the two men from the day before should have listened. The wiry man spat, pressing a forearm across Sam's throat. We warned you about photographing our land. You and your fancy camera ain't welcome here. The taller man clamped a hand over my mouth as I struggled. You think you can just wander around taking pictures of sacred places like they're souvenirs? Didn't your parents teach you respect? My vision blurred with panic. I could barely hear Sam choking a few feet away. I bit down on the hand, covering my mouth, and the man cursed, releasing me for a split second. I tried to run to Sam, but the wiry man grabbed the back of my shirt and slammed me to the ground. Pain shot through my ribs. They tied Sam's wrists and ankles with rough rope. They pulled from their truck, then did the same to me. My heart was hammering. Where were they taking us? I struggled against the bonds, but they were too tight. The men shoved us into the bed of their pickup, covering us with a dusty top. I don't know how long we drove. My mouth was parched, my mind racing with panic. Every bump in the road sent jolts of pain through my body. Finally the truck stopped and I was hauled out. We were at some derrick shed, near a dried-up creek bed, a place I'd never seen before. The roof sagged in the middle and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. The taller man forced us inside. It smelled of damp, rot and animal droppings. They dumped us on the dirt floor and retied us to a rusted metal post. One of them flicked a knife open, then stood before us. "We've seen folks come through here thinking they can trample on what don't belong to them," he muttered. "We're sick of it. People do more damage than they know, taking pictures, posting them, inviting more folks to come and desecrate the land." Sam tried to speak but could only manage a rasp. The wiry man kicked him in the side. A sharp cry escaped his lips. Tears welled in my eyes, but I refused to beg. My mind was spinning with strategies to get out of this. "Listen," I croaked. "We didn't mean any disrespect. We'll go, we'll leave. Just let us go." They sneered. The wiry man pointed the knife at Sam's face. "No, you don't get to walk away that easy." They left us there, locking the shed door behind them. I heard the truck engine rumble then fade away. Sam and I were alone in the suffocating dark, hands tied behind our backs. Hours seemed to pass. The shed was sweltering. We heard skittering sounds, rats or lizards crawling in the corners. Sam breathing was ragged. They'd hit him pretty hard and I worried he had broken ribs, summoning every ounce of strength. I twisted my wrists back and forth, hoping to loosen the rope. I could feel it bite into my skin, but eventually I gained a bit of slack. It felt like an eternity, but I managed to slip one hand free. My wrist was raw and bleeding, but I could move. "Sam," I whispered. I leaning over to untie him. "We have to get out before they come back." He groaned in pain as I loosened the rope. Just then a noise outside caught our attention. Footsteps approached. Then something scratched at the door. My heart thudded. Could it be those men returning? But the footsteps sounded lighter, almost like an animal's paw. Suddenly a voice we recognized, a pitch-perfect mimic of Sam's, whispered, "Jess, Sam, let me in." We both froze. Sam's face went chalk white. Slowly I stood and moved toward the door, which was bolted from the inside. Fear pressed in on me like a heavy weight. I remembered the story Sam had told me about the Navajo legend of the Skinwalker, a shapeshifter that can imitate the voices and appearances of those it's encountered. "Jess," the voice called again more urgently. It sounded exactly like Sam's, but Sam was right behind me. His braille labored. My mind raced if this was really a Skinwalker. Opening the door could mean letting in something far worse than those men. But then the voice changed, morphing into a child's cry, then into a pleading woman. The door knob rattled. I backed away terrified. Sam, still in pain, grabbed a piece of broken wood from the floor. The door shook violently, as if something on the other side was ramming. The old hinges squealed. We pressed ourselves against the opposite wall. I felt tears sting my eyes. I didn't know what to do. Abruptly, the banging ceased. Silence fell, broken only by our ragged breaths. Minutes passed like hours. Finally we heard footsteps receding. I allowed myself a trembling exhale. "Let's get out of here," I hissed. I unbolted the door, cracked it open and peered out. The desert was darkening again. Twilight casting long shadows across the ground. No sign of the men, no sign of the thing that had been at the door. We crept outside. The shed was nestled against a rocky slope. I could see fresh footprints, some human, some that looked like paw prints. My stomach clenched. Sam stumbled, leaning on me for support. "We need the RV," he whispered. I nodded. We had no idea how to get back to it. Neither of us recognized this place, and the last thing we wanted was to run into those two men again. But staying put was just as deadly. We walked for what felt like miles in the fading light, following the dusty road we assumed the pickup had used. The sun was nearly gone when we spotted a flicker of light in the distance, a small fire, maybe. We approached cautiously, and that's when we saw them. The two men were standing by the fire. Their pickup parked close, talking in low voices. We hid behind a rocky outcrop. The RV was nowhere in sight, but Sam's camera pack lay by the truck's tailgate. "We can't fight them," Sam whispered, "not in this condition." I glanced at him, eyes watering. But if they move again, we might never see the RV, we'll die out here. The men were laughing, passing a bottle between them. Eventually, the wiry man walked off into the darkness, presumably to relieve himself. The taller man leaned against the truck lighting a cigarette. An idea sparked in my mind. Maybe I could distract him, pretend I was surrendering. If I could draw him away, Sam might slip in and look for keys or a phone. Sam resisted, saying it was too dangerous, but we had no better plan. I waited until the wiry man disappeared over a small rise, then stepped out from behind the rock. I kept my hands raised. The taller man saw me, immediately dropping his cigarette in shock. "Hey," he barked, grabbing his rifle. "Don't shoot," I said, my voice trembling but loud enough to reach him. I left Sam behind. I swear I can leave. Just don't hurt me." He lowered the rifle, a fraction suspicion crossing his face. "Where is he?" I inched closer. His back at the shed, tied up. I don't want any part of this. You." He studied me carefully, then beckoned me closer with the barrel of the rifle. "You sure about that, Missy?" I forced a nod, swallowing bile. My heart hammered as I walked closer, hands still raised. "Yes," I lied, "I'll do whatever you want, I just want to get out of here." He smirked, glancing around. "Yeah, you do as you're told, and maybe we'll let you live behind him." I saw Sam creeping around the truck bed, scanning for the keys. My pulse pounded in my ears. The man noticed I was looking past him, so I quickly locked eyes with him, hoping not to give Sam away. Suddenly the wiry man returned. "What the?" he yelled, spotting Sam by the truck. Sam lunged, tackling him to the ground. The taller man whipped around, aiming the rifle at Sam. Without thinking, I rushed him, slamming into his side. The gun fired the shot, echoing across the desert. My ears rang, but I pressed the advantage. Clawing at him, he cursed and tried to shove me off. Sam wrestled with the wiry man and they rolled close to the campfire. In the commotion, the wiry man's foot kicked the fire, sending embers flying. I saw a flash of pain on Sam's face as he landed on glowing coals. Desperate, he grabbed a smoldering piece of wood and swung it upward. It struck the wiry man's face and the man howled, clutching at a burn. The taller man landed a punch that knocked the wind out of me, but I managed to hang on to his rifle barrel, twisting it away from Sam. Another shot fired into the air. Then, abruptly, another worldly shriek rose from the darkness around us. It was enough to make everyone freeze. A figure stood at the edge of the fur light, or maybe it was an animal. It looked like a coyote but twisted, taller, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its eyes glowed a fierce, eerie yellow. The men's faces drained of color. The creature, if I can call it that, hunched forward, lips curling back to reveal teeth that seemed too large for its jaw. Then it screamed again, an impossible sound that reverberated in my skull. The wiry man stumbled to his feet and bolted into the darkness. The burn on his face forgotten. The taller man, rifle still in his hands, backed away, firing blindly at the shape. But the creature seemed to vanish, reappearing a split second later behind him. A savage howl tore through the night and the man's scream was cut off by a sickening crunch. "Sam, run!" I cried, though I wasn't sure which direction to go. Sam was scrambling to grab the truck's keys from where they'd fallen. Near the fire, the coyote thing turned its head toward us. Its eyes focused on Sam, and for a moment I was sure we were both dead. Somehow Sam found the keys. He yanked me up and we sprinted to the pickup, jumping inside. Sam jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. Headlights illuminated the area in a stark white glare. The creature blinked and recoiled from the brightness, revealing the taller man's motionless body lying in the dirt. Sam floored the gas and we tore out of there. I looked back, seeing the shapeless figure vanish into the darkness. Neither of us spoke, adrenaline coursing through our veins. My mind could barely process the horrific scene we just witnessed. We drove in silence until the truck sputtered on a bumpy road. The gas gauge nearing empty dawn was breaking, and in the early light I spotted our RV in the distance, half hidden behind rocks, battered, but still there. Sam parked next to it. We hurriedly transferred enough gas from the pickup's spare can into the RV's tank. With TR in hands, Sam fixed whatever was loosened under the hood. Miraculously, after several tries, the RV started. We didn't look back. We drove until we reached the nearest town with a hospital. Almost 4 hours away, Sam was grimacing in pain from burns and bruised ribs. My wrists were raw and bleeding, my face swollen from the punch. We stumbled into the emergency room, mumbling something about an accident in the desert. We didn't explain further who would believe us. The local authorities asked questions, but we told them as little as possible that we'd been assaulted by 2 men and got away. We left out the details of the creature, the shape-shifter that had stalked us in the darkness. Even to the police, it sounded too insane to be taken seriously. They conducted a brief search, found only the burned-out campfire and the battered old truck. No bodies, no sign of the men. We never spoke to each other about the skinwalker again, not in detail, but in the sleepless nights that followed, I'd see that twisted shape in my dreams feel. Its glowing eyes pierce my soul. Sam, once so confident, was left shaken and haunted by nightmares. Our relationship survived barely. We're still together, but something changed in both of us. Out there, in Bear's ears, we realized how fragile our safety is, how easily something or someone can tip our lives into chaos and terror. Even now, 2 years later, I wake up sometimes to the faint echo of that howling cry in my mind. I see the flash of yellow eyes and hear the men's screams. I wonder if somewhere in that vast desert, the creature still wanders wearing the skins of men and animals mimicking voices. It's stolen. All I know is that we barely escaped with our lives, and if there is one thing I learned, it's that some places are deeply, profoundly unforgiving. Not everything you see in the wilderness can be explained, and sometimes it's better not to go looking for an answer, because when the darkness of an ancient legend brushes against reality, we might just find ourselves lost in its shadow, forever changed. Story 3. My name is Ethan Rivers, and I was 27 when it all happened near the Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. I remember the exact day we arrived. Ryan Carter, Maya Delgado, and I, because the midday sun was so fierce it felt like it was trying to melt the road beneath our worn tires. I only went along because Ryan was my best friend and I'd followed him on crazy adventures before, but nothing ever prepared me for what we found out there in the desert. Ryan and I had been friends since college, bound by a mutual interest in the unexplained, though I was more a skeptic than a believer. Ryan thrived on conspiracy theories. He'd spent years collecting rumors about Dugway, strange lights, missing hikers, secret experiments. Recently he'd become convinced we would find proof of something big hidden in the surrounding caves. He dragged his girlfriend Maya along too. In retrospect, I sometimes wonder if she suspected more than she let on when we set out in Ryan's battered old RV. The plan was simple: drive deep into the desert off the grid and camp near a cavern system rumored to contain bizarre markings. Record everything on cameras and maybe get 1 million views on YouTube. Ryan made it sound harmless. I wasn't eager, but I was unemployed at the time and had too much curiosity for my own good. From the moment we turned off the main highway toward Dugway, our trouble started. The RV's generator hiccuped and died, which Ryan dismissed as a minor glitch. Our second setback occurred soon after the GPS unit refused to hold a signal and we were stuck with a decades-old map that Ryan insisted he had double-checked online. Even so, the roads in that area were poorly maintained or non-existent. We ended up creeping along a dirt track that snaked around dunes and dead brush by sunset. We were nowhere near civilization. Exactly as Ryan had hoped. We made camp in a flat patch of desert. The expanse felt endless. Distant mountains were just jagged silhouettes, no traffic noise, no city lights, only a heavy silence, occasionally broken by a gust of wind swirling the dust. I'll admit there was a certain lonely beauty to the place, but it also felt unsettling. Like we were trespassers, we set up a makeshift campfire using an old lantern for extra light because the RV's battery was unreliable. Ryan joked about us stumbling onto government secrets and capturing alien life forms on camera. Maya just rolled her eyes, but I could sense she was on edge. She'd hardly spoken the entire drive, and there was a tension between her and Ryan that neither wanted to address. Eventually, we all settled into sleep, with the wind rattling the thin walls of the RV. I remember drifting into a light doze only to be jolted awake by the feeling of someone watching me. But it was just Ryan rummaging for a flashlight. He mumbled something about hearing coyotes. I listened carefully, but I heard nothing at all, not a single howl by dawn. We had a new objective: find the cave. According to Ryan's hand-drawn notes, scribbled for memory and rumor, it lay about a mile north. Before we left, we discovered the first sign of something off: footprints around our campsite. They circled the RV, but we could only see our own footprints in the dust from the previous day. These new prints seemed incomplete, like half a boot or a barefoot. That ended abruptly. Even Ryan looked unsettled. Despite that, we packed our gear and headed out. The early light turned the desert gold and the wind was mercifully calm. We trudged over dunes, passing stunted shrubs and sun-scorched rocks. After about 40 minutes, we found an opening in the ground and an archway of jagged stone leading into darkness. Ryan's excitement peaked. "This has got to be it," he said. Pulling out his camera, we stepped inside tentatively. The temperature dropped at least 10 degrees, a cold that felt unnatural. Our flashlights flickered, even though we'd put in fresh batteries. Maya muttered a curse, messing with hers, banging it against her palm. Mine simply dimmed before returning to full brightness. We ventured deeper, discovering a wide subterranean chamber with walls marked by strange symbols. They weren't exactly pictographs like I'd seen in tourist brochures. They looked more like disjointed spirals, half circles, and runes. Some had a faint glow. That might have been phosphorescence, or maybe just our stressed imaginations. Ryan was in awe, filming everything, and Maya stood there in silent fascination. As for me, an unexplainable sense of dread coated my skin like sweat. I turned to share my concerns with Ryan when I noticed he wasn't looking at the symbols anymore. He was staring at a smooth, dark stone protruding from the cave floor. His breathing sounded labored. Maya followed his gaze. "Ryan, what are you?" Before she could finish, Ryan walked straight over and put his hand on the stone. He exhaled sharply, and for a second I thought he'd been electrocuted, but he just stood there, jaw clenched, eyes squeezed shut. Then he let go and stumbled back. "You okay?" I asked, catching his arm. He shook his head like he was trying to clear it. Yeah, just felt weird, like it was vibrating." "Did you guys feel that?" Maya and I exchanged worried looks. We'd kept our distance and we sure didn't feel anything. Ryan's hand was trembling when he finally set down the camera. We decided to leave the cave for the day, maybe camp again and regroup, but I could sense a change in the air outside. The desert sun felt too bright and we squinted all the way back to our RV. Ryan trailed behind, muttering to himself. I asked if he was all right and he snapped that he was fine. Just thinking that evening we faced more problems. The generator refused to power on our water supply, seemed lower than we remembered. Worst of all, the RV wouldn't start. Maya suggested we might have a bad battery or a faulty alternator. Ryan flipped open the hood, but wasn't exactly a mechanic. I stood by with the flashlight, feeling useless. Ryan grew impatient, ranting about how nothing was going right. He kept wiping sweat off his forehead. Soon he started complaining of a headache. Maya gave him painkillers, but they did little good. As night fell, Ryan sat alone by the cold fire ring, staring out into the blackness. Maya tried to talk to him, but he ignored her. Eventually she gave up and climbed into the RV, leaving me to watch him from a distance. I approached Ryan cautiously. "Look, man, we can try to fix this in the morning. Maybe there's a gas station or a small town not too far, we just have to walk." He turned to me, eyes gleaming in the moonlight. His voice sounded strained. "Something's not right here, Ethan." I hesitated. "You want to talk about it?" He shook his head. "I keep hearing it's probably just the wind." Then he grimaced like his head pounded again, and he stood up abruptly, walking off into the darkness with a flashlight. I called his name, but he didn't answer. I ran to grab Maya and we chased after him. Our two flashlights skimmed over dunes and twisted bushes, but Ryan was nowhere. After nearly 10 minutes we spotted his beam of light moving toward the cave. When we caught up, he was at the entrance, almost in a trance. Maya grabbed his arm. "Ryan, you can't just run off." He turned, an almost wild look in his eyes. Then, as if snapping awake, He blinked and stared at both of us confused. I'm sorry, I needed some air. Let's go back. It was a sleepless night for me. I heard Ryan moving around the RV whispering to himself. Maya, for her part, pretended not to notice, but the tension between them was thick. When dawn finally came, Ryan insisted we return to the cave. It was like he was drawn to it. That's when Maya revealed she had her own reasons for coming. She had suspected Ryan of lying about money, about job offers, about everything she thought. Maybe he was running from something she didn't elaborate, but I suspected there was more to it. Halfway to the cave, Ryan started complaining about the voices again. They keep calling my name, he whispered. He, Maya, and I heard nothing except our footsteps crunching in the sand. He seemed to grow furious at our disbelief, storming ahead alone. The second we stepped inside, my flashlight went dim. Ryan's flickered uncontrollably. Maya's sputtered and died. She cursed under her breath. Despite these problems, Ryan pushed deeper, shining the erratic beam over the walls. The runes seemed to shift in the flickering light like they pulsed with hidden life. I told him we should leave, that we needed to fix the RV, find help. Ryan turned, and for the first time I saw genuine rage in his eyes. He pointed the flashlight at me as if he'd forgotten who I was. The beam jittered across my face. Stop telling me what to do, he snapped. His voice was low and different. Nobody's forcing you to stay behind me. Maya stepped closer. She seemed surprisingly calm, almost curious. She said, Ryan, we get it, but we need to be practical. We might die out here if we don't fix the RV. He looked between the two of us, then started laughing, a hollow sound that sent chills through me. When we got back to camp, everything had gotten worse. The water container was tipped over, half our supply soaked into the ground. The generator had been knocked over as well. At first I assumed the wind did it, but there was no wind at that moment. That's when I saw suspicious footprints, again like partial human prints, that abruptly vanished. Ryan was too distracted to care about the generator. He muttered about returning to the cave. Maya tried to stop him, but he shoved her aside. He'd never been physically aggressive with us before. I stepped in and demanded he calm down, and for a moment he did. His eyes flickered with some recognition. Then he touched his temple, as though in pain, and stomped away, disappearing behind the RV. Maya watched him go with an expression I couldn't decipher, some mix of worry and something else. After a long silence, I asked her if she knew more than she was saying. If she wouldn't meet my gaze, I just know he's desperate. He wants to prove something. I was hoping to stop him before it got out of hand. She wouldn't elaborate, and I sensed we were all drifting into our own corners that night. We tried to ration our water and power, but the tension was suffocating. Ryan just sat in the corner, fiddling with a camera, occasionally filming us with a glazed look in his eyes. Once or twice he shot me a cryptic grin that I'd never seen on him before. At some point after midnight I woke to a clatter outside. My heart slammed into my ribs as I grabbed a flashlight and looked for Ryan. He wasn't in the RV. Maya was still asleep, or pretending to be. I wasn't sure. I rushed outside and the cold desert air hit me. My flashlight skimmed across the ground, illuminating footprints heading away from camp. I followed them about 30 yards. Then I found Ryan's camera broken, lying on a rock. Its lens shattered. As I lifted it, I heard a muffled scream echo across the desert. I sprinted, not sure if it was Ryan or Maya. Suddenly, Maya stumbled toward me from the darkness, panting, hard eyes. Wild, she clutched her arm where her shirt was torn. He's gone insane. She managed. He attacked me. What happened? I demanded. She pointed a trembling finger. He tried to drag me back to the cave, saying something wanted to meet us, but he wasn't even looking at me like he was seeing someone else. She stared at me with a desperation I'd never seen in her before. He's possessed or something. Did you see his eyes? Together, we ran toward the cave, following footprints in the moonlight. When we reached the entrance, fear nearly paralyzed me. The darkness inside felt alive, pulsing with menace. We went in side by side, calling Ryan's name. Our voices echoed back emptily. Eventually we heard shuffling deeper within. We followed it into a narrower chamber. The walls were slick and a faint, dripping sound echoed around us. My flashlight trembled in my hand. Then the beam caught sight of Ryan. He was standing near that strange, protruding stone. His hand rested on it again, but this time his entire body tremor. Maya rushed forward. "Ryan, stop." He spun around, his eyes completely dark. No reflection of the flashlight in them. It was the most terrifying sight I'd ever witnessed. A voice thick, warped came from his mouth. "We have waited so long." Maya froze. She tried to speak, but no words came out. I took a step forward. "Ryan, you're scaring us. We need to get you out of here." He or it stared at me. Then, in a flash, he lunged, swinging the heavy flashlight. It grazed my shoulder and I staggered back, pain exploding across my arm. The next thing I knew, Maya tried to pull him off me. She managed to drag him back for a second, but he pushed her away violently. She hit the cavern wall with a sickening thud and her flashlight clattered to the ground. Fearing for our lives, I scrambled to grab anything I could use as a weapon. My hand closed on a loose rock. In a burst of desperation, I swung at Ryan's arm. He let out a pained growl and retreated, panting hard. I could see a thin line of blood on his sleeve. For a heartbeat, he seemed to regain himself. His eyes flickered. He blinked, confusion crossing his face. Ethan, Ryan," I begged. "We can fight this. Okay, we'll get help." But just as quickly that emptiness returned to his expression, he let out a guttural roar and charged further into the cave, disappearing into pitch-black corridors. My flashlight's beam chased after him, but he was gone. I rushed to Mai. She was conscious but dizzy, leaning against the wall. Her arm was scraped badly. When I tried to help her up, she resisted, eyes fixed on the path. Ryan took for a moment. I thought she might run after him, but she slumped forward, pressing a trembling hand to her forehead. We decided we had to leave the cave. I half-carried Maya back out into the cold night air, my mind reeling. The man we both knew was twisted into something monstrous. Once we reached the surface, we collapsed near a boulder trying to catch our breath. Maya let out a shaking SOB. She kept whispering, "It's my fault. I was supposed to," but she never finished her sentence. At first light we attempted to fix the RV, or at least get it rolling. No luck. The engine was completely fried or sabotaged. The tires were slashed. Fear and confusion churned in my gut. Who would slash our tires in the middle of nowhere? The partial footprints around camp suggested something inhuman, but the idea was too horrific to accept. Meanwhile, Ryan was still out there, possessed or controlled by some entity. I pleaded with Maya to hike with me until we found help, but she insisted on staying to wait for Ryan. A part of me wanted to argue, but I was too exhausted and shaken. I wrote a note explaining everything that had happened in case I didn't make it back and left it in the RV. Then I set out toward what I hoped was the highway water jug slung over my shoulder. I must have walked for about an hour. The sun climbed higher, scorching my back. My mouth went dry and I started rationing sips of water. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I whirled around, half expecting Ryan. Instead it was Maya. She wore a grim expression, scanning the horizon. I couldn't just sit there. Besides, I think I know something that might help us. "What do you mean?" I asked, suspicion creeping into my voice. I noticed a bulge in her jacket pocket, something metallic. She hesitated. "I came here for a different reason. I thought Ryan was involved in something illegal. Maybe he owed money to the wrong people. I was going to confront him once we got out here, away from distractions, but this is beyond anything I expected." Confusion wed with fear in my head. "So you didn't believe in any of the alien stuff?" She shook her head. "No, I just wanted the truth, but I think the truth is much darker." We trudged on in silence. Eventually we reached a rocky outcropping with a vantage point over the desert. The only sign of life was a dusty road far in the distance. Then the wind changed direction, carrying a low, unearthly moan that made my blood run cold before I could react. Fact, I saw someone moving among the rocks, Ryan, but he seemed taller. His posture warped. My heart hammered as I noticed the dried blood on his torn shirt. He was about 50 feet away, unmoving, watching us. "Ryan," I called, "we can get help. This doesn't have to end badly." He stepped forward and a shiver gripped me. His eyes were pure black, again unwavering. Maya drew something from her pocket, an old flare gun. She aimed it shakily. "Stay back." He lifted a hand as if to speak, but the voice that emerged echoed with an otherworldly T-bear, "You belong to us now." Then Ryan rushed at us impossibly fast. Maya fired the flare gun, but it went wide, sparking uselessly in the sand. I braced myself for the impact, gripping the small hunting knife I kept in my belt. At the last second, Maya tackled Ryan, trying to pin him. Their bodies slammed onto the rock and I heard a harsh grunt. For a brief moment, Ryan's eyes flickered again. Human confusion in them, as if he was fighting the entity inside him. I glimpsed the man who'd been my friend for years. "Help me," he rasped, but the next instant the darkness swallowed him again and he let out a feral snarl, throwing Maya aside. She struck the ground hard, her head impacting a stone. My heart seized. Ryan advanced on her and I did the only thing I could think of. I lunged and drove the small knife into his side, not deep, just enough to get him away from Maya. He howled, staggering back. Maya was half conscious and I scooped her up, dragging her away. Ryan clutched his side, black eyes, locked on us with hatred. Then, to my horror, he broke into a twisted smile and walked deeper into the rocks out of sight. I didn't dare chase him. Maya was bleeding from a cut on her forehead, head too weak to stand. I found a small enclave under a boulder where I let her rest. She mumbled something about wanting to keep Ryan safe, tears mixing with blood. Time blurred as I tried to keep her conscious. Fear glared at me. The desert sun was punishing and we had little water. Just when I considered trying to carry her back to the RV, I heard footsteps behind us. I prepared for the worst, gripping the knife's handles so tightly, my knuckles turned white. It was Ryan again, but this time he approached quietly, almost calm. His eyes were normal, except for a glassy emptiness, and he was pale, trembling. "Ethan." He whispered, "I'm so sorry, I can't." He collapsed to his knees cautiously. I crept forward. Maya stirred. Confusion etched on her face. Ryan lifted his gaze, tears in his eyes. "I don't want to hurt anyone. Please help me." For a moment, relief flooded me. I reached out, but then I caught a slight twitch in his face, a flicker of malice that didn't belong to Ryan. I froze in place. It all happened in seconds. Ryan snatched the knife from my hand, lunged for Maya and pressed it to her throat. She let out a choked cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. I shouted, "No, Ryan, fight it." The thing wearing our skin let out a guttural laugh. "He is ours," it hissed, "and so are you." Maya glanced at me, her expression shifting from terror to determination. With a sudden twist, she jammed her elbow into Ryan's side, where I'd cut him before the pain forced him to loosen his grip, and she scrambled free. I tried to grab the knife, but Ryan slashed wildly at my arm, leaving a burning gash. I fell backward, crying out. Maya seized a rock and swung it at Ryan's head. He staggered, dazed. She grabbed my wrist. "Run," she gasped. We managed to sprint across the sand hearts, pounding until we could barely see Ryan's shape in the distance. Finally, we collapsed behind a rise of dirt. I was breathing so hard I thought my lungs would burst. If you liked this video, don't forget to leave a like, and Maya was half the next videos. We never expected what happened next. Maya insisted I keep going to find help. She said she'd stay behind and distract Ryan if he caught up. I refused at first, but she begged me. I started this. She cried I was trying to expose Ryan's secrets. I lied to him, used him, and now this go, find help, or at least get away. I'll buy you time. Despite every instinct, screaming not to abandon a friend, I let her go. Our last exchange was filled with wordless understanding. Then I stumbled off, half delirious, blood soaking my sleeve, tears burning my eyes. Not long after I heard a faint scream echo across the desert. Maya's scream, it tore at my heart, but if I turned back, none of us would make it. So I kept going, tears streaming down my face. Hours blended into one another as I trudged across the scorching terrain, losing track of time. My only focus was surviving. My water jug was almost empty. My arm throbbed. I clung to the hope of finding a road or a ranger station. When the sun sank low, painting the sky in blood-red hues, I spotted a shape in the distance. A battered pickup truck parked alongside a dusty stretch of road relief swelled in me, but as I approached, my eyes caught something else. Ryan stood next to the truck waiting, his posture unnaturally rigid. He smiled when he saw me, a savage, triumphant grin. In his hand, he clutched what looked like a piece of torn fabric from Maya's jacket. My legs threatened to give out. I stumbled backward, scanning for any possible escape. Then I realized the truck's tires were also slashed. Whoever owned it had likely fled or suffered a worse fate. Ryan advanced. Slowly, "The desert is ours," he said in that distorted voice. "You cannot leave." Fear slammed into my chest. My mind raced. My suddenly headlights flickered on. Behind me, a second vehicle approaching on the road. I took the chance and sprinted toward it, waving my arms shouting. The driver, likely a rancher or a local, saw me and slowed. Ryan moved like lightning, but the new truck's headlights illuminated him momentarily, blinding him, seizing the moment I lunged away. He snarled, but I sensed his hesitation. Maybe the entity couldn't act so openly in front of other people. The driver, a middle-aged man in a cowboy hat, stepped out, aiming a rifle into the darkness. "You okay there?" he called. I babbled something about a friend gone mad. Oh, about needing help. The driver waved me closer. "Get in." I threw myself into the passenger seat, shaking uncontrollably. He hit the gas tires, spitting gravel. As we sped away, I glanced back to see Ryan standing in the road, motionless eyes shining in the truck's red tail lights. I'll never forget that sight. A silhouette of a friend turned monster. "You alone in the wasteland." The driver took me to the nearest town where I was rushed to a clinic. The local sheriff asked me endless questions, but I doubt he believed half of what I said. A search party went out for Ryan and Maya. They never found her or the cave. They only discovered the RV, tires slashed and the footprints leading nowhere. I told them everything, but in the official reports it's just a tragedy. 2 people missing in the remote desert, presumably dead some nights. When I close my eyes, I see Ryan's face flickering between human and that impossible black stare. I wonder if he's still out there, if the thing inside him is still hunting. Still possessed by that nameless horror, we awakened. All I know is this: I survived by chance, rescued by a stranger on a desolate stretch of road, but part of me never really left that cave, never escaped the hollow. To this day I hear its whispers when the wind blows across empty plains, calling out my name in the darkness, reminding me that some doors should never be opened and I'll carry that guilt forever. Story 4. My name is Sam K. I'm 32 years old and I never thought I'd be writing these words. What happened to me in the San Rafael swell near an old place called Sway Cabin changed my life forever, maybe even left a mark on my soul that I can't wash away. I make my living as a freelance photographer and travel blogger, which usually means my biggest danger is running out of gas on some back road or maybe tripping over a loose rock while trying to line up the perfect shot. I've visited ghost town, abandoned mines, and desolate stretches of desert in my quest for content, but nothing prepared me for what I found at Sway Cabin. The story started when I found an old diary at a second-hand bookstore in Moab. Its battered leather-bound cover said only Journal 1935, but inside were entries about the San Rafael swell, specifically references to a remote cabin once used by outlaws. The author rambled about strange symbols, blood sacrifices, and sightings of a so-called watcher. My imagination lit up and I decided to investigate. A local contact put me in touch with Mitch Andrews, a 35-year-old outdoorsman who knew the area like the back of his hand. I met Mitch in Green River. He wore a sun-bleached hat, pulled low over his brow with a dusting of stubble on his jaw. He had a sharp look in his eyes, like he was always scanning for trouble. I told him what I wanted to get off the main roads and photograph the old Sway Cabin at sunrise. He named a price that made me wince, but I paid because I had little choice. We set out in his pickup truck, loaded with gear and enough water for 3 days. The road into the swell was rough, rutted and, in some places, nearly impassable. After an hour's drive the truck sputtered. Mitch cursed under his breath. "Transmission's acting up," he said, tapping the dash. We limped along for another mile, but the truck died completely near a rocky outcrop. Neither of us could get it started again. Mitch stopped around, furious at his bad luck. It felt like a bad omen, but I tried to stay optimistic. "It's only a couple of miles to the cabin, right?" I asked. Mitch nodded, looking uneasy. "We can walk it," he said, "but the gear will be a pain." The sun glared down and the temperature soared as we hauled our backpacks and camera equipment across sun-scorched sandstone. The swell rose around us like petrified waves, towering rock formations that glowed red and orange under the beating sun. Every now and then Mitch would pause, scanning the horizon as if he expected someone or something to appear. By the time we reached Sway Cabin, we were drenched in sweat. The structure looked innocent enough. A small single-room log cabin with a Leono stable, all nestled against a rocky slope. It was old, weathered by wind and time, but still standing. I felt a jolt of excitement. This was exactly the kind of off-the-beaten-path location my readers loved. I tried the door. It creaked open. The inside was dim, dusty, with a rough stone fireplace on one end, shelves lined, one wall empty, except for rat droppings and spiderwebs. Mitch hovered at the threshold, reluctant to enter the. That was when I saw the strange carving on the door frame. A spiraling sigil etched deep into the wood. I brushed away the dust and ran my fingers over its grooves. For just an instant I thought I felt a vibration beneath my fingertips, almost like a pulse. A chill rippled over me despite the heat. I shook off the unease. "Check this out," I said, snapping a few photos. Mitch gave me a tight, lipped look. "We should set up camp away from here," he said. "Why? I've heard stories about this place." He stopped, then finally shrugged. "We'll set up away from the cabin." All right. Despite Mitch's reservations, we settled on a small clearing about 100 yards from the cabin. I pitched my two-person tent, propped up a portable solar charger, and spent the last of the daylight roaming the area for good shots. Mitch insisted on scouting a larger perimeter, muttering something about safety. I just assumed he was being overly cautious. Night fell with an eerie silence. The desert can be quiet, but this was different, oppressive. I heard no coyotes, no insects, just the wind sifting sand against rock. The moon rose, casting strange shadows across the land. Mitch built a small fire and we ate in tense silence. I asked him a few times about the stories he'd heard, but he only offered vague answers about an old cult and things that happen at night. I turned in early sleep, came in fits with strange dreams of pale figures drifting through a moonlit desert. Around midnight I woke to the soft murmur of voices. At first I thought Mitch was talking to himself, but he lay beside the dying fire, snoring lightly. The voices seemed distant, like a low chanting. Curiosity got the better of me and I crawled out of the tent. The chanting floated on the wind, emanating from the cabin's direction. As I approached the old structure, the chanting grew clearer, more resonant. I peered around a rock, heart pounding, expecting to see a group of people inside. But the cabin was dark. No firelight, no glow. Still the voices filled the air, deep and rhythmic. A freezing gust of wind rushed past me and the chanting stopped abruptly, as if cut with a knife. My flashlight flickered. Then everything was silent again and I returned to camp on shaky legs. The next morning I confronted Mitch over breakfast. "What do you really know about this place?" He sighed heavily. "My grandfather. He was involved with a group that used the cabin back in the day. They believed in some ancient spirit or entity bound to this area. They called it the Watcher. Supposedly, the cabin is the focal point for their rituals." Mitch paused, weighing his words. "I didn't want to scare you off. The job pays well and I need the money, but we shouldn't stay any longer than we have to." I nodded, unsettled, but determined to get the photos I needed. I had no idea how bad things would get. Just before noon I rummaged through the cabin. In a dusty corner I found an old ledger or journal. The entries were fading, but one passage jumped out at me. "Only the blood of the chosen keeps the Watcher bound. The sigil must be marked upon those who carry the legacy." The words crawled under my skin, yet I refused to spook myself. They were just archaic ramblings, weren't they? Late afternoon brought a stroke of bad luck. A sudden windstorm kicked up, flinging sand in every direction and knocking loose gear around our campsite. The solar charger broke, meaning my camera batteries were all I had left. Then I discovered one of our water jugs had cracked in the storm, leaving us short on drinking water. Mitch, cursing under his breath, insisted we head back immediately. He wanted to attempt repairs on his truck, or at least radio for help. But the day was already failing. When we returned to the pickup, Mitch tried the engine, but it coughed and died again, with the sun dipping behind the cliffs. We decided to give it one more night before making the long trek back to civilization on foot. We'll set out at first light, he said, and I'll take you along some back trails to the highway. It'll be tough, but we can make it in a day if we push. My stomach nodded at the idea of hauling my gear across miles of desert. We'll manage, I said, trying to stay calm. We walked back to camp under an orange sunset that painted the rocks with surreal hues. Once darkness set in, I was too restless to sleep. Something about the sea called to me. No chanting this time, just a heavy weight in the air, like the land itself was holding its breath. I lingered by the fire watching the stars. Mitch said he was going to gather more firewood and disappeared into the darkness. Minutes passed, then 20. I started to worry. He'd gotten lost. That's when I heard movement, footsteps on gravel, but not just one pair. I stood heart hammering in and scanned the darkness with my flashlight. Silhouettes emerged from behind the rocks, forming a half circle around me. They wore hooded robes, dark and tattered, and one figure stepped forward with a staff adorned with bones. His face was painted white like a skull, the black hollows around his eyes creating a chilling grin, even in the dim light. I'll never forget how. He raised a hand and the rest of the figures moved in as one. I turned to run, but two of them grabbed my arms and shoved me to the ground. My flashlight fell from my grip, rolling away in its faint beam. I saw Mitch standing off to the side. I begged him to help, but he just stood there, eyes filled with regret and something else, obedience. Sorry, he mumbled. I had to do this, family, Deb. I didn't want it to go this far. The robed man with the skull face, the leader, spoke in a deep, rasping voice. His blood will renew the bond he has chosen. He bears the mark. He pointed at my right hand and I noticed a faint outline of the sigil I had traced earlier, like a bruise, but in the shape of the swirling pattern. Everything was a blur. After that, hands dragged me toward the cabin. I thrashed and shouted, but they gagged me, tied my wrists and ankles with rough rope and tossed me into the musty darkness. The door slammed shut and I was alone, bound and terrified. I must have passed out or lost track of time. Next thing I knew, morning light crept through the cracks between the logs. My wrists HDHD from struggling against the rope. I heard shouts outside the cult, chanting, footsteps thawing around the cabin. Then Mitch stumbled in, shoved by one of the robed cultists. My captors forced him to his knees. I strained against my bindings, wanting answers, wanting to scream at him. He avoided my gaze. Please, he begged the leader. Just let me go. I brought you what you wanted and you have served your purpose, the leader said. But the Watcher demands a more complete offering. A moment later they dragged Mitch out and his screams faded into the distance. The chanting grew louder, but it was punctuated by a new sound, a low, unearthly moan that rumbled like thunder. My heart pounded as a cold sensation filled the cabin, as though the temperature had dropped 20 degrees. In an instant, desperate, I searched the cabin with my eyes for anything to cut the rope. My gaze landed on a splintered board near the fireplace. I inched myself toward it, rubbing the rope against the sharp edge. The chanting rose to a crescendo outside, and I realized time was running out. Finally, the rope frayed and snapped, freeing my arms. I yanked off the gag and untied my ankles, stumbling to my feet. My legs trembled with adrenaline and terror. The chanting outside shifted to screams, horrible, piercing shrieks. I peered through a gap in the log wall and saw chaos, the robed figures running in all directions, and among them a towering shadowy form with elongated limbs and eyes that glowed a deep, malevolent red. I didn't want to believe it was real, but there it was, a horrifying creature that moved in a blur, snatching cultists off the ground, tossing them aside like rag dolls. I watched the robed leader raise his staff, chanting something desperate. The creature turned on him, and in the next breath the staff clattered to the dirt. My stomach lurched. I needed a weapon. My eyes darted around the cabin, and I spotted an old iron poker resting by the fireplace. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I gripped it in clammy hands as I crept to the door. It burst open, and the leader staggered inside, bleeding from a gash on his shoulder. He locked eyes with me, and for a moment I saw raw fear behind that painted skull face. "You did this," he spat. "The ritual is incomplete. The Watcher is unbound." He lunged at me with a knife. I swung the poker. It connected with his arm, and he yowled. He lunged again, and I barely dodged the blade. My chest tightened. I had no idea what I was doing. Just that I had to survive. On his third pass, I managed to slam the poker into his chest, knocking him backward. He stumbled into the fireplace, smashing his head against the stone. His body crumpled. I stood there, heart in my throat, panting. The chanting outside had stopped. All I heard were muffled whimpers and the shuffle of steps in the dirt. I peered out again. The cultists lay strewn around the yard. The shadowy creature still lurked among the boulders, prowling as if searching for more prey. I saw no sign of Mitch, gritting my teeth. I ran out the door, hugging the side of the cabin. Broken bodies and scraps of torn fabric lay about. It was like a massacre. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but how and where I remembered Mitch's truck, dead or not, was my only shot at getting far enough away to call for help. I sprinted through the desert rush, the sun climbing high, baking the land. My lungs burned, and every step felt uncertain on the rocky ground. Twice I thought I saw the shadowy creature flicker across my peripheral vision. But maybe it was just my mind unraveling when I finally reached the truck. The hood was still up. From yesterday's attempts at repair, the keys dangled in the ignition. I jumped in, pounding so hard I could barely think. I tried starting the engine. It sputtered and died. In the rearview mirror something moved, a flicker of inky black against the red rock. "Come on," I hissed, turning the key again. A desperate cough from the engine. Then silence, sweat dripped into my eyes. A third time the engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. I hit the gas, fishtailing in the sandy wash. As I sped away in my side mirror, I caught one final glimpse of the creature perched on a rock outcropping, glaring after me with those terrible red eyes. A chill shot through me. The truck engine protested, rattling ominously, but it held together long enough for me to navigate the winding dirt roads back toward civilization. Every mile felt like a victory, though a hollow one. My mind kept replaying Mitch's last words, his scream, the betrayal on his face, and the horror in the cabin. At last I found a paved highway, a sight I never thought would bring tears to my eyes. I pulled over to the shoulder and tried to compose myself, half expecting to see the Watcher appear on the horizon. It didn't still. As I drove on, I felt an unshakable sense that I wasn't truly free. My right hand itched, and when I glanced at it, I saw the faint outline of the sigil burr burned into my skin. It looked darker, now more defined. I couldn't help recalling the journal's words. "Only the blood of the chosen keeps the Watcher bound," had the ritual marked me forever. When I finally reached a small town, I stumbled into a gas station and mumbled something about an attack in the desert. They called the authorities, but I could only give half-coherent answers to their questions. By the time the local sheriff arrived, I was pale and shaking. I told my story, and from the look in his eyes I knew he thought I was delirious, maybe on drugs or severely dehydrated. Search parties went out to Say cabin. They found signs of a struggle, bloodstains and battered bodies near the site, all in advanced states of decay, far beyond anything that made sense for just a day's difference. They chalked it up to an unknown group, maybe a tragic incident of foul play among desert squatters. They never found Mitch's body or anything resembling a Watcher. I drifted in and out of the investigation, eventually leaving town in a daze. I still had my photos and some haunting journal entries, but no one believed my wild tales of a cult and a supernatural guardian. As I write this safe in a cheap motel room, I keep glancing at my hand, seeing the sigil so plainly it almost glows. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see the Watcher towering over those robed figures, hear the cult leader dying words. He is chosen. The desert might be hundreds of miles behind me, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me out. Even now the shadows in the corners seem to move when I'm not looking. I don't know if the cabin's curse is bound to that land alone or if it's bound to me. All I know is I escaped the Sezi cabin, but I'm not free. Not really. I doubt I ever will be again. Story 5. My name is Ryan Carter. I'm 29 years old, and what I'm about to share happened last October in a remote place called Silver Hollow deep in the Uinta Mountains of Utah. Until then, I never believed in ghosts or monsters. I figured my biggest concerns in the wilderness would be bears, bad weather, or maybe a twisted ankle. But what Mason Reed and I encountered out there went beyond anything I could have imagined. Mason and I had been friends since college. He was always the adventurous one, the kind of guy who'd jump at the chance to explore a shuttered asylum or abandoned mining town just for kicks. Me. I'm cautious by nature, some might say too cautious. Still, Mason's confidence could be persuasive. He called me one morning rambling excitedly about a place he'd read about in an online line forum, an isolated valley named Silver Hollow, with an old abandoned cabin rumored to be haunted. He wanted proof either that the legends were made up or that something supernatural really lurked there. I agreed, but mostly to keep Mason safe. We packed our gear lightly, too lightly in retrospect, because Mason insisted we'd be off trail for only a couple of days. He wanted a real experience, not just a leisurely weekend at a typical campsite site. Our plan was simple: drive to the nearest trailhead in the Uinta Mountains, hike into Silver Hollow and spend a night or two in or near that old cabin. Then we'd head home, share a few laughs and maybe post pictures for our friends to shake their heads at. We set out early on a crisp Thursday morning, driving Mason's truck along winding roads into the foothills. By late afternoon the sun was dipping below the peaks. The trailhead parking area was deserted, except for a single rusted pickup that looked like it hadn't moved in years. There was no cell reception out there, typical for these mountains. Not a big deal. We thought we had a GPS device and a map, plus a basic radio that could pick up short-range signals. We should have known better than to rely on technology in those rugged canyons. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The scenery was breathtaking: towering pines, a crystalline stream flowing over rocks, and the distant call of some bird echoing across the valley. If it hadn't been for the sense of dread I couldn't quite shake, I would have said the place was beautiful. As night fell, the temperature plummeted. The winter mountains can catch you off guard with sudden drops, and we weren't exactly prepared for cold weather camping. Our tent was decent, but not rated for sub-freezing temperatures. We also had a problem with the GPS flickering on and off, probably from a dying battery or poor signal. Mason tried to shrug it off with a laugh, saying, "Ryan, this is part of the adventure," but I saw worry in his eyes. The next morning we pushed deeper into the wilderness, following a rough trail that Mason insisted led to Silver Hollow. I started noticing small things that made me uneasy: dead birds, for one lying on the ground with no visible injuries. The forest around us was eerily silent. No rustling of small animals in the undergrowth, no chirping of birds. An hour later we stumbled across half-buried footprints leading toward a dark area of the forest. They looked human, but elongated, as though the toes had dragged through the dirt. Eventually we arrived at a clearing. A rotted wooden sign was half buried in the ground. Faint, barely legible letters spelled Esver Hall. This had to be it. Beyond that sign stood a dilapidated cabin. It was smaller than I expected and looked ancient, like it had been abandoned for centuries. Its walls were streaked with mold and soot, and the windows were either boarded up or broken. A pungent odor of rot clung to the air. Mason grinned like a kid on Christmas morning. "This is it," he said. "Can you feel it, Awai? This place is different." I definitely felt something, though I wouldn't call it excitement, more like the prickling sensation of being watched. Despite my misgivings, we decided to check inside the cabin before setting up our tent. The door was jammed, so we had to give it a shove. It opened with a cracking sound that made me wince. The interior was dark, musty, and empty, at least at first glance. Graffiti and strange symbols covered the wooden walls: spirals, human figures with extended limbs, and handprints that looked much too large to be real. I tried the flashlight, but it flickered weakly, half dead. The air smelled of damp soil and something else, something sour. Mason's beam of light settled on a corner of the floor, revealing a crumpled old blanket. Something dark stained its edges. We both froze for a moment. Mason swallowed hard, then forced a chuckle, probably just animal blood. He said no big deal, but his voice trembled. We set up our tent about 50 yards from the cabin, hoping the open air would feel safer. By the time night arrived, I was on edge. An oppressive silence fell over the woods. Even the wind seemed to die away. Mason tried to lighten the mood by recounting old college stories, but I could tell he was restless. Around midnight, just as I was drifting off, I heard a faint crying sound. At first I thought it might be the wind through the pines, but the noise continued. Soft and sorrowful, a woman's voice. I shook Mason awake. He heard it too. We stepped outside the tent, shining our flashlights in every direction. Trees, darkness, nothing else. The crying stopped. The next morning we decided to explore a bit around the cabin to see if we could find any clues about the place. We found old tin cans, rusted nails, and broken glass. Near the back there was a makeshift fire pit and more of those bizarre symbols carved into a dead tree. As we studied the symbols, a shadow flickered in my peripheral vision, just a shape darting between the trees. "Did you see that?" I asked, my heart hammering. "Probably an animal," Mason replied, though his eyes narrowed as he scanned the forest. Late that afternoon, clouds rolled in and the temperature dropped even further. Snowflakes started drifting down, turning the ground slick and muddy. Our gear was meant for mild weather, and it dawned on us that if this storm got worse, we'd be in serious trouble. Then we heard the distant snarling of an animal, low, throaty, and much too close for comfort. Mountain lion, I whispered. We spent the next hour anxiously shining flashlights and yelling to scare off anything lurking nearby. Eventually, a flash of movement revealed a cougar prowling at the edge of our campsite. Its eyes glowed in the waning light. My pulse spiked. Mason insisted on trying to get closer for a better look, which nearly ended in disaster. The cat hissed, coiled, and was a second away from pouncing. When I grabbed a burning piece of wood from our small fire pit and waved it wildly, the cougar retreated into the darkness. We survived that encounter, but a deeper dread settled in me. This place felt cursed, like every living thing wanted us gone. Night fell again and we heard the crying sounds once more, louder. This time the voice echoed in the clearing, coming from multiple directions. At once Mason turned pale, but he refused to leave. He insisted we keep investigating, that we had to solve the mystery of Silver Hollow. I tried the radio hoping to catch a weather report or call for help, but all we got was static. At one point a voice broke through the garbled sound of someone saying, "Help me," or maybe it was just interference. Mason fiddled with the dials, but the radio died with a shrill whine. That's when Mason's behavior changed. He began pacing around, muttering to himself. His eyes had a distant look, as if he were in a trance. I asked if he was feeling okay, but he just shrugged me off. After an hour of restless circling, he said we should spend the night in the cabin. I stared at him in disbelief. "Absolutely not. You've seen that place." He leveled me with a look that was both anxious and oddly determined. "It's safer than the tent. We'll have solid walls at least." I wasn't convinced. But the storm was picking up and the temperature plummeted further. The thought of a roof overhead, even in that rotted cabin, was tempting. Reluctantly, I followed him inside and we spread our sleeping bags on the relatively dry floor near the fireplace. A few broken chairs lay strewn about and a shredded rug covered part of the floor. The entire time I felt like someone was standing just behind me, breathing against my neck. When darkness settled, the cabin's interior seemed to come alive, with shifting shadows outside. The wind howled, occasionally punctuated by that soft, tormenting cry. I'm not sure when I fell asleep, but I woke to the sound of a low whisper, like a raspy female voice. She was there in the corner by the old hearth, a hunched figure dressed in tattered rags, hair matted over a gaunt face. Her skin appeared grey in the moonlight and her eyes were wide, vacant hollows. I was so terrified I couldn't breathe. I tried to call Mason's name, but my voice died in my throat. She turned her face toward me, yet she didn't have eyes, just two empty sockets. Then, as if sensing I could see her, She vanished into the darkness. I blinked, my heart pounding, unsure if I'd dreamed the whole thing. But I wasn't alone. I heard Mason muttering, "Yes, yes, I'll do it," over and over, like he was responding to someone's instructions. I scrambled to my feet and shook him. "Mason, wait, wake up." His eyes snapped open. At first he looked at me like he didn't recognize me. Then recognition slowly returned and he burst into laughter. Tense, joyless laughter that chilled my spine. "I'm fine," he said, but his voice quivered. "Just a nightmare." That's all we spent the next day. In a strange, tense silence, Mason mostly stared at the cabin walls, tracing the strange symbols with his fingers. When I pressed him about leaving, he insisted we had to stay. He said something about needing answers and making a deal. His words didn't make sense. The storm outside continued, leaving us effectively stranded. That night I lit a fire in the old fireplace, hoping to keep the inside from freezing. The flickering light made the shadows dance. Then I heard the crying again, this time right outside the cabin door. I shot Mason a terrified glance. He just nodded at me to go check. With my flashlight and a knot in my stomach, I crept to the door and pulled it open, nothing but swirling snow and darkness. I stepped outside, scanning the clearing. Then, from behind, the door slammed shut with a violent crack. I heard the latch lock from inside Mason. I shouted, pounding on the door, "Open up!" Silence. Panic roared in my chest. I could feel the freezing wind cutting through my jacket. Snow swirled around my ankles. I tried the door again, rattling it in its frame, but it held fast. "Mason, this isn't funny," I yelled. "Let me in." From inside I heard muffled voices, Mason's voice and something else, a low hiss, almost like a second voice overlaying his. Then I caught a word: sacrifice. My blood ran cold. I circled the cabin, hoping to find another entrance. The windows were boarded up, but near the back one of the boards was loose. I pried it free with numb fingers fighting the wind, and managed to crawl inside. The interior was dimly lit by the dying fire. Mason was standing in the center of the room, talking to someone or something that wasn't there. His eyes looked glazed and his face contorted with fear and awe. When he noticed me, he stumbled back. "Ryan, you weren't supposed to come back in," he said, voice trembling. I tried to keep calm, though adrenaline pulsed through my veins. "What the hell are you talking about, Mason? Why did you lock me out?" He looked stricken, as if torn between two impulses. "She said, if I gave you to her I'd be free. She promised she'd let me leave unharmed." My mind reeled. Who promised you that?" As if on cue, the temperature in the cabin dropped even more. From the corner emerged the hunched figure I'd seen the night before, the hag of Silver Hollow. Her bones creaked as she moved, her ragged nails scraping across the floor. She was real, impossibly real. The air around her seemed to throb with malevolence. I felt a jolt of sheer terror. This was beyond any logical explanation. Mason gave me a haunted look. "She spoke to me in dreams, said she's been here for centuries waiting. She needs someone's fear, someone's soul." "I don't know. Snap out of it," I shouted, grabbing his shoulders. "We have to get out of here now." The hag let out a guttural sound, a half laugh, half growl that echoed through the room. Mason tried to resist, but it was as if an invisible force held him. I pulled him away, stumbling toward the boarded window, our only exit before we could escape. A pain shot through my head. I heard whispers that weren't mine, a droning chorus of voices telling me to give in, to stay forever. Darkness seeped into my vision and the edges of the room flickered like a dying flame. I gritted my teeth, forcing the voices out of my mind, and dragged Mason closer to the window. The hag's rasping cry erupted behind us and I felt something clench around my ankle, a bony hand, cold as death. I kicked out, screaming in desperation. My boot connected with her grasp and I managed to wrench free. Mason snapped out of his trance just long enough to help me push through the window. Splinters tore at our arms and legs, but we tumbled outside into the snow. Somehow we scrambled to our feet. Mason's eyes were wild. He looked at me with a mixture of guilt and terror. "I'm sorry," he choked out. "I didn't know what I was doing. She got in my head." I was too shocked to speak. We started running, not caring which direction, only knowing we had to leave the cabin in that evil presence behind the storm tore at our faces, the wind lashing our exposed skin. My lungs burned from the frigid air. Tree branches loomed like skeletal arms snagging at our jackets. We ran until we couldn't run anymore. My thighs HDHD and my face stung with cold. By then the storm had intensified and we realized we were lost. The GPS was useless, the radio dead. We had no idea where the official trails were or how far we were from. The truck night was falling fast. I spotted a small overhang near a rocky hillside. Enough shelter to keep us from freezing at least for a while. We huddled there exhausted, trying to figure out our next move. Mason wouldn't meet my gaze. I could sense his shame, but I was too drained to comfort him. My mind kept replaying the betrayal, him locking me out, leaving me to die or worse. Eventually we must have fallen into a fitful sleep, because I woke up to see that Mason was gone. At first I thought he'd just gone to relieve himself, but minutes stretched on and he didn't return. Desperate, I searched around the overhang, calling his name. The wind carried my voice away, giving me no answer. Then I found his footprints in the snow headed deeper into the forest. No sign of struggle. He just walked away. Perhaps the hag still had a hold on him, whispering in his mind, dragging him back. I followed the tracks as best I could, but the storm's fury soon covered them and I lost all trace of where he'd gone. Fear clawed at my insides. If I kept searching aimlessly, I'd freeze or starve. My only chance was to reach civilization and get help. With the meager supplies left in my pack, I stumbled through the woods for what felt like days, though it was probably only a few hours. I was half delirious, teeth chattering uncontrollably. At one point I thought I heard Mason calling me, but when I called back there was no reply. By some miracle, I found the forest's edge where the rough trail reappeared. From there I eventually spotted a ranger's cabin, an official outpost locked up for the off-season. I banged on the door sobbing in relief when I realized I had a small hatchet to break a window if necessary. But before I went that far I discovered a radio inside a weatherproof case near the cabin's entrance. Using it, I managed to contact emergency services who guided a search and rescue team to my location. They found me shivering in the corner, numb from cold and shock. I explained that my friend was still out there lost or worse. A rescue operation began the next morning, but the storm had done its damage. After 2 days of searching, the authorities found no trace of Mason or the cabin. Not a single clue. I took them to where I thought Silver Hollow should be, but the landmarks were gone or unrecognizable in the shifting snow drifts. It was as if the cabin had never existed. Weeks passed. I gave statements to the local sheriff's department. I told them everything, that we'd come across an old cabin, that Mason changed, that something unnatural had happened. They offered polite nods but traded uneasy glances behind my back. Officially, Mason Reed is listed as a missing person, presumed dead due to exposure or an animal attack. I know what I saw, though I know he's out there, trapped somehow or worse, taken by that hag who lingers in the remote corners of Silver Hollow. Locals whispered about old stories, a witch, an ancient evil that fed on travelers' fears, but no one had any concrete proof. The forest has a way of hiding its darkest secrets. I returned to the city, tried to pick up the pieces of my life, but sleep became elusive. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, hearing a faint crying that wasn't there. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear Mason's voice calling from the void begging for help. No matter how much I try to drown out the memory, they persist, a raw reminder of the horrors we faced in those mountains. I still get calls from the authorities once in a while asking if I remember any new details. The answer is always the same. I told you everything: the rotted cabin, the smell of decay, the crying voice, the old hag with hollow eyes. They don't say it outright, but I know they think my trauma caused me to hallucinate. They can't rationalize a cabin that disappears or a young man who walks off into the storm and never leaves footprints behind. Yet here I am alive, bearing the scars of a place that should not exist. I can't forget the emptiness in Mason's gaze or the brittle voice of that creature in the dark some nights. I wonder if she let me go on purpose just so I'd carry her story back to the world beyond Silver Hollow. Perhaps that was part of her design to ensure her legend endures, luring others into her domain. I've told you everything I can, believe me, or don't. All I know is, if you ever find yourself in the WA mountains and stumble upon a lonely, rotting cabin in a clearing that doesn't appear on any map, turn back and run, because there are worse things than freezing to death out there. Sometimes the forest itself is alive with nightmares, best left undisturbed. And I'll never stop hearing that final whisper, the echo of the hag's laughter, chasing me into waking life, reminding me that Mason is still lost somewhere in those cursed woods, waiting in the dark for a rescue that will never come. Story 6. My name is Elliot Ross. I'm 32 years old, and what I'm about to tell you happened not long ago in the rugged expanse of Bears Ears National Monument, Utah. At the time, I was trying to escape my past and find some peace out in the wild. I brought only my RV, my German Shepherd Max, and a modest supply of camping gear. I had no idea what awaited me in that lonely desert canyon. I'd worked as a park ranger in my 20s, but left that life behind after my wife died in a car accident 2 years ago. The wilderness had always been my refuge, and Bears Ears, with its towering red rock formations and hidden alcoves, felt like the perfect place to clear my head. I figured I'd spend a few days exploring ancient petroglyphs and sleeping under the stars, but from the moment I arrived something felt off. I parked my RV near an old dirt road that wound between sandstone buttes. The official campsites were a couple of miles away, but I wanted solitude. Max hopped out excitedly, circling the site nose to the ground. I set up a small fire ring, unrolled my sleeping bag inside the RV, and surveyed the surroundings. Juniper trees dotted the landscape, and the sweeping desert sky glowed orange and pink from the setting sun. That first night I heard Max growl in the dark. It was a low, rumbling sound that made my heart pound. I snapped awake. The coals from my campfire had burned down to a faint glow, and the shadows around the RV felt somehow alive. I flicked on my flashlight and swept the area. The beam revealed only the dark shapes of Juniper ERS and the rocky canyon walls. In the distance the wind sighed, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was just beyond my line of sight. Watching us in the morning, I found footprints around my campsite. They were definitely human. Barefoot, with slender toes, they circled the RV and stopped right by my rear tires. A chill skittered up my spine. Max whined and sniffed the ground, following the tracks until they vanished behind a clump of sagebrush. I tried to calm him, told him it was probably a lost camper or maybe someone from a nearby ranch. Still, I was uneasy, despite the strange footprints I carried on. I spent the day hiking deeper into the canyons, filming the scenery for a blog I kept about wilderness exploration. Bears Ears has countless ancient sites. You can stumble on petroglyphs or dwellings from native people centuries old. At midday, I climbed up a rocky ledge and discovered a faded symbol etched into the sandstone, something like a circle with lines radiating outward. It felt important, but I couldn't place its meaning. I returned to the RV in the late afternoon, sweaty and exhausted. Max greeted me with a wagging tail and a short bark, clearly wanting more attention. I laughed and fed him, then started preparing a simple dinner of canned stew and coffee. Over the fire, the sun was setting again, casting the land in a crimson glow. That's when I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding. A woman stood there, probably in her late 20s, wearing dusty hiking clothes. She had tangled brown hair and her cheeks were sunburned. She looked exhausted, but a strange smile tugged at her lips. "Hi," she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. My name's Grace. I got turned around hiking and saw your smoke." Max growled softly, but I put a hand on his back to calm him. The dog's hackles were raised. Usually he's wary of strangers, but this felt more intense. "It's okay," I replied. "I'm Elliot. Here, have a seat." By the fire, she sank onto a rock and I handed her a spare water bottle. She drank greedily, eyes darting around as if expecting someone else to appear. "You alone?" I asked. She nodded. "Spiked out here a few days ago, was supposed to meet a friend, but we got separated. I've been trying to find my way back to the road." I offered her some stew and she accepted. As we chatted, I realized she was dodging my questions about where she'd come from and why she was hiking alone in such a rugged area. Something about her body language set me on edge. Max wouldn't stop staring at her ears. Pinned back, night fell, the stars vivid over her head. Grace asked if she could camp near my RV, and I agreed, if only to keep an eye on her. We built the fire a bit larger, the dancing flames reflecting in her eyes. I asked about the footprints and she just shrugged. Might have been me, she said, but I wasn't convinced. They looked older and, besides, she had boots. These prints were barefoot. Much later we all turned in. I tried to sleep, but a strange whispering sound drifted on the breeze. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. Maybe the rocks, the trees. Max whimpered in his sleep as if caught in a bad dream. Sometime around midnight I woke to him barking furiously. I sat up, heart hammering through the RV window. I saw a shape silhouetted in the moonlight, a woman in a long white dress, hair hanging over her face. She was swaying side to side, only a few yards from our camp. My first thought was that it was Grace, but Grace was asleep in a tent on the other side of the fire pit. I scrambled out of the RV yelling, "Hey, who are you?" The figure's head snapped upward. I caught a glimpse of hollow, dark eyes. Max lunged forward, barking in a frenzy. Then the woman opened her mouth and let out the most piercing scream I've ever heard. It wasn't just loud. It felt like it vibrated in my skull, making my vision swim. I dropped to my knees, covering my ears. Grace ran out of her tent wide-eyed. "Oh God, no," she gasped, stumbling back. The woman in white vanished into the darkness, leaving only a fading echo of that horrific cry. By the time we regained our senses, we realized she'd left footprints in the sandy soil, bare, slender footprints, exactly like the ones around my RV the previous morning. I wanted answers, and Grace seemed to have them. She looked terrified. Like she recognized this apparition. I pressed her and she finally confessed the truth. She wasn't just some random hiker. She'd been working with a drug-running operation that used the canyons as a hideout. She'd wanted out. But before she could leave, she overheard that they desecrated an old burial site looking for a place to stash contraband. Rumor was it had stirred up something unnatural. She claimed this ghostly woman was a local legend, a spirit who preyed on trespassers and thieves. I felt a surge of anger at Grace for dragging me into her mess. But the fear in her eyes was genuine. The haunting presence, the footprints that scream it was real, or at least real enough to scare the hell out of me. We agreed to pack up at first light. That night none of us slept. I spent the hours pacing the campsite with a flashlight, checking on Grace's tent, trying to calm Max off. In the distance I swore I heard chanting or whispering, but the wind carried it away before I could be sure. At dawn I noticed an odd stone circle partially hidden by sagebrush, maybe 20 yards from my campsite. It looked ancient rocks arranged with care. I brushed away some sand and discovered more of those strange symbols etched into the stones. Everything about it radiated unease, like I'd stumbled on a sacred place I had no right to disturb. Grace saw it too and visibly blanched. "That's one of the sites they ransacked," she whispered, pointing to the center, where the ground looked recently dug up. "It's not safe here." Before we could leave, a group of men showed up, 5 of them wearing dusty clothes and carrying rifles. I recognized the cunning look in their eyes from my years as a park ranger. Poachers or worse. "Well, hello there," said the tallest, a bald man with a scar on his cheek. He sounded almost friendly, but his weapon told a different story. "Been looking for you, Grace. You owe us on a nice little chase." Grace tensed and cast a desperate glance at me. Max growled, but I told him to stay close. I could see that we were outnumbered and outgunned. "You're coming with us," the scarred man said, eyes flicking to me. "And you, Ranger, boy, guess you got unlucky stumbling into this." They marched us away from the RV, forcing us to walk through the canyon with our hands over our heads. My mind raced. If these men had truly desecrated that sacred site, they might be the reason the pale woman was appearing. But right now my biggest concern was that they had every intention of killing us once they got what they wanted. Grace whispered that they'd stashed a large supply of drugs nearby and she knew the location. She'd planned to return and steal some to finance her escape. That's why they were after her. The men didn't appreciate the betrayal. One of them, a wiry guy with a snake tattoo on his neck, kept prodding her with the butt of his rifle whenever she slowed. We trudged for over an hour under the relentless sun. The canyon walls rose on either side, giving us no place to run. Finally, we reached a narrow slot canyon where the group had set up camp. There was a small fire pit, TS for shade, and dusty crates stacked against the rock. My gut twisted when I spotted a fresh grave marker, a simple wooden cross hammered into the ground. They tied our wrists with plastic zip ties, then shoved us near a boulder while they rummaged through their gear. The man with the scar, probably the leader, looked at Grace with contempt. "You're going to show us where we left that stash," he said, "and after we recover it we'll see how useful you two really are." Grace trembled but nodded. I locked eyes with her, silently communicating that we needed to be ready for any chance to escape. Just then Max began to bark wildly again. His eyes were fixed on something in the distance, near the edge of the camp. I twisted around and my blood went cold. The pale woman stood there silent and still just beyond the shadows of the canyon wall. One of the men spotted her and raised his rifle. What the he started but never finished. She unleashed that unearthly scream. The same mind-shattering sound I'd heard the night before. The men clapped their hands over their ears in agony. The one who tried to shoot her fell to the ground, blood trickling from his nose. He stopped moving altogether. The leader shouted for the others to open fire, but as soon as they aimed, the pale woman was gone like she'd melted into the cliff. In the confusion, I used a rock to saw the plastic tie around my wrists. Max was barking and lunging at the men, forcing them to keep their distance. Finally, the tie snapped. I freed Grace and we darted behind a boulder searching for a way out. But there was no easy path. On one side we had the men with guns, on the other, an entity capable of screaming men dead. We heard the scarred leader yelling, "Find them and keep your eyes open for that thing." His voice was shaky, adrenaline-laced, fear giving him an edge. Grace turned to me, panic in her eyes. "I can show them where the stash is," she hissed. "Maybe they'll let us go." I narrowed my eyes. Do you really believe that she bit her lip better than waiting to be executed? I could see the conflict in her face. She was willing to sell me out if it meant she might survive. A bitter taste filled my mouth. The uneasy partnership we'd formed was fracturing. We attempted to creep along the canyon wall, but one of the men spotted us. A gunshot rang out, ricocheting off the rocks. We had no choice but to surrender. They grabbed us again, this time tying my hands with something sturdier than plastic ties. A length of rope knotted tight. Grace tried to reason with them. "I'll take you to the stash," she said quickly, voice shaking. "It's hidden near the old stone circle. Just don't kill us." The leader considered. Then he spat on the ground and nodded. "Fine, but try anything and you'll end up like Toby there." He motioned to the man who'd collapsed from the ghost scream. He forced me to come along, roped behind him like a prisoner. We marched back through the canyon, the group keeping a wary eye on the rocky ledges, overhead, rifles at the ready. Every so often I glimpsed a flash of white in my peripheral vision, like a figure darting behind a boulder, but whenever I tried to look straight at it, nothing was there. After maybe half an hour, we returned to the place where my RV was parked. The stone circle was still partially hidden by sagebrush, but now I could see fresh disturbances in the dirt. Probably from when the cartel had dug around searching for places to hide contraband. Grace led them to a shallow pit near the circle, where a top was buried under layers of loose rock and sand. The men started unearthing it, revealing plastic-wrapped packages that looked exactly like the kind you see in drug busts on the news. A wave of nausea swept over me. I'd inadvertently gotten caught in a drug smuggling ring, and that was before factoring in the vengeful spirit. The men rejoiced, their tension lifting as they saw their product was intact. The leader, grim smile, returned. Then he aimed his gun at us. "See, Grace, you always had a knack for picking the wrong side. Now that you've outlived your usefulness," I braced myself, certain he was about to pull the trigger. Max barked furiously, straining against the rope. One of the men had used to tie him, but an even louder sound cut through the desert air. That scream came again, echoing off the canyon walls. The pale woman appeared at the center of the stone circle, her white dress fluttering. Despite the still air, the men doubled over, dropping to their knees. One grabbed his ears, howling in pain, another's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed. The screech seemed to distort the very air, a horrifying wave that tore at my sanity. I fought to remain conscious, my vision blurring at the edges. In the chaos, Grace grabbed a fallen pistol. She pointed it at the leader and I thought for a split second she might save us both. But then her eyes hardened and she turned to me, lips twisting into a grimace. She backed away, slowly stepping behind the drug-laden Tob. "Sorry, Elliot," she whispered, and in that moment I understood she had no intention of staying. She was going to run off with whatever she could carry, leaving me to deal with the armed men and the ghost before she could make a clean getaway. The pale woman's scream cut off. Grace froze. The spirit shifted unnaturally fast, covering a dozen feet. In a heartbeat, a skeletal hand emerged from the trailing sleeve of that white gown and grabbed Grace's wrist. Grace let out a guttural cry as the ghost yanked her toward the center of the circle. Then, as quickly as it had come, both of them vanished into the swirling dust. "Grace," I yelled. Struggling against the rope, I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the men rising on the ground. There was no trace of her, no footprints, except those old bare prints that led nowhere. Only her blood-stained scarf lay on the edge of the circle. Max whined and tugged at his rope, so I freed him. We stood there, hearts pounding, the men groaning in pain around us. One was definitely dead. Foam bubbled at his mouth and his eyes stared vacantly at the sky. The others were in no shape to pose any threat. I wasn't about to stick around with my wrists still raw from the bindings. I hurried to my RV. It was vandalized, the windows were smashed and someone had spray-painted obscene words on the side, but the engine miraculously still turned over. Max and I drove out of there, leaving the blooded men, the scattered drugs and that cursed stone circle in our rearview mirror. We didn't stop until we reached a small gas station. Hours later my hands trembled as I pulled up to the pump. Max lay in the passenger seat panting quietly. After topping off the fuel, I kept driving through the night. Too rattled to rest. My mind replayed Grace's final scream over and over, blending with the pale woman's shriek in a nightmarish echo. In the weeks that followed, I tried to settle back into normal life, but normally was elusive. I'd wake up from nightmares drenched in sweat, expecting to see that ghostly figure in my room. Max too seemed different. He'd growl at empty corners of my apartment, hackles raised. One morning I finally gathered the courage to look at the recordings on my camera from the day before everything fell apart. Most of the footage was ordinary, me hiking talking about the geology, Max sniffing at some old petroglyph. But near the very end the lens caught something at the edge of the frame, a pale figure swaying in the distance, hair covering her face. She was staring directly at me. I shut off the camera, my heart hammering even on the screen. Her presence radiated malevolence. I realized I'd escaped with my life, but part of me was still trapped in that canyon haunted by a spirit of ancient wrath, the memory of criminals howling under her scream and a woman who betrayed me at the final moment. I will never step foot in Bear's ears again some nights when Max whines at a dark corner. I wonder if the pale woman followed me. If somehow that curse still lingers, maybe one day she'll come for me too. Until then, I keep my doors locked and my eyes on the shadows, because I know some things can't be outrun. They stay with you like footprints circling your bed at night, never truly gone, and I, Elliot Ross, 32 years old, 32, will carry that haunting secret until my last breath. If you liked this video, don't forget to leave a like and a comment. See you in the next videos. Next story. There's something about being alone in the wilderness, just you, the stars and the endless darkness beyond your tent. But what if you're not really alone? Tonight I have stories from solo campers who encountered things they couldn't explain, and after you hear their stories, you'll understand why some people never camp alone again. Are you brave enough to listen? So subscribe and turn on notifications, if you dare. Story 1. My name is Jonas Mercer. I'm 36 years old. This happened in October of 2023 deep in the Flathead National Forest in Montana. I've been struggling with whether to share my story, because even I still question what was real and what might have been my own fevered nightmare. But I need to tell it, if only to warn anyone who might venture there looking for solitude the same way I once did. I moved to Flathead National Forest a few months before everything took shape. I came from the East Coast, where I'd been smothered by city life, the noise and light, the endless hustle. I was ready for a self-reliant off-grid existence. I poured my modest savings into a plot of remote land about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. With my own hands, I built a small wooden cabin. It was a patchwork affair, not pretty but stable enough, with a functioning wood stove for heat. I woke each morning to the sight of thick pines cloaked in a grey mist. The air so cold it bit at my lungs. At night, no ambient light penetrated the dense forest. I should have felt vulnerable, but mostly I felt free, like the towering firs themselves stood watch, ensuring that my past couldn't follow me. For a while it was all I had wanted: perfect, intense silence. But in October, as winter's early chill crept into the region, I noticed unsettling changes. At first they were small. One morning I found strange footprints in the muddy earth about 20 yards behind my cabin. The tracks were human-shaped but too large. The impression of each step slightly deeper at the toes, as if someone had walked on the balls of their feet. A few days later I discovered odd symbols carved into tree bark along one of the trails where I collected firewood spirals and crosses that made no sense to me. They were rough and uneven, like they'd been carved with a jittery hand. That same evening I swore I heard distant murmurs echoing among the trees. Whenever I stepped onto the porch, the forest went silent. I'd come to Montana to escape the clamor of too many people, so the idea of a stranger skulking around was both alarming and irritating. I tried rationalizing maybe it was a hunter marking territory or kids playing pranks. But I couldn't shrug off the nagging sense that something was profoundly wrong, especially once I started seeing flickers of a dark figure at the edge of my property. At that time I was driving to a small supply store in the nearest tiny town, about once every 2 weeks. That's where I met him. He was standing by the entrance wearing tattered boots and a threadbare coat. His hair was dark, his eyes a piercing shade of green that seemed to shine with a predatory gleam. He introduced himself as Damon Rower. There was something hypnotic about his voice, an odd mix of gentleness and tension that made the hair on my arms stand up cold out here. He said, "Waiting for a ride, but doesn't look like anyone's headed my way." He asked if I could give him a lift, said he'd pitched a tent a mile from where I lived that his truck broke down on a back road. He gave me a quick smile, one that seemed both genuine and unnerving. I hesitated. Something about him made me uneasy, but I was never good at turning someone away who looked like they needed help. So I reluctantly agreed on the way back. Darman was all polite conversation, praising the scenery, asking how long I'd been living out here, whether I liked the isolation. But every now and then he'd glance my way, and I swore I saw that flicker in his eyes again, like a spark of some knowledge he wasn't sharing. When I pulled up near my cabin I realized it was well after dark. I couldn't very well send him off into the pitch-black forest, and maybe I was just starved for human companionship. So I invited him in for a warm meal and offered my couch for the night. His grin widened. "You're very kind," he said, with a voice so smooth that made me shiver. He seemed harmless enough until the next morning, when I went outside to chop some firewood. I glimpsed fresh markings in the dirt near the back of my cabin. They matched the strange footprints I'd found before, as if someone had loitered there recently. I stared at Darman through the window as he sipped his coffee. He looked right back at me, and for a split second I thought his eyes glowed an impossible shade of red. I blinked and it was gone, chalked it up to paranoia, but the unease in my gut only grew. A few days later Damon was still around, making excuses about not being able to fix his truck or set off on his own. He had a clever wit, an easy laugh, but something always felt forced. At night I dreamed of disturbing images, half-burred trees, blooded carvings on wooden beams, flickering shadows that formed a shape with horns. Each time I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest, I decided it was time for a supply run and a chance to ask if anyone in town knew him. The tiny grocery SLH hardware store was run by a local woman named Mara Quinn. She was also a forest ranger. Nobody else wanted to drive the remote patrol routes, so she shouldered both roles. Mara was a hard-nosed, practical person in her early 40s. She wore her ranger uniform most days and had keen grey eyes that betrayed. She'd seen her share of harsh realities. She listened quietly. As I asked about Damien, did she know of a man who'd introduced himself as Damon Rower? The question made her her jaw. She admitted she'd never heard of him, not in the official capacity nor as a local. Then she asked me why I looked so spooked. I told her about the footprints, the symbols, the strange presence in the woods. Mara's face darkened. She said the region had a history of bizarre incidents. Disappearances that never got resolved, remains discovered in circumstances that made little sense, but official reports often got squashed. That's how it worked out here. The authorities had an interest in keeping the forest's reputation clean for tourism and other reasons. I was unsettled by the conversation. On my way out, Mara pulled me aside again. "Be careful," she warned, her voice low. "Some folks you meet out here aren't just off the grid. They have secrets, dangerous ones." Back at my cabin, Damon was sitting at my small dining table sipping tea. As if nothing was wrong, I decided not to confront him. Yet instead I poked around for more information. It was that evening I got an unexpected visit from Silas Cole, a fellow off-grid homesteader I'd known only in passing. Silas was in his early 50s, talkative, perpetually chewing on a piece of straw, wearing an old leather jacket that smelled of smoke and whiskey. He rarely approached me or anyone else without reason. Yet that night he came by with a forced grin, offering some deer, jerky, and idle conversation about local hunting trails. I introduced him to Damien, and something about their interaction made my spine crawl. The men exchanged quick, probing stares. Silas's gregarious manner stiffened. Damien, on the other hand, retained his disarming smile. Silas left not long after, claiming he had chores to finish. Before he walked out, he gave me a strange look. I couldn't interpret some mix of warning and pity. I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the house, stepping carefully across the frosty ground under a milky half-moon. The forest crackled with the sounds of nocturnal life. On my way back I saw a flicker of movement near a copse of trees. I crouched low, illuminated by the moonlight. I could make out a silhouette, arms raised as if in reverence to some invisible deity. The figure had the same posture, the same lean frame as Damien. I stayed still for a long minute, hoping I was mistaken. Then I heard him chanting words I couldn't understand, in a voice much harsher than his usual gentle tone. My heart thudded. I retreated carefully to my cabin, locked the door. I told myself it was none of my business, but my instinct screamed that I might have invited real danger into my home. A few days later I set out to follow the footprints I kept seeing behind my cabin. They led me deeper into the forest than I'd ever ventured. The air was colder, dense, with the smell of damp, earth, and old pine. After an hour of trekking, I spotted something glinting in the underbrush. It was a scattering of belongings, torn clothing, a wallet, a cracked phone. As I dug around, my stomach tightened. There were human bones nearby, half buried, old enough to have been bleached in places. The scene felt warped, arranged almost ritualistically. Anguish hit me in the gut. I was no hiker or detective, but this was evidence of someone's final moments. A violent and no doubt bile rose in my throat. I ran back to my cabin, mind spinning. Part of me wanted to call the police, but another part recalled Mara's warning local authorities might bury the report. Officially, the forest needed to remain safe. I decided I'd talk to Mara privately, show her the location. She was more trustworthy than a random sheriff's deputy who might have ties to keep. When I returned, Damien wasn't inside. In the corner, however, I noticed something new, a crudely carved shape in the wood beam. It was the outline of a horned figure, and I recognized the same swirling pattern that I'd seen on the trees days before. My knees nearly buckled. That symbol was now defacing my own cabin. Hours later, Damon strolled in as though he'd been out picking berries. I confronted him, demanded he leave. He smiled. That unnerving smile. "I've been waiting," he said softly, not answering my question, waiting for what I snapped, struggling to maintain composure. He only shook his head. Later that evening a knock came at the door. Mara stood there, jacket unzipped, a flashlight in hand. She asked if I was okay, said she'd been worried since my visit. I told her about the bones in the woods. Damien sat in the corner, quiet, watching us. Mara's gaze drifted to him with open mistrust. He offered a small nod. "We all have secrets, Ranger Quinn," he said, and something in his tone made the flashlight in her hand waver. With a forced calm, Mara turned back to me. "There's a lot happening in these woods," she said. Her voice carefully measured. "Things you don't want to get involved in, but if you found remains, we need to secure the area." Damon stood. No, a single syllable resonant with authority, far beyond any normal humans. I felt the hair on the back of my neck prickle. Mara clenched her jaw and stepped closer to him. "That's not your call," she said. For a moment, neither of them blinked. A silent standoff, tension thick in the air. Eventually Damon broke the stare, turning to me with a wink. "I'll find a place to sleep elsewhere tonight," he said. He walked past Mara, the door clicking behind him. I suddenly realized my entire body was trembling. Mara told me she suspected there was more than just random violence at play. She hinted at old local legends, whispers of something demonic in human form. I didn't want to believe such folklore, but I couldn't deny the evidence piling up in front of me. Bodies in the woods, strange chanting, unexplainable footprints and, worst of all, the feeling that none of this was random. The next morning Mara and I set out to find the remains I'd come across on the way. We discovered fresh footprints, 2 sets, one larger than the other. We followed them until we reached an area strewn with more scattered bones and trinkets, a watch, a hiking boot, a half-rotted backpack. Then we heard a noise that sounded like a muffled scream drawing her sidearm. Mara motioned for me to stay behind her. Beyond a mossy cluster of rocks, we found a small clearing, and there we stumbled onto a nightmare. LLA, a local woman who was usually bright and chatty, was tied to a pine trunk, her eyes wide with fear. Beside her, crouched in the dirt, was Silas Cole. It looked like he was trying to free her bonds. Blood smeared the ground, but before we could speak, Silas turned to us face. Twisted in panic, they took her. He spat, jerking his head to the side as though someone had fled. Moments before Damien and I, he didn't finish. LLA was barely conscious, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mara rushed forward, untying her. My mom reeled. Why was Silas here? Had he rescued her, or was he part of the kidnapping? Silas's eyes darted around as if he was expecting an attack any second. We helped LLA to her feet, but she started convulsing, hands scratching at her own skin. She let out this guttural moan that didn't sound human. Mara and I exchanged a horrified glance. We thought she was simply traumatized, or maybe on the verge of shock, from blood loss. As soon as Silas touched her shoulder to help, she threw him to the ground with a strength far beyond what her slender frame should have allowed. She fell upon him, teeth bared. The movement was so swift I barely had time to react. Mara shouted. I lunged, trying to pull LLA away, but her eyes blazed with something vicious and she tossed me aside effortlessly. Her face contorted drool and blood, staining her lips as she sank her teeth into Silas's neck. His scream was blood-curdling, echoing off the pines. Mara discharged her firearm, the shot cracking through the clearing. LLA stumbled back, shrieking in a voice that sounded layered like multiple frequencies at once. Then, in a single burst of speed, she vanished into the trees, leaving Silas writhing in agony. We scrambled to save him, but it was clear. The wound was dire. Mara put pressure on the gash, trying to stand the bleeding. Silas coughed up blood and managed to choke out. I tried to warn. You thought I could fix this. Then his eyes rolled back and he went limp. Mara stared at me trembling. She was possessed. It wasn't a question, we both knew we'd witnessed something unnatural. My mind raced back to Darman's chanting the bizarre footprints, the strange markings. Silas lay there, dying or already dead, as Lila's horrific transformation replayed in my memory. How had a normal gentle woman become that savage, unstoppable force? We had no time to process. Mara radioed for backup. The local sheriff arrived hours later along with a pair of stoic men who introduced themselves as part of a specialized unit. They asked only perfunctory questions, took a few photos of Silas's body, then quietly told us they'd handle it. They loaded him into a dark SUV instead of an ambulance. They didn't even flinch at the gruesome state of his corpse. There was a distinct sense of hush around them. They looked more like federal agents than local cops. Mara murmured that they might well be FBI. She whispered to me that she suspected a cover-up. Maybe they didn't want the press sniffing around, or perhaps something more sinister. I returned to my cabin, my head in a day, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped my keys. I didn't see Darman anywhere, but I felt him, that same intangible presence. The next day I found a note nailed to my door. Jonas, the forest can be a home or a grave. Decide quickly. There was no signature, but I didn't need one. I tore the note down, my heart pounding. Over the next few days, Mara and I tried to find LLA. We feared for her life, or rather the lives of anyone she might encounter in her deranged state. It wasn't so much out of pity, though part of me still hoped she could be saved, but because we knew her possessed strength posed a lethal threat. Our search took us through ravines and over ridges I'd never crossed. We found more eerie signs, black smears on trees, more carvings of that horned figure, scraps of shredded clothing. Then we found Lila's footprints leading into a shallow cave system. Inside, the reek of decay was almost too much to bear, and there was another body, half-eaten, slumped near the cave entrance. The face was unrecognizable. My stomach lurched. Mara covered her mouth, tears gleaming in her eyes. She turned away, cursing. We knew LLA had done this, or that monstrous force controlling her had, and as we retreated from the cave we saw a figure standing on a distant ledge, Damien. He glanced at us, the wind whipping his dark hair across his face. Then he vanished behind the rocks. We rushed to follow, but he was gone. Yet somehow I could still sense him, like a predator who'd watched us with cool amusement. Days bled into nights. With each passing sunset I felt the forest itself was warping, taking on the darkness swirling around Darman. The few remaining off-grid folks in the area retreated deeper into their huts or shacks, unwilling to speak of the rumored horrors. I once caught a glimpse of LLA at the edge of the clearing near my cabin. Her eyes glowed a DLL red and she disappeared into the woods, leaving me gasping. Then everything came to a head. I was awakened one night by furious banging at my door. When I opened it, I found Mara pale, frantic. She'd discovered new victims near one of the streams, and it looked as though Lila had attacked them. She also had evidence that Damien had been orchestrating things behind the scenes, markings on the victims that matched what we'd seen on the trees, along with strange footprints. She insisted we confront him together, and whatever monstrous hold he had on this land, we armed ourselves. I carried a hunting rifle, she her service pistol. We followed a trail of symbols etched into tree bark. Each one pointed deeper into the densest part of Flathead National Forest. The moon was low, partially hidden by swirling clouds. Eventually the trees opened into a wide clearing beneath a sheer rock face. Candles flickered in a circle on the ground, forming a makeshift ritual site, and there, at the center, was Damon Roa. He wasn't alone. Lila's stood beside him, eyes unfocused, hands trembling. A dark presence seemed to swirl around them. Damien turned to us with that chilling grin. "I knew you'd come," he said, voice echoing strangely in the clearing. "Let her go." Mara demanded, her pistol aimed. "Stop whatever you're doing." Damien's gaze flickered from me to Mara. "We all have demons," he said quietly. "I'm only showing you what you truly are." Lila staggered forward, arms reaching toward us like she wanted help, but then the possession seized her again. She roared, lunging at Mara. A gunshot rang out. Layla jerked, but still tackled Mara to the ground. I fired my rifle into the air, desperate to distract her without hitting Mara. The moment Leia's attention shifted to me, Mara kicked her off. LLA hissed, stumbling in the circle of candlelight, eyes blazing with hatred. "You don't have to be like this, Elle," I yelled, though I wasn't sure she could even hear me. That's when Darman raised his arms, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. The air seemed to crackle and a bitter smell filled the clearing. Leela collapsed to her knees, shrieking. I felt an unimaginable pressure in my skull, as if something was attempting to invade my thoughts. Mara fired another shot, this time aiming at Damien, but he simply stepped aside impossibly fast, as though guided by some preternatural reflex. Mara and I exchanged a look. We realized we might not win this confrontation in a straightforward way. She nodded, and together we rushed at Darman, each from a different angle. He laughed, but the sound was twisted, layered like the hiss of a dozen serpents. LLA convulsed foam at her lips, arms flailing. Damon eyed her with something like contempt, then turned to meet my charm. We collided my shoulder, slamming into his chest, and we both tumbled to the ground. As we grappled in the dirt, I glimpsed a flash of red in his eyes. His lips curled into a snarl that bore no resemblance to the calm persona he'd shown before. In that moment, I genuinely believed I was wrestling with something not human. He spoke words that made no sense to me. They rayed across my mind like claws. Panic clawed at my throat. Mara circled behind us, kicking him hard in the ribs. He let out a sharp hiss, seizing the chance. I pressed the rifle muzzle to his chest, trembling so badly I almost couldn't keep a grip on it. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw Lila stand bent at an unnatural angle and rushed toward me with terrifying speed. I braced myself, certain she'd tear me to shreds, but at the last second she jerked to a halt, as though something in her was fighting back. She spat blood on the ground, then collapsed. Darman took advantage of my distraction. He twisted his body free, rising fluidly as if unaffected by our assault. He glared down at LLA. Almost disappointed, Mara raised her pistol, but he moved again with that unnatural speed, vanishing into the darkness beyond the clearing. Silence fell, broken only by Lila's ragged breathing. We tried to help her, but she was ashen, eyes rolled back. She mumbled incoherent fragments, then went limp. I wasn't sure if she was dead or just unconscious. Mara checked for a pulse, found it faint. We decided we had to get her out, maybe to some medical facility or to someone who could help break that possession. But as soon as we lifted her, that pair of black SUVs appeared, headlights cutting across the forest floor. Men in dark suits, the same ones who'd taken Silas's body, emerged. One barked order for us to step back, confiscating our weapons. They loaded LLA onto a stretcher. Mara demanded to know what they were doing. They flashed credentials, claimed they were taking over the investigation. Then the last man to approach us said softly, "Best you forget what you've seen tonight for your own safety." His words made my stomach twist. He looked at me like I was something disposable, a witness to be silenced. Mara tried to protest, but the man stepped close. I caught a faint whiff of stale cologne and cigarette smoke. "We've been watching you too," he said. "Believe me, some truths aren't meant for the public. Let it go." And just like that, they disappeared into the forest with Layla's unconscious body. The SUVs bumped across the rough ground, headlights shrinking into the distance until darkness swallowed them completely. Mara and I stood there, stunned hearts pounding. We'd come so close to stopping Darman, maybe saving LLA. But it felt as though we'd lost to something bigger, more secretive than we could handle. In the following days, official press releases denied any suspicious incidents. Silas's death was labeled a wild animal attack. No mention of Leia Darman was nowhere to be found, and I was left with the dreadful sense he was still out there waiting. The forest no longer felt like my sanctuary. It felt cursed. I decided to leave. I packed my essentials, loaded them into my old pickup, and prepared to abandon the cabin I'd built with my own two hands. Mara came by to say goodbye. Her own expression was conflicted. She wasn't sure if she could stay in her role as forest ranger any longer. She'd seen too much lost, too many illusions about the place she once left loved. On my last night, I dreamed of a distant flickering fire and heard Damien's voice calling my name, mocking me. I woke in a cold sweat, convinced I saw him standing by the window, though I couldn't be sure in the morning. I didn't wait to confirm anything. I just started the truck engine and left. I don't know if I escaped or merely delayed the inevitable. Even now, whenever I close my eyes, I see Lila's contorted face, Silas lying in a pool of blood, Darman's eyes reflecting that impossible glow. I recall the cryptic men who took the bodies, the stench of cover-up. Some part of me wonders if Damien truly was the devil himself, or if he was just a man possessed by something we can't name, something ancient and malevolent that roams in deep forests feeding on desperation. This is what happened to me in Flathead National Forest. To this day, I struggle with nightmares and guilt. Perhaps I should have done more. Forced the truth out, alerted the media, tried to save LLA from that monstrous fate. But the fear is still there, lurking just beneath the surface. Fear that nobody would believe me. Fear that the forces orchestrating these horrors are more powerful than any of us. The uneasy hush that followed, the quiet acceptance by the locals and the abrupt closure of investigations, all point to a well-practiced pattern. Something is at work in those woods, wearing many faces, and it remains free. If you ever find yourself near Flathead, be careful. The pines are lovely, the air crisp and pure, but there's a darkness that clings to the ancient soil. Watch for footprints, strange carvings in the bark. Watch the edges of your campfires. Light should you see a man with dark hair and unsettling eyes. Do not let him close, do not offer him shelter, do not follow him into the shadows. Some evil once invited in, won't let you leave so easily. My name is Jonas Mercer, and this was the worst mistake of my life. I'm still living with the terror it left behind. The only solace I have is that I made it out, physically at least, but part of me never did. Some nights I think I can hear Damien's voice calling from the silent woods, echoing in my dreams, reminding me that what we faced in Flathead was merely the tip of something larger and infinitely darker, and I pray that no one else ever answers that call story too. My name is Cassidy Monroe, and I was 32 years old when this happened in October 2024. If I hadn't gone out to Joshua Tree National Park, I might have managed to convince myself that the world was mostly rational. But what I experienced there tore apart every notion I had about reality and about the people we think we can trust. I had rented a rundown trailer on the northern outskirts of the park, a good distance from the main roads. My plan was simple: live quietly off the grid for a while, away from the city, away from the noise and, most of all, away from the memory of how I'd been burned by the people I trusted. In my old life, I used to be an investigative journalist for a local paper in Los Angeles, focusing on corruption stories that needed digging and grit to uncover. I was good at it, but I learned the hard way that the ones wearing badges or suits weren't always the good guys. I'd uncovered a scandal, exposed it, and watched a few powerful people get publicly shamed. But in the fallout, my best friend at the paper was coerced or threatened into revealing my identity as the source. I was the sacrificial lamb to keep the higher-ups happy. That betrayal turned me into a pariah, and before I knew it I'd lost everything. My job, my reputation, and the last shreds of faith I had in authority. That's why I ended up alone in Joshua Tree with my dog Luna, just trying to rebuild Luna. My German shepherd was my anchor. She had been with me through all the ups and downs, staying by my side even when I was sleeping in a friend's spare room. After I lost my job, when I decided to move to that desolate trailer, she followed without question. Her big brown eyes mirrored my own sense of weariness. We both needed space to heal, or so I thought. In October, the desert still held on to its summer heat. By day, the sun glared down on the sands, and by night the cool winds swept through the bizarre rock formations and spindly Joshua trees. There was an otherworldly beauty to the place. The twisted, cactus-like Joshua trees stretching against the star-heavy sky made me feel like I was walking in a dream. I spent my first days exploring the park's lesser-known trails, trusting Luna's keen instincts to keep us safe from rattlesnakes or scorpions. We'd wake before dawn to beat the heat, trek through the stony paths, and then retreat to shade. By noon in the evenings, I'd sit outside with a small fire watching the horizon fade into purple twilight. It was peaceful. Until the first night I heard that strange laugh. Half in the distance. I was dozing, half in and out of sleep when Luna started growling. It was a low, menacing rumble, the kind she reserved for genuine threats. I sat up listening. At first I heard nothing but the wind. Then there it was, a faint giggle, like a child playing hide and seek. It floated on the breeze, high and distant but unmistakable. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned the darkness, heart hammering. Luna's ears were pinned back, every muscle in her body tense, yet I saw nothing. Eventually the laughter faded and the rest of the night was silent. The following morning I met Martin Reyes, a park ranger who dropped by my trailer. He was in his early 40s, lean and a little weathered by years in the desert sun. He wore the usual ranger's uniform, green pants, tan shirt, broad-brimmed hat, and a quiet, almost most guarded smile. "You're Cassidy Monroe?" he asked, glancing down at his clipboard. "I have your permit here for the trailer. Everything in order should be." I said thanks for coming out. He squinted at Luna, who was pawing the dirt near a rock. Nice dog, German Shepherd. Yeah, that's Luna. I said she's friendly as long as nobody messes with me. He gave a faint grin, then handed me some flyers about fire restrictions and local safety. A few folks have gone missing out here in the last year. Martin said hikers, mostly just to keep your eyes open. It's easy to get lost, or you know. I waited for him to elaborate, but he changed the subject, telling me about the best trails to take if I wanted scenic views of the valley. As he walked off, something in his manner left me uneasy. He was polite but evasive, like he knew more about those missing hikers than he let on that night. I heard the giggle again. This time it was closer. Luna woke from a dead sleep and started barking. I could make out what looked like a boy around 8 or 9 in dusty clothes too big for him. He stood still and stared at me with the widest grin I had ever seen. "Hello," I called. "Are you lost?" He took a step forward. Luna bristled, barking louder. Something about this kid set every one of my nerves on edge. There was nothing outwardly wrong with him except that smile. It never shifted or faded. It was an unbroken arc that made his face look wrong. Stretched. "I'm little Sam," he said. Voice cheerful, echoing in the stillness. "Want to play?" It was well past midnight, far too late for a child to be wandering alone. "Where are your parents?" I asked. "Are you hurt?" He shook his head. That grin unwavering. Then, without another word, he turned and ran off, disappearing behind a squat boulder. I sprinted after him, Luna at my heels, but once we rounded the rock he was gone. It was impossible. Nothing but open desert and no sign of him. It felt like I'd stepped into a nightmare. The next day I hiked a trail that led me to a lower ridge dotted with short, scraggly bushes. Part of me hoped I'd run into Martin or someone else to ask about a boy named Little Sam, but the trail was deserted. Midway, Luna tugged on her leash and led me off path, barking and whining. I followed her through a thicket of low cacti until I saw what had drawn her attention, an old campsite. The tent was collapsed, half buried in dirt. A battered pair of hiking boots lay scattered, one upright, the other torn. I found a torn jacket, stiff with age. In a corner there was a shredded backpack with a half-faded name tag. I knelt to read it. H. Colton. Dust coated everything, but when I shifted the backpack a handful of bleached bones spilled out from beneath. I jumped back, my stomach lurching. It was impossible to say if they were human bones. They were small, but I couldn't be sure. My heart thundered. Someone had either died here or been attacked, but the state of the site suggested this had happened long ago, or maybe not. I snapped some photos with my phone thinking I could ask Martin about them, but I was also aware that if I called the local authorities they might rope me into an investigation. I'd never escape. I'd spent enough time dealing with crooked cops. Still, if it was a murder scene, I couldn't just leave it unreported. I decided to speak to Martin first. That afternoon I ran into another local, Elena Vargas, a small energetic woman in her late 20s who guided visitors on desert tours. She was leaning against her jeep near one of the visitor centers, rummaging through a box of pamphlets. "Your Cass, right?" she said, offering a friendly wave. "I hear you're living out near the old trailer park by the boulders." "I am," I said. "How you know?" Martin mentioned a new resident. "Not many folks settle out there. I'm Elena, by the way. I do guided tours, help with historical sites, that kind of thing." "You look shaken. Are you okay?" I hesitated, then told her about the old campsite and the bones. Her face paled. "I've heard rumors about weird stuff out there, disappearance, strange sightings, mostly from older residents who talk about a child, ghost, or a demon, depending on who's telling the story. They say he appears as a little boy named Sam. It's probably folklore, but I guess everything starts from somewhere." I told her I'd seen that child. The memory of his grin made my skin crawl. She looked rattled but offered to help. "If you want, I'll come check out the campsite. I've got a local map. We can see if it matches any known missing hiker records." We drove out to the spot, but by the time we arrived the desert wind had shifted sand over much of the area. The backpack and the bones were almost buried. Elena carefully pulled back some of the sand, just enough to see the remains again. She swallowed hard. "I'll let Martin know." "Okay, The rangers need to see this. Before sunset we parted ways. I hiked back alone with Luna. As night fell, a heavy sense of dread hung over me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the bones were from some unfortunate camper, but the question remained, what was that child doing out here? Why had he shown up around my trailer? Later that evening Martin arrived unannounced, banging on my trailer door. He looked nervous. Elena told me, "You found something. Let's go out there now." I shrugged on my jacket, grabbed my flashlight and led him to the site. The sun was gone and the eerie silhouette of the Joshua trees swayed under the moonlight. When we got there, Martin crouched examining the half-buried campsite with the detached gaze of someone who'd seen it all before. He took a deep breath. "This matches some old stories." He finally said there have been a few missing hikers. One was named Henry Colton, a school teacher. They never found his body. That was 4 years ago. He paused. "We get vanishings from time to time. People blame the desert extreme heat, dehydration, you name it. But Cass, there's more. Some folks talk about smuggling rings or human traffickers. We're close enough to certain highways. The park can be a good hideout." His mention of traffickers made me flash back to the giggling child. Could criminals use a kid to lure victims? The idea sounded insane, but so did the notion of a demon in the shape of a boy. Either way, it was terrifying. "What are you going to do with this information?" I asked. "Officially I'll report it," Martin said, "but I have a feeling not much will be done. Resources are limited and certain people want to keep the park's reputation clean. Tourism matters a lot around here. Any mention of missing hikers usually gets hushed up." That sounded all too familiar to me. "Hush it up, look away." Anger festered inside me. We returned to the road in silence, parted ways at my trailer. I didn't trust Martin entirely, but at that point I had no better allies except Elena. That night I couldn't sleep, so I stood outside with Luna scanning the darkness for any sign of little Sam. All was quiet until around midnight when I heard a scream from somewhere off in the distance. It started low, then escalated, echoing across the rocky plains. I jumped into my old SUV, adrenaline surging, and drove toward the sound. Luna barked excitedly in the passenger seat. I had no idea what I'd find or if I'd regret going. I reached a narrow dirt road that snaked between massive boulders. There my headlights illuminated a figure stumbling across the sand, Elena. She was wide-eyed, panting, hair disheveled. I slammed on the brakes. "Elena, what happened?" She clutched the side of my car, breath ragged. "I heard a child laughing," she said, voice shaking. "Then men. They grabbed me. They were armed. I managed to slip away. I think they're carrying something or someone. Oh God, Cass. I think they're traffickers." Just then headlight swept around the bend behind her. A large black pickup truck roared into view, dust billowing. I yanked Elena into the passenger seat, told her to hold on and floored the accelerator. The truck gave chase, bounding over the rough dirt road. The desert flashed by in a blur. My heart slammed against my ribs as bullets pinged off the rocky ground. Luna barked wildly, the truck's beams reflecting in her terrified eyes. We managed to lose them by veering into a narrow crevice between giant rock formations. The pickup screeched to a halt behind us. I killed the engine and lights, and we waited in tense silence as the men got out searching with flashlights. At one point a beam of light grazed the trunk of my car. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't see us. After what felt like hours, the men cursed, got back in their truck and left, but the memory of their furious shouts and the rattle of gunfire stayed with me. Elena started to cry. They had a child with them, but I don't know if it was the same boy you saw. I heard the kids' laughter, though it was so wrong, Cass. They were working together. That kid was acting like a decoy, leading me into a trap. As soon as it was safe, I drove Elena to her place near the park boundary. She insisted she'd be okay, but I knew she was shaken. We agreed to talk to Martin to see if the rangers or even the local sheriff could intervene. Yet part of me doubted anyone would reel criminals or something worse. Either way, it was more than a tourist-friendly town would want to handle. The next morning I woke early to search for more evidence. I hiked near where Elena said she'd been grabbed. Sure enough, I found fresh tire tracks, footprints, and signs of a struggle, shoe marks in the sand, broken branches, something that looked like dried blood. Luna sniffed around anxiously. My phone had no signal, so I decided to head for the ranger station. Maybe I'd find Martin, or at least some backup. On the way, I almost tripped over a ragged piece of cloth that looked like part of a t-shirt. It was smeared with blood. I bagged it, feeling uneasy. Near the edge of the path was a shallow indentation, like something had been dragged. My mind spun, with possibilities each more horrifying than the last, when I got to the ranger station. Martin was there along with a tall man in a plain black suit who introduced himself as Agent Stanfield from the FBI. My stomach churned. What was the FBI doing in Joshua Tree, Miss Monroe? Martin said, lips tight. Agent Stanfield is here about the missing persons. We're cooperating fully. Stanfield nodded curtly. We've had reports of smuggling activity in these remote areas. The desert is used as a corridor sometimes. We appreciate your help. I wasn't sure if I trusted Stanfield any more than Martin, but I handed over the cloth and told them everything. Martin listened carefully, occasionally glancing at Stanfield when I mentioned Little Sam. The agent expression flickered with something like recognition or worry, but he quickly hit it. Thank you for your cooperation, Stanfield said, then turned to Martin. We'll need to keep this under wraps. We don't want to cause public panic. The phrase made my blood boil. People are dying. I snapped. This can't just stay buried. That campsite I found might be evidence of a murder. Stanfield's gaze sharpened. We'll investigate, he said briskly, but we have to handle this properly. Have you encountered anything else unusual at that? Martin quickly interjected. Cass thinks there's a child out there, possibly working with the traffickers. Stanfield's jaw tightened. A child, sure, understood. The conversation ended abruptly. I was dismissed on my way out. Martin caught my arm. Stay close to your trailer, he said in a low voice. Keep Luna inside at night, you might want to arm yourself. His eyes darted to Stanfield before he whispered. Cass, be careful, I shouldn't say more. I planned to head straight home, but first I wanted to check on Elena. She lived in a small adobe house near the park's western entrance, a place she often used as a base for her guided tours. Her Jeep was parked outside the driver's door, ajar. I called her name but got no response. Luna sniffed at the ground, ears perked. The front door to Elena's house was unlocked. I pushed it open. Stepping inside, the living room was in disarray. Books scattered, chairs overturned, half-drunk coffee spilled on a table. My heart clenched. Elena, I called, voice echoing. I searched every room but she was nowhere. On the kitchen floor I found scuff marks that looked like a struggle. My mind raced. Had the traffickers come for her or something else? I found no sign of forced entry, though, no broken windows or kicked-in doors. It was as if she'd opened the door for someone she trusted or someone who didn't need force at all. I dialed her number straight to voicemail. Panic and anger surged inside me. I called Martin but there was no answer. Called the ranger station, no response, with no one else to turn to. I grabbed Elena's Jeep keys from a hook by the door and drove her vehicle out toward the same boulder-strewn desert track where we'd been attacked. Luna stood in the passenger seat, ears forward. I had no plan, just a desperate desire to find my friend. The sun beat down mercilessly as we navigated the rough trail, dust swirling around us. Eventually the path opened into a wide desert basin with bizarre towering rock piles. In the distance I spotted movement. Someone crouched near a small cluster of cacti. I killed the engine and got out quietly. Luna at my side, drawing closer, I realized it was Martin, hunched over a battered figure lying in the sand. Martin, I called softly. He whirled around, eyes wild. Cass, don't come closer, but I did, my throat tightening at the sight before me. The battered figure was a woman. Her limbs were twisted unnaturally, eyes vacant. She was dead. I recognized her face, one of the local guides. I'd seen her at the visitor center once or twice. A dark red gash strewed her temple. My stomach perched. Who did this? I whispered. feeling tears threaten. Martin pressed his lips together, shaking his head. I found her like this. There's been an escalation. These traffickers, or whoever they are getting violent. The FBI is on the verge of. A noise broke through our conversation, a raspy breathing from behind a boulder. I motioned for Martin to stay put as I circled around Luna. Following, when I peered around the rock, I saw a man, one of the local desert-dwelling types. His skin tanned, leathery from the sun, eyes glassy. He was crouched in a strange, twisted position. Then abruptly he lunged at me, screeching something in an unrecognizable language. Luna jumped between us, snarling. The man's eyes were full of madness or something else. Martin came running, yelling at the man to calm down, but the man's face contorted with a malevolent grin reminiscent of that chilling smile I'd seen on little Sam. Then, shockingly, he turned on Martin. Before Martin could raise his arm in defense, the man snatched a knife from his belt and buried it in Martin's shoulder. Blood spurted. Martin cried out in agony, stumbling backward. I grabbed a fallen branch, swinging it at the maniac's head. The blow landed, knocking him sideways, but he snarled like an animal rising again. Luna bared her teeth, lunging. She clamped down on his forearm, forcing him to drop the knife. He howled, and in that moment, I saw something flicker across his features like a shadow twisting behind his eyes. Then he laughed, the same hollow, chilling laugh I'd heard at my trailer. It shouldn't have been possible. The sound was childlike, but it came from this grown man. After a desperate struggle, the man shoved Luna off and bolted across the desert, fleeing with inhuman speed. Martin, pale with shock, tried to stanch the blood, soaking his shirt. I pressed my hands over the wound, panic gripping me. That man is possessed. Martin gasped. There's no other way to explain it. My mind reeled. Possession was nonsense, right, but the memory of little Sam's fixed smile, the unnatural vanishings, the man's violent outburst all hammered away at my skepticism. I helped Martin to my car and we drove to the nearest ranger substation. Agent Stanfield was there, calmly scrolling through messages on his phone. When he saw Martin bleeding, he motioned for a paramedic who was waiting outside. As they treated Martin's wound, Stanfield pulled me aside. Look, Miss Monroe, I need you to understand something, he said, quietly scanning the area to ensure no one else listened. There are more dangerous powers at work here than you realize. We suspect there's a ring operating in these parts, smuggling, trafficking, possibly more, but there have also been unexplained events. I've been assigned to contain the situation. Contain? I asked sharply. People are dying. My friend Elena is missing. Is that part of what you call containing? His expression remained cold. Trust me, these are not normal criminals. There's something else fueling their actions. We can't have mass hysteria, so we keep it out of the headlines. We investigate quietly, do what we must. Before I could argue, he stepped away to talk to the paramedics. My anger flared. I'd seen cover-ups before, but not involving what felt like supernatural horror, and Elena was still missing. I left Martin in the care of the paramedics and climbed back into Elena's jeep with Luna. Spurred by desperation, I returned to the desert alone, pushing deeper, eventually parking near a group of craggy hills. My plan was to search any caves or hidden trails for signs of where these traffickers or that possessed man might be hiding. It was reckless, but I couldn't leave Elena to her fate. As dusk settled, the desert glowed under a red sky. Luna and I climbed the rocky slopes, the wind whistling eerily through the brush. That's when I heard it, the faint echo of a scream. My blood iced. I followed the sound, picking my way through boulders until I reached a hidden ravine. There a small opening led into what looked like a natural cavern. I crouched, pressing my ear to the darkness. Another scream muffled. My heart pounded as I crawled inside Luna. Right behind me, a flickering flashlight beam revealed a cramped space, the walls lined with crumbling sandstone. Toward the back, the cavern widened. I crept forward, each step stirring fine dust. Suddenly a shape lunged from the dark, a man with wild eyes brandishing a knife. He slashed at me, but I ducked. Luna's snarl erupted and she lunged, forcing him back. I shone my flashlight, spotting a second figure in the gloom. A woman tied up gagged Elena. she moaned, thrashing against her restraints. The man advanced again, snarling in a language I didn't understand. I swung the flashlight, cracking him across the jaw. He fell sideways with a grunt, but not before raking my arm with the blade. Pain burned, but adrenaline pushed me on. I grabbed a rock and hammered it down on the man's temple hard. His body went limp, shaking. I rushed to Elena, undoing the knots, while Luna guarded us. Elena sobbed, leaning against me in relief. Her wrists raw and bleeding, they said. They said a boy told them where I lived. They believed he was some sort of guide. Oh God, Cass. I helped her outside into the waning light. She trembled, collapsing on a stone. There are more of them. She managed there. Armed she broke off face, contorted with terror. We needed to leave, but my blood ran cold as I heard the sound of footsteps outside, multiple footsteps. One of them was light, almost playful little Sam. I turned off. My flashlight signaled Elena to be silent. We ducked behind a boulder inside the cave entrance. Luna crouched, muscles tense by the faint evening glow. I could see a handful of men in the cavern mouth, faces I recognized from the chase with the pickup truck, and in front of them stood little Sam, smiling with that same chilling grin. I could hardly breathe. I'd never felt such raw, instinctive fear. The men looked like hardened criminals, but each had a vacant, glassy stare, like they were enthralled by the child. Little Sam scanned the darkness, his face half illuminated by the dim red of the setting sun. Then, in a lilting sing-song voice, he said, "I know you're here, Cass. It's time to come out." Elena squeezed my hand so hard I thought my bones would crack. One of the men raised a flashlight, sweeping it across the cave walls. Slowly they edged toward us. I thought about the gun stashed in my jeep. Uselessly far away my mind raced. How could we possibly fight them all? A roar shattered the tension from behind the men. Another figure appeared, letting out a primal scream. It was the possessed man who had stabbed Martin. His eyes burned with the same malevolence that flickered in Sam's. For reasons I still don't understand, the man attacked the criminals with savage force. A chaotic struggle broke out. Shouts, screams, and the wet crunch of bones split the dusty air. In the confusion, Elena and I seized. The moment I yanked her toward the exit. We sprinted outside, stumbling down the rocky slope. In the last traces of twilight behind us, we could hear the men fighting. Gunshots echoed. The possessed man howled and, above all, that little Sam laughed. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw the child standing amid the violence, his grin unwavering, as if he was amused by the carnage. We made it to Elena's jeep, hearts pounding. I floored it, swerving around boulders until we reached a main dirt road. On the way, Elena clutched her head, sobbing, repeating how she saw them kill someone else in the cave, that they were planning to move her across state lines. My arm was bleeding from the knife slash, my ears still ringing with gunfire. But we were alive, and that seemed like a miracle. It was nearly midnight when we reached a small ranger substation. Inside we found Martin, pale but bandaged, arguing with Agent Stanfield. Martin rushed to help Elena, guiding her to a chair. I gave a frantic, breathless account of what happened at the cave. Stanfield's face darkened. He grabbed his radio, barked orders to someone on the other end. "You're not going out there?" I asked, voice shaking. "We need a search team." "Oh, we'll take care of it," Stanfield said, matter of fact, "but keep quiet about the child. Understand, if word gets out about some demon boy, we'll never hear the end of it." That was the last straw. "People are dying," I spat. "Your job is to protect them, not bury the truth." Stanfield's eyes flashed. "My job is to protect the country from chaos. Miss Monroe, some truths do more harm than good. Do you think anyone would believe your story about a possessed man and a demon child? Let the FBI handle it." Before I could protest further, Stanfield signaled for me to leave. Paramedics carried Elena and Martin into another room to receive proper medical treatment. Luna followed at my side, her hackles still raised. Early the next morning, more law enforcement descended on the region. Accompanied by unmarked SUVs, they set up a perimeter around the desert area where we'd found the cave, but everything beyond that point was kept out of my view. Drones buzzed overhead. Helicopters scoured the rocky hills. The official statement: they were sweeping for drug traffickers, nothing more. I tried to contact a journal friend from my old life, hoping someone would blow open the story, but every time I got through I was either disconnected or pressured by higher-ups into silence. The local sheriff's office refused to comment. Stanfield's people told me that the matter was resolved, that they had neutralized the threat, though they refused to say how. There was no mention of a child, no mention of dead bodies or a possessed man, no mention of Elena's kidnapping, except that she was found unharmed, armed. Within days, everything was cleaned up with terrifying efficiency. The only evidence that remained were my wounds, Elena's trauma, Martin's bandaged shoulder, and the haunted memories etched into our minds. When I returned to the trailer, I found an official envelope pinned to my door, a notice that the area was being reclaimed for conservation and that all non-essential residents were to vacate immediately. I had 2 weeks to leave. Just as I was packing my things, Martin appeared, his arm in a sling. He handed me a folder stuffed with documents, maps, and old photographs. I found this in Stanfield's office. He said, voice hushed its records of other incidents. People claimed they saw a child. Some described it exactly like you did. The FBI has known about it for years, but they can't explain it. They just come in and hush it up whenever people get hurt. But what is it? I asked. Flipping through the documents, there were photos of the same child in different decades, never aging, always with that fixed smile. I don't know, something evil. Martin said something older than the park itself. Maybe it feeds on fear or it uses these criminals. Either way, Stanfield men are covering it up. They do it to protect the image of the park and avoid mass panic. My eyes burned with rage and sorrow. I'm tired of secrets. I won't help them hide this. Martin gave a weary shrug. I don't blame you, but be careful, Cass. If you try to expose them, they'll bury your story or bury you if it comes to that. His words echoed the betrayal I'd suffered years ago. I thought about Elena, who was on the verge of a breakdown after what she'd gone through. Maybe speaking out would help us find closure. But I also knew from hard experience how unstoppable these cover-ups could be. I took the folder from Martin and thanked him, unsure what I'd do next. 2 days later I left Joshua Tree with Luna by my side. As we drove away, a swirl of desert dust kicked up behind us, the twisted trees shrinking in the rearview mirror. My wounded arm still throbbed and my nightmares were filled with that child's grin. I'd never found the closure I sought. Instead I'd unearthed horrors, both human and inhuman, that defied everything I thought I knew. I don't know if little Sam survived that FBI raid or if the demon simply found a new host. Maybe someday another campsite will be discovered with half-buried remains, another terror-laden story whispered by the locals. All I do know is that evil wears many faces, childlike, adult, official, and that sometimes the ones we expect to save us only make sure we never learn the truth. I'm still grappling with my next move. Part of me wants to send the folder's contents to every journalist in the country. Blow the lid off the entire operation, demon or not. Another part of me is afraid. After all, I've already lost my job, my friends, and nearly my life in the pursuit of truth. I'm not sure how many more hits I can take, but I can't live with myself. If I stay silent, maybe I'll post it all anonymously or slip it to someone who won't back down, someone who has enough power or guts to challenge a system bent on keeping dark secrets hidden, because if I learned anything in Joshua Tree, it's that there are worse things out there than criminals or corrupt authorities. Sometimes evil itself wears a child's smile, and if we don't speak up, that evil just keeps on smiling long after the desert sun sets and the rest of the world sleeps in blissful ignorance. Story 3. My name is Eli Turner and I was 36 years old when these events took place in August 2022. I've replayed them in my head so many times that some nights I think I'm still out in that desert, half buried in scorching sand, listening for whispers on the wind. I went to White Sands, New Mexico, for solitude. Instead, I found something that not only defied reason but also revealed just how far human cruelty and desperation can go when aided by a force far darker than I ever imagined. This is my account of everything that happened. As best as I can remember, I'd saved for nearly a decade to buy a small plot of land skirting the abandoned testing grounds outside White Sands. The land was cheap, deemed worthless by most folks. No water source, no electricity, and too close to areas once rumored to be part of military experiments. For me, that remoteness was the point. I was trying to escape a life that had become suffocating, a series of losses, a divorce, and a world that no longer made sense. My cabin was nothing fancy. 4 walls, a roof, a small solar setup, and a threadbare generator that rattled like it might explode any second. The harsh summer days were punishing. By noon I'd drench a rag with warm water just to place on my neck, hoping not to get heat stroke. The desert night, though, was strangely cold and silent, except for the wind that never really stopped. At first that wind felt like a lullaby, but that sense of quiet comfort wouldn't last long. One sweltering afternoon I was unpacking groceries from my battered pickup when I noticed something odd in the sand. It looked like someone had drawn a long black streak with a giant charcoal pencil, but the shape was too irregular. I crouched down, letting the gritty sand run through my fingers. It wasn't mere soot. It felt like the ground had been burned. I checked for signs of a brush fire or lightning strike, nothing. The streak stretched almost 50 yards, curving lazily like a snake before disappearing into the dunes. I didn't know what it meant then. I wish I could have told my past self to walk away, pack up the truck and never look back. That was the first sign. The second sign arrived a wee later. I woke one morning to find the side of my cabin peppered with similar scorch marks. They formed jagged lines, some swirling in patterns that reminded me of twisted runes. I ran my hand across them, stunned at how deeply burned into the wood they were. The generator was off and there had been no lightning storms, no electrical mishaps. Part of me wanted to believe I was the victim of vandals, maybe local teens messing around, but the shapes were unnervingly precise, almost like they had a purpose. To calm my nerves, I drove into the nearest township, a dusty strip of old storefronts and a half-dead gas station. I got a coffee from a roadside diner, planning to ask if anyone had heard about weird vandalism out near the old testing grounds. That's where I met Rico Alvarez, a local in his early 40s who recognized my truck as the one always seen heading way out past the highway. He was lean and worn from years of desert living, but his dark eyes held the kind of fierce intelligence that demanded respect. "You, the one living off-grid past the old bass?" he asked, nodding toward my coffee. "Yeah," I said. "Name's Eli Turner." He introduced himself and seemed oddly concerned. "Strange place to settle. You see anything unusual?" I shrugged, recalling the markings, scorch marks on the ground on my cabin. "Maybe punks out in the desert with nothing better to do." Rico let out a mirthless chuckle. "You'd be better off with punks. Could be a lot worse than that out there." He never elaborated on what worse meant, only gave me a pat on the shoulder and slipped away with an air of warning that left me uneasy. At that moment I still clung to rational explanations. I drove back to the cabin and spent the rest of the afternoon stacking sandbags around the perimeter. Maybe I was paranoid, but I thought it might deter anyone creeping around at night, if indeed it was human. That night I experienced my first run-in with something I can only describe as otherworldly. It was close to midnight and I was sitting on the porch, a lantern at my feet, casting a soft glow. The wind picked up, causing the lantern flame to flicker. I heard this distant growl or moan carried on the breeze. My skin prickled, every nerve on edge, thinking it might be a coyote or a stray dog. I grabbed my old rifle from inside, but as the wind shifted I caught a glimpse of something across the dunes. Long, limbed, impossibly fast, and with eyes that glowed faintly red. I blinked, doubting my own vision. When I looked again, it was gone, but the wind had turned disturbingly warm, as if it blew straight from an open furnace. For the rest of the night I stayed awake, rifle clutched in my hands, eyes scanning the horizon by dawn. My porch smelled like sulfur. The next day was when Marla Jensen showed up. I was outside half crazy, with exhaustion, about to start the truck and drive anywhere else. She came ambling up the dirt track with a light backpack slung over her shoulder. Late 20s, maybe early 30s, wearing dusty cargo pants and a tank top, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She had a confidence about her that was almost disarming. "Hey," she called out, waving as if we were old friends. I lowered the rifle I'd been carrying but kept it in my hand. "Can I help?" "Your name's Mara." She said I was passing through the area and noticed your cabin. She gestured behind her. "I'm on foot looking for someone who knows the land you come recommended." I had no clue who might have recommended me. I'd only met Rico once, and that hardly constituted a reference. Still, Mara had a smile that felt genuine enough, and I was in no state to be rude. I offered her some water and a chance to sit down. She seemed too at ease for someone wandering the desert. "You see anything strange out here?" she asked casually, sipping from a canteen. I handed her. "Strange is one word for it," I replied. "You?" She shrugged. "There are stories about this place, about energy fields, old curses from after the bomb tests. People talk. I'm sort of a researcher, you could say, looking for anomalies." I wasn't sure I believed her story any more than my own eyes believed what I saw the night before. But it was a relief to see another human face. So, I offered her a spot to set up her small tent if she needed it. Mara thanked me and we settled into a wary kind of companionship. She was surprisingly knowledgeable about desert survival, pointing out safe plants to eat, discussing the area's geography. That night we cooked up a simple dinner and she chatted about the myriad legends swirling around the region by sunrise. I felt a marginal sense of hope. Maybe I wasn't losing my mind, but by mid-morning that hope was gone. I had planned to show Mara the scorch marks that snaked across the sand near the cabin, only to discover they had multiplied, forming new patterns that led off in the direction of some old, abandoned buildings. Her face paled. She traced a few lines with her fingertips, wincing at the heat. "Something's drawn to you, Eli?" she whispered, "or maybe it's already here." I didn't have time to dwell on her ominous words because that afternoon Rico arrived. He drove up in a battered Jeep, dust trailing behind him like a comet's tail. He hopped out, looking more agitated than before. "I tried to warn you," he said without preamble. "Did you see anything else? Hear anything?" Murrin and I exchanged glances. "We've seen scorch marks," I said. "Heard noises." Rico spat into the sand. "Takes a different form for everyone out here. Some people call it a demon as wrath." He said the name as if it burned his tongue. "I've known folks who claim it's an EXP experiment gone wrong. Others say it's older than any government test." My rational mind balked, but the last vestige of skepticism was fading fast. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. He ran a callous hand over his stubble. "Because, man, I've seen bodies, friends, neighbors, and I don't want yours to be next." That was the moment everything shifted. Rico was no longer just a cautious local. He was someone who had witnessed horror firsthand. He told us about having scouted the desert for lost hikers, once stumbling across remains so charred and twisted they were barely recognizable as human. I felt sick to my stomach hearing him describe that scene, but also compelled to know more. "This demon," Asra, Mara ventured. "Can you tell us how to stop it? Or maybe how to stay safe?" Rico stared at the horizon, lost in a private terror. "I haven't found a way yet, but I suspect the old base. There's something there that might help." He wouldn't elaborate, but mentioned that since the government had used the nearby land for secret tests, they might have hidden records or technology that could weaken whatever haunted these sands. The plan forming in my mind was desperate. Gather evidence of Usra and bring it to people who could help. But who? The local authorities, the FBI? Rico frowned. "They'll come, sure, but not to help to bury it." That night I had the worst dream of my life. I saw Usra in the flesh, a towering, lean, limbed figure with a face that radiated scorching heat. Its eyes blazed with an intelligence so malevolent it paralyzed me. When I woke I was gasping for air, my t-shirt soaked in sweat. Mara was standing at my bedside, eyes wide. "You were screaming," she whispered. I staggered outside for fresh air, only to find footprints, long, oddly shaped, almost clawed, leading up to my door. The prints then vanished into the desert. Whatever I had dreamed, it had been close enough to leave tracks. The next day, Mara, Rico, and I decided to search the abandoned buildings by following the scorch marks. They lay maybe 2 miles from the cabin, relics of a time when the government tested bombs and other unspeakable weapons. The trek was brutal under the midday sun, the wind whipping sand against our exposed skin. As we neared the crumbling structures, the heat intensified unnaturally and the breeze carried that same sulfuric stench. We found the first body near the twisted remains of a chain-link fence, a pile of bleached bones draped in scraps of clothing. My stomach lurched, judging by the tattered backpack and a few scattered personal items. It had been a hiker, or maybe a drifter. A battered plastic driver's license half melted, read Clint Morrison. Rico mumbled a quick prayer under his breath while Mara stood stone-faced, eyes flickering with a complicated emotion I couldn't decode. Beyond the fence stood a low concrete structure half buried by drifting sand. Its entrance was sealed by a rusted metal door. We forced it open with an iron bar. Inside corridors stretched deeper underground, every surface layered with dust. The air was suffocating hot, as though something alive radiated from below flickering overhead lights. Long dead swayed in the stale air. We explored carefully, stepping around the debris of old offices, upended metal desks, shattered glass piles of moldering papers. Everywhere we went we saw signs of scorching walls, blistered floors cracked by intense heat. Finally, we came across a small lab. The door hung off, its hinges blackened around the frame. Inside we discovered battered filing cabinets and a row of what looked like charred sample containers. Most of the files were illegible, but one label still visible read subject to ZRTH. The coincidence was too jarring to ignore. Esra. I muttered aloud. Rico's eyes narrowed. This place might be where it came from, he said, or where they tried to contain it. Mara moved closer to me. Her voice hushed. We should take what we can write documented. I was about to agree when the air changed. A sudden warmth, fierce and burning, slithered through the lab. I heard a low growl, deeper than anything a human throat could produce. Instinctively, I raised my flashlight and for a split second caught a glimpse of a shape crouched in the shadows at the end of the corridor, red eyes glinting. Then in a blur of impossible speed, it disappeared. We ran stumbling out of that underground maze and back into the punishing sunlight. My heart hammered. My throat felt raw with fear. We didn't speak much on the trek back to the cabin. Each of us was lost in personal horror. Yet the sense of resolve remained. I knew we had to do something or end up like the bones scattered by the fence. The following morning, I awoke to a scene of chaos. My front door was unhinged. Scorch marks burned deeper than ever into the walls. The generator was a melted hunk of metal giving off acrid fumes. Mara was gone, her sleeping bag empty. Rico was unconscious in the corner, as though he'd been flung there by some violent force. I rushed to Rico's side. He was breathing, but barely. When he came to, he looked at me with eyes that weren't entirely his own. His face twisted and he lunged forward, hands clawing at my throat. I fought him off, pinning him to the floor. He snarled a guttural sound, eyes flashing with red undertones. My mind screamed, the same word possessed. He spoke with a voice that was not his. I serve, Esra, you will perish. It took everything in me not to run. With a desperate heave, I bashed the butt of my rifle against his skull. Rico collapsed unconscious again outside. The wind whipped up sand devils in the yard. My cabin was now a ruin, but I had bigger problems. Where was Mara? After tying Rico to a chair, painful as it was, to restrain a man who had helped me, I scoured the area for Mara's tracks. They led away from the cabin, heading north, but were soon lost in the swirling dunes. I started my truck half expecting it not to run, but it roared to life. I loaded up supplies, stashed Rico in the passenger seat. Bound though I hated it and drove in search of Mara, I didn't make it more than a few miles before I spotted another vehicle, a black SUV, parked near an outcropping of rock. Several men armed with rifles stood around it. I stopped the truck at a distance, not wanting a confrontation with heavily armed strangers, but they waved me over and curiosity, plus the panic of losing Mara, pushed me forward. A tall man with a shaved head approached, scanning Rico's limp form in my passenger seat with a clinical gaze. "What's going on here?" he asked Turl. I explained that my friend had been attacked and needed help. He introduced himself as Joseph, part of an unnamed group keeping an eye on the region. Something about him felt off. I noticed the distinct bulge of a sidearm beneath his jacket and a military-style posture. One of his companions, a lanky fellow in camouflage, peered into the truck and whistled. "This one's been messed up by something," he said, tapping Rico's forehead. Joseph's eyes narrowed. "We can help," he said. "You're not safe out here. We have a safe house. Bring him." Despite every instinct telling me to bail, I agreed. My nerves were frayed. I drove behind the SUV hoping they actually had medical supplies. We arrived at a dilapidated ranch house near a dry riverbed enclosed by chain-link fence. Inside, the air of stale cigarettes and body odor, several more armed men lounged around, eyeing me suspiciously. That's when I saw Mara. She stood in a corner, arms crossed, glaring at me. Beside was another man, overweight, with a thick mustache, rummaging through a duffel bag of what looked like narcotics. My gut twisted. So these weren't good Samaritans. They were traffickers, drug dealers, using the remote desert as a smuggling route, and Mara seemed to know them. Joseph cleared his throat. "Your friend's not possessed, he's just delirious from the heat or something else." He shot Mara a glance. "You want to fill him in?" Mara approached me, her earlier warmth replaced by stony resignation. "I'm sorry, Eli," she said softly. "We needed to make sure you'd lead us to that old base. We've been looking for something, a certain power. I didn't think it'd get this intense." I stared at her, stunned heartbreak, mixing with horror. "What about all your talk of research?" She shrugged, avoiding my eyes. "It wasn't a complete lie. I just left out who I was really working for." My hands balled into fists. "You lured me out there. You helped me find those files. Show me that creature." Why a flicker of regret crossed her face. "Because we suspect that demon, as Roth, can be controlled, harnessed, and we needed someone on the inside, near the old lab. I didn't think it would come to kidnapping." Kidnapping. The word made me realize how trapped I was. One of the traffickers grabbed my rifle. Another yanked me away from Rico, tossing me against a wall. My head cracked against the plaster and darkness swam around me. When I came to, I was in a cramped basement room. My wrists were zip-tied, ankles bound. Rico was curled up on a dirty mattress, still unconscious or possessed, maybe both. I could hear muffled voices above. Eventually, the door creaked open. Joseph and Mara walked in the overhead bulb, casting harsh shadows on their faces. "We need your help." Joseph began, his tone cold. "We can't handle that thing out there. We lost 2 men last night when they ventured into the dunes." Burned to a crisp, he gestured to Mara. "You found something in those labs, files, or whatever it was. You know more than we do now. So, you're going to help us trap it." I barked out a bitter laugh. "You think you can trap Asra? Do you even understand what it is?" Mara frowned. "I don't fully understand, but the old research suggests it can be contained with some kind of device, partly scientific, partly ritualistic." The notes were incomplete. A wave of grief mingled with anger coursed through me. "You betray me, kidnap me, and now you want my cooperation." Joseph's eyes narrowed. "Look, friend, we're prepared to do whatever it takes. These are dangerous times. The desert's not big enough for the both of us and that demon behind them." Rico stirred in a flash. He lunged at Mara, biting into her arm. She screamed, blood flowing. Joseph slammed him down with the butt of a shotgun. Rico's face twisted and that inhuman voice spilled from his lips, raspy and filled with hate. "The desert belongs to Asra. You cannot contain him. You cannot harness him." Mara clutched her bleeding arm, glaring down at Rico in pure terror. "Oh God," she murmured. "He really is possessed." Joseph wiped sweat from his brow. "We'll handle him, but first we're getting that thing. We've got buyers, powerful men who'd pay a fortune for a weapon like that." My mind spun. These people didn't just want to survive, they wanted to profit, even if it meant enslaving or bargaining with a demonic force. The thought was too insane to accept, but their greed glinted in their eyes. I wondered how many men like Joseph might exist in the shadows, ready to turn the supernatural into a commodity. Before they could question me further, chaos erupted upstairs, shouts followed by gunfire. Joseph barked orders and he and Mara bolted out of the basement, leaving Rico and me behind. Through the small window near the ceiling I glimpsed men running outside. Guns raised, a feral howl cut through the air, a hiss of searing wind rushing over the ranch house. I heard the same guttural growl I'd heard before, only closer, deeper. Asra had arrived. Dust swirled past the window, turning the midday sun into a dim blur. The temperature in the basement soared. Sweat poured off me as if I'd been tossed in an oven. Gunshots cracked relentlessly, then screams. The smell of burning flesh seared my nostrils. Tired as I was, I could only guess. At the carnage upstairs, Rico convulsed on the floor, his eyes rolling back, mouth foaming. I called his name, desperate to pull him back to sanity. Rico, stay with me, fight it. He let out a tortured moan. Too strong. He rasped the edges of his voice, still tinged with that demonic undertone. Free me or kill me, please. I flexed my wrists against the zip ties, feeling them cut into my skin, but I managed to loosen them enough to pull one hand free. I scrambled to Rico's side and did the same for him. He shuddered, drifting in and out of consciousness. Hang on, I whispered. We'll get out of here upstairs. The gunfire died down. I heard a roar like a furnace blasting open, followed by a fine scream. Then there was silence, thick, suffocating silence. I steeled myself, grabbed an old pipe from the corner and inched up the rickety wooden stairs, expecting to find Esra waiting. What I saw chilled me to the core. Every trafficker in the house was dead. Some charred beyond recognition, others contorted in expressions of abject terror. The windows were blown out, shards of glass covering the floor, the walls blackened with scorch marks. There was no sign of Mara or Joseph. The front door had been ripped off its hinges and flung into the yard, which was littered with burning remains of vehicles. Grey smoke drifted across the landscape. I stepped outside, helping Rico hobble behind me. The wind still carried that sulfuric odor. Then I saw Mara. She was lying face down in the sand, motionless. Her arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, the flesh darkened by heat. In spite of her betrayal, my heart clenched at the sight of her. She coughed a faint sign of life. I rushed to her side. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked at me, lips trembling. I didn't know it would be this bad. Eli, I'm sorry. I bit my tongue, torn between rage and pity. Can you stand? She shook her head, tears mixing with the dirt on her face. Joseph took the truck. He left us, of course, the betrayal. Within the betrayal, Joseph must have tried to flee, likely with any money or files he could grab. I glanced around. Flames licked one of the SUVs, rendering it useless. My own truck was nowhere in sight. The entire area was a graveyard in the making. Rico slumped beside me, his face pale, the possession seemingly dormant. We have to get away from here, he murmured. I nodded, hooking my arms under Mara's shoulders to lift her. There's nowhere left to hide. Asra will keep hunting. Mara grimaced in pain. Then we try it. We have to. The notes in the lab said it could be contained. At that point, faced with such hopeless odds, I was willing to try anything. I helped both Mara and Rico into the house's battered remains. We scavenged medical supplies from the traffickers, bandages, painkillers outside. The scorching wind had begun to subside, leaving an eerie calm. While tending to Mara's wounds, I tried not to dwell on everything she'd done. Desperate times, twisted alliances. I still felt betrayed, but this was bigger than us. She coughed and said, I know I don't deserve your help, but if we don't work together, we're all dead. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Suddenly I heard the crunch of gravel outside a dark SUV different from the ones we'd seen pulled up. Men in suits stepped out along with someone wearing a federal badge. My chest tightened, FBI or something else. A tall, imposing man leading the group strode over the corpses without much reaction. Stepping inside the ruined living room, he scanned the carnage, then looked at us. Mr. Turner, he asked, voice calm. I hesitated. Yeah, he nodded. Agent Cole, he said, though he didn't show his badge. We've been tracking events in this region for some time. Please come with us. I felt fear coil in my stomach. Rico, half conscious, tried to get up, but Cole's men promptly drew sidearms. Easy, Cole warned. I realized with a sinking feeling that these men weren't here to rescue us. They were here to clean up the mess, to hide any trace of Usra. Let me guess, I said bitterly, you're going to make sure nobody talks about what happened here. Cole sighed. We're not the villains. There. You have no idea the panic this could cause. For the sake of national security, we contain it quietly, Mara mustering what strength she had sneered. You want to contain it or weaponize it? Cole's expression was incur able, that's classified. The agents rounded us up. We were forced into the back of the SUV. Rico appeared delirious again and Mara was barely conscious. I braced myself for a grim fate, but as we drove off, the desert horizon shimmered and suddenly that intangible wave of heat roiled over us. Sand whipped into a frenzy and the vehicle's tires screeched. As the driver struggled to maintain control, the gust slammed the SUV sideways. Asra was upon us, or at least near enough, that its presence warped the environment. One agent fired blindly out the window, but the bullet might as well have vanished in the swirling sand. The wind roared hot as a furnace. I heard a scream. Then the windshield caved in as a colossal shadow slammed against it. Someone up front yelled, "It's on the hood." Cole scrambled out of the passenger seat trying to shoot at the creature. I managed to push open the door on my side and tumble out, pulling Marlowe with me. Rico was behind us, stumbling in the maelstrom. I saw Asra in the swirling sand, tall and contorted eyes, glowing with a hatred that transcended any human emotion. Gunshots crackled, the muzzle flashes momentarily illuminating the demon's impossibly gaunt features. Then it vanished, reappearing behind an agent. In one move it set the man alight with an aura of intense flame. The agent's screams were lost in the howling storm as his body crumpled, charred beyond recognition. I felt the heat sear my skin. Adrenaline surged through me and I dragged Mara into the dunes away from the battle. Through the stinging sand I spotted Cole, pistol drawn face, aghast. He locked eyes with me, desperation fueling him. "We have to end this," he shouted over the wind. I nodded, though I had no idea how Rico caught up to us. His expression. "Wild, use the device," he rasped. "What device?" I screamed. "Back down in the lab you saw the containers, the notes. They were building something, but there was no time to return to that underground facility." Asra descended on Cole's men, leaving no illusions about who held the power. In a savage burst of wind, their SUV flipped, crushing 2 more agents. Everything about the desert had turned into a nightmare landscape. Sand tore at my face. Smoke and ash choked the air and the temperature soared. Mara forced herself to stand, leaning heavily on me. The only way she managed is to lure it back to the base trap. Maybe the remains of that containment field will still function. Cole must have overheard because he staggered toward us. Half his suit burned away. "We do that. We sealed the entrance, bury it then. No one touches this place." Given the horrors unleashed, it sounded like the only plan. We needed a vehicle, though Joseph had taken my truck, but in the distance, I saw another battered SUV engine running, possibly abandoned by Cole's men. We raced toward it, wind threatening to knock us off our feet. I shoved Mara into the back seat, Rico beside her. Cole jumped into the passenger seat and I gunned the engine. The creature's roar echoed behind us, a rumble that vibrated my skull. We sped away across the uneven desert, tires, spitting sand and gravel. Asra followed. I could feel it. An oppressive heat closing in, a sense of doom so palpable it nearly suffocated me. But the demon didn't strike us immediately. Maybe it toyed with its prey. Maybe it needed some sick game. The base wasn't far. Its lump. Concrete structures soon came into view, slamming the brakes. I screeched to a halt outside the old chain-link fence. The creature manifested in a swirl of flame at the perimeter. Its eyes locked on us. Cole fired a few rounds that did nothing. I hurried to the battered entrance, trying to recall the path we'd taken before inside the underground corridors. The temperature rose with each step. We reached the lab area where we'd seen the half-bird containers. As I scrambled around the remain of desks and cabinets, Mara pointed out a massive steel door in the corner, one I hadn't noticed before. Cole and I pried it open, revealing a hidden chamber. Within it lay a bizarre array of metal coils, each etched with the same twisted symbols I'd seen scorched on my cabin. A musty binder rested on a table, half eaten by mold, but a schematic was still visible. It depicted these coils arranged in a circle connected to a generator and some form of electromagnetic device. The words Containment Protocol, subject to ZR, were stamped on every page. Rico groaned, slumping against a wall. I didn't think he could help. Cole helped me drag the coils into position, forming a ring in the lab center. The problem was the power source. The old generator was rusted and likely non-functional, yet unbelievable. Some backup system must still be alive, because small red emergency lights glowed faintly in the corridor. Mara, leaning on her uninjured arm, typed into a decrepit control panel on the wall. She cursed in frustration. We have partial power. Maybe enough for one short burst. Cole and I exchanged a desperate glance. Then we lure it in and hope. I said. We lit our flashlights, leaving the steel door open. The demon's presence preceded it by seconds, a wave of scorching wind that almost ripped the door off its hinges. Then Asra entered, stepping into the corridor with a supernatural grace that contradicted its monstrous shape. Its eyes locked on us. A hatred so intense it felt like staring into the sun. I backed into the lab, heart pounding so fiercely I thought I'd faint. Asra advanced, each footstep sizzling on the concrete. The ring of coil hummed faintly as I positioned myself behind them. Cole stood near the control panel, ready to flip the switch. Rico lay off to the side, trembling but conscious enough to watch Asra lunged. I dove out of the circle, rolling across the floor, pain shooting through my shoulders in a blur of movement. It stood in the center of the coils, confusion flickering in its eyes. Now I shouted. Cole slammed the switch. A burst of light crackled along the metal coils, arcs of electricity dancing among the runes. A terrible shriek tore from Asra's throat, the most ungodly sound I'd ever heard. The lab's walls rattled and sparks flew from every panel. I crawled behind a desk to shielded myself from the chaos for a moment. I thought it had worked. Asra wired in the electric field, trapped. The swirling heat around it intensified, flames licking the ceiling. Then, with a final ear-splitting roar, the demon exploded into a pillar of fire that shot upward, smashing through the ceiling. Chunks of concrete rained down and darkness swallowed the lab. When the dust settled, I realized Asra was gone, vanished into the night sky or the swirling clouds of debris overhead. The coil ring was twisted and half melted, but the walls of the lab hadn't completely collapsed. An ominous hush hung in the air. Cole panted, stumbled to where I crouched. We need to seal this place now. He grabbed leftover charges from a crate in the hallway, apparently old demolition gear working hurriedly. We positioned them around the lab's perimeter. Rico found the strength to stand and Mara, the wounded, helped lay the wires. We scrambled up the corridors out into the open desert. Cole pressed the detonator. A dull rumble sent the ground trembling and a plume of dust erupted from the entrance. The lab collapsed in on itself. If Asra was still inside, we'd buried it or at least tried to exhaust it and covered. In grime, we stood under the starlit sky. Strangely, the desert had gone still, the wind no longer howling. It felt like a moment of peace. After unimaginable violence, I turned to Cole. What now? He pursed his lips. Now clean up or bury it deeper. The official story will be a gas explosion. Mara managed a laugh. That's your answer to everything. Cole stared at the collapsed base. You have no idea the panic this would cause. I'm doing what I must. As for you three, you've seen too much. I stepped forward, fists clenching. Are you going to kill us? He sighed. It's not my call. Higher ups. One want this quiet, but you did us a favor. If you really did seal that thing before I could respond, a faint rumble echoed from beneath the earth. Almost imperceptible, my stomach dropped. Rico's face contorted in fear. We knew it was no aftershock. Something still moved below. Cole barked into a radio send backup. We're not sure, it's contained silence. He repeated the message, still nothing. The entire region seemed cut off, whether by the demon's lingering influence or the partial destruction of any signal systems. And yet Asra didn't reappear. Perhaps the partial containment had weakened it, forcing it into Dorsey, or perhaps it was biding its time. We never found out. For certain, Cole led us away. Eventually, commandeering a half-wrecked truck that somehow still ran, we drove back toward civilization in a tense, hushed silence. Rico held on to me, muttering prayers. Mara slumped in the back seat, face drawn with guilt, pain, and maybe relief. Cole said nothing, eyes fixed on the darkness. Once we hit the paved highway, a swirl of official vehicles, unmarked black sedans and an ambulance were waiting. Men in suits swarmed us, forcibly separating me from Mara and Rico. I caught a final glimpse of Rico being loaded into the ambulance, hooking him up to fours. Mara was whisked away by a pair of stern-faced agents. Then a man with a clipboard approached me. "We'd like you to sign some paperwork," he said, not unkindly. "Non-disclosure. You understand?" I understood more than he realized. No matter what I signed, I'd never forget the demon's scorching eyes or the horrors I'd witnessed. I was left alone near the blinking lights of a half-dozen vehicles reeling from exhaustion, battered in body and spirit. Over the next few days, they kept me in a temporary facility. Doctors asked me pointed questions about hallucinations, possible drug use, and desert mania. I refused to budge from the truth of what I'd seen. Eventually, an agent with a hollow smile informed me that I was free to go, provided I signed every line they pushed in front of me. I returned to what remained of my cabin. The place was most in ruins. My generator was melted beyond repair. The furniture inside was either burned or broken. In a strange show of bureaucratic efficiency, the authorities had left an envelope on my half-collapsed kitchen table containing a few thousand due in hush money, as if that could erase the memories or the terror of the desert. Sometimes at night I still hear the wind roar. I see flickers of red in the distance, a heat shimmering on the horizon. I don't know if Esra truly remains trapped beneath that old lab or if the blasts only made it angrier. I do know that men like Joseph and organizations like Cole's want power, and they're willing to dance with demons to get it. That's the truth of what happened to me in August 2022, when I was 36 years old. Now I live in a half-rebuilt home, always on edge. Every sunset casts dancing shadows across the dunes, and I wonder if each day might be my last. The hush money sits untouched in a drawer. Sometimes I think about leaving, but I stay as though drawn by some final confrontation yet to come. Perhaps that makes me a fool, or perhaps it's my penance for surviving when so many others did not. I don't expect you to believe any of this, but this is my story, and it's as real as the desert wind that never quite stops blowing. I pray that my nightmares stay buried along with that collapsed underground chamber, because if Esra ever rises again, I doubt I'll have the strength or the luck to face it a second time. Story 4. My name is Jackson Malone. I'm 38 years old. This happened in November of 2023 in the remote stretch of Colorado's Rocky Mountains. If you asked me why I picked that particular place to find peace, I might have told you it was because I'd heard how the Rockies could remind a man of his insignificance. Towering granite walls, endless pine forests, and howling winds can humble you. I used to think that kind of isolation might help me forget the ghosts of my past. I was wrong. I was a soldier. Once saw too many of my friends die in places far from home. When I finally got discharged, the noise of cities made it impossible to sleep. I felt penned in by crowds, stared at by strangers for reasons I couldn't name. So I packed up my truck and headed toward the mountains, believing the solitude might be my cure. The cabin I rented online was tucked so deep in the wilderness that just finding it became an exercise in survival that isolation was supposed to be my refuge. Instead, it almost killed me. On the day I arrived at the cabin, the wind had a bite to it. November in the Rockies meant early snow in the higher elevations, so I was happy. The cabin sat at a somewhat lower altitude. It was a small, rough-hewn place with a porch out front, a single wood stove inside, and little more than a cot and a few shelves for storing supplies. I carried in a trunk full of dried goods, ammunition, first aid essentials, and a few personal mementos. I couldn't bear to leave behind. As a veteran, I liked things neat and squared away, and by nightfall I had everything in order. That first night, I swore I heard an odd cry echoing through the trees. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, maybe a mountain lion, maybe just my imagination. But something in that sound made my skin crawl. I remember standing on the porch in the cold moonlight, searching the dark pines for movement, my breath fogging the air. The forest was silent, too silent. No rustle of small animals, no chirping of birds. It felt as if everything had retreated, as if nature itself was holding its breath. It wasn't long after that uneasy night that I met Cassie Ramirez. She was around my age, maybe mid-30s, and had a certain energy that was impossible to ignore. I came across her while gathering firewood near the edge of the property. It was one of those encounters that nearly ended in me raising my rifle if she hadn't called out in time. She was dressed in a heavy jacket and a knit hat. If you like the video, don't forget to leave a like and a comment. See you on the next videos. Her breath visible with every word. Cassie said she'd been hiking in the area. She'd seen smoke from my cabin and hoped I was just a friendly neighbor. She had no fear in her eyes, only curiosity and an almost reckless confidence. She had a warm smile too, the kind you don't see often, the sort of person who easily charms you with conversation. We got to talking. She offered that she was out here to find herself, though she was vague about her past, something about leaving behind a life in Denver that hadn't worked out. She mentioned a fiancé or a boyfriend at some point who'd hurt her emotionally or otherwise. It wasn't clear and she didn't elaborate, so I didn't pry. In turn I told her a bit about my service, how I was just looking for quiet. Cassie knew the area well and clued me in on which trails were safe, which ones to avoid because of rock slides or avalanche risk. A small part of me was relieved to have a local point of contact. Within a few days I also reconnected with an old friend, Mark Sullivan, Sully, as I'd always called him. He was another military veteran who had served in the same unit. We survived a hellish deployment together, and after that we'd drifted in and out of each other's lives. Turns out, he'd been battling his own demons in the city and decided to join me for a few weeks in the wilderness. Fresh air is cheaper than therapy, he joked, though I knew he was only half kidding. He showed up in a battered SUV with enough rations to feed an army, and we settled into an easy rhythm in the cabin, reminiscing about old times and trying not to dwell too much on the nightmares that sometimes visited us. At night, Cassie dropped by, periodically checking on us or sharing tips on where to find the best fishing spots or hidden streams. She was good company and, despite my usual mistrust, I found myself relaxing a bit around her. Sully seemed to enjoy her visits too, so we welcomed the break from the otherwise lonely days. But it wasn't long before we noticed the strangeness. It began with small clues. Sully and I found odd markings carved into tree trunks along a trail leading up a ridge. They were symbols, twisted circles, crude triangles with lines cutting across in intricate patterns. I couldn't read them, but something in me bristled, as if my instincts were warning me. Nearby we stumbled upon a half-buried backpack. Inside were personal belongings, a wallet without cash, a phone with a dead battery, and a journal scrolled with notes about traveling from Chicago to find spiritual clarity in the mountains. The last journal entry was dated 3 weeks prior. We didn't see a body, but a disturbing amount of dried blood and shredded clothing told a grim story. We carried the backpack home, intending to bring it to local authorities at the nearest town, but the nearest town was hours away and phone reception was non-existent around the cabin. When Cassie came by later, she examined the symbols we'd sketched. Her expression changed instantly. She looked anxious, glancing over her shoulder at the woods as if searching for watchers. Then she shook it off and told us that there were old legends about strange cults in the area, something the older locals whispered about. She said that sometimes people talked of figures in the forest, folks who never came down to civilization. I asked if she believed those stories. She laughed but didn't answer. 2 nights later I found something else: scattered animal bones near the stream, arranged in strange patterns. It looked ritualistic. The hair on my neck prickled. Sully and I decided to do a more thorough search the next day for any sign of other missing hikers or more evidence. That turned out to be the biggest mistake of our lives. We pushed deep into the woods, heading in the direction of those carved symbols. The forest was thick and quiet. After a few hours we discovered what was left of an abandoned campsite: torn tents, a half-burnt sleeping bag, gear strewn about as if people had fled in terror. Dried blood stained the ground, along with footprints in the mud that disappeared into the undergrowth, but no sign of actual bodies, human or otherwise. As we searched the area, the unmistakable stench of rotting flesh led us to a small ravine behind some thick brush. At the bottom we found the remains, bones, sinew, scraps of clothing. At first I thought it might be a bear's kill, but as we looked closer it was obvious this was human. We found a half-torn shirt that matched a photo from the backpack's journal. Fear turned my stomach into ice. Something terrible had happened here and we were standing in the middle of it. I told Sully to keep watch while I gathered what little evidence I could: scraps of fabric, a shoe, anything that might confirm how many people had died. Then, as if on cue, a branch snapped behind us. We spun around, weapons drawn. We saw no one, but I swear I caught the briefest glimpse of movement through the pines. Someone was watching us, someone who didn't want us there by the time we got back to the cabin. It was late afternoon. Cassie arrived not long after carrying a pack that rattled with supplies. When we told her what we'd seen, she went pale. She hesitated, then mentioned rumors of a group living in the deep wilderness, rumored to be involved in cannibalism. Locals sometimes call them the butchers, but people around here mostly treat it like a ghost story, she said quietly. Her expression said she didn't find it so unbelievable anymore. That night none of us slept well. At some point I heard the strangest chanting in the distance, carried on the wind. I yanked my boots on, grabbed my rifle and hurried onto the porch. The chanting was faint but unmistakable. Sully joined me, scanning the tree line with night vision binoculars. We'd kept from serving days. He saw nothing, but the chanting continued off and on, always too far to see where it came from. We woke at dawn to the sight of a man standing in front of the cabin, arms raised. He was unarmed, wearing tattered outdoor clothing, stained with mud and blood. His name was Devon Holtz, but people called him Doc. He lifted his hands in a plating gesture: "Don't shoot." He rasped. Sully and I kept our rifles level anyway. Doc said he was a local outdoorsman who'd been living further up the ridge. He claimed he'd been attacked by masked lunatics and barely escaped. He'd heard we were around. Maybe he saw our smoke or stumbled across our tracks. We let him inside, though I kept a watchful eye on him while Cassie tended to a nasty gash on his shoulder. Doc was shy about details, but he talked about a group led by a man who called himself Ragnar. He has influence, Doc said, his voice trembling. I don't know how else to describe it. People follow him like he's some sort of prophet, but it's all wrong. They kill, they. His voice choked. I didn't press. I could see the terror in his eyes. We decided that day we'd make a plan to get out. We'd take our evidence photos, the items we'd collected, down to the nearest law enforcement station and alert them to the possibility of a murderous call. But the roads in and out of the mountains weren't straightforward, especially given the early snow. Cassie said she'd accompany us, seeing as she knew the local terrain. Doc insisted on coming too. He said the cult would be searching for him. He was as good as dead on his own. So we packed our gear, readied our rifles and set out early in the morning. We never made it to the main road. While traversing a ridge lined with thick pine, we were ambushed. Figures and crude masks emerged from behind tree trunks. They moved fast, wielding axes, spears, homemade knives. Their eyes, visible through the masks, showed nothing but a cold, methodical intent. They came at us silently, the only sounds being footsteps crunching in snow. We fired back, but there were too many. Cassie screamed as two men grabbed her, dragging her behind a boulder. I heard Sully shout my name and then the butt of a rifle slammed into my temple. I toppled, vision exploding with stars. When I came to, the fight was over, my head throbbed and blood trickled from a cut on my brow. Cassie was huddled nearby, trembling, and Doc was crouched beside a tree, eyes darting around in panic. Sully was gone. The cult had taken him. I saw footprints leading away from the ambush site, heading deeper into the forest. I felt my heart pounding in rage and terror. Without Sully we were down a fighter and he was my best friend. I refused to let him die out here, not like this. Cassie was shaking uncontrollably. She muttered something about how they wouldn't hurt him if we cooperated. I asked what she meant. She averted her eyes but didn't respond. I had no time to dwell on it. I told Doc and Cassie we had to track them. They'd left a trail and we had enough daylight to follow, though we risked walking into a slaughter. Despite the risk, we pressed on. Night fell too quickly. We lost the trail. At the entrance to a shallow cave system, hidden behind a camouflaged rock outcrop, a rancid stench wafted from inside like rotting flesh. My gut twisted. The entrance was guarded by torchlight and we could see at least one cultist standing watch. Cassie and I looked at each other. I steeled myself. Muzzle of my rifle pointed forward, preparing for the possibility of having to kill quietly. We took out the guard. One shot muffled as much as possible. The man fell with a soft grunt, but we knew others must have heard. We ventured deeper into the cave. What we found inside was worse than any war zone I'd ever seen. The walls flickered with shadows cast by torches. The stench was overwhelming. Tunnels branched off in multiple directions, some leading to small chambers where we glimpsed horrifying sights. Human bones heaped in corners, butchered remains strung up like trophies. Puddles of old blood stained the floor. I nearly vomited, but sheer fury and determination kept me moving. Cassie stayed close. Her breathing shallow. Doc hovered behind us, muttering quiet prayers. We heard it chanting, echoing through the tunnels, a low, rhythmic murmur that drew us toward a larger cavern. We pressed ourselves against the wall and peered in, and that's when we saw him, Ragnar, the butcher, tall and imposing, his face obscured by a gruesome mask fashioned from bone and leather. Around him, cult members knelt in reverence. In the center of this cavern was a battered Sully tied to a crude wooden post. Unconscious or too weak to struggle, I wanted to rush in, guns blazing, but Doc held me back. "Wait," he whispered. "They'll kill him. We need a plan." So we waited, hearts pounding. Then, to my horror, I watched Ragnar place his hands on Sully's forehead, chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Sully moaned. The gathered cultists swayed as if in a trance. The atmosphere felt charged, oppressive, almost supernatural. It was more than just a group of killers. It felt like they were trying to invoke something vile beyond flesh and blood. Then, in the torchlight, I noticed one cultist twitching. He wore a mask fashioned to resemble a wolf's snout. He jerked violently and some unholy growl rattled in his chest. Ragnar seemed to be directing some kind of force toward him. The cultist's, eyes visible through the mask, rolled back. He began thrashing, convulsing, letting out an inhuman shriek. Cassie gripped my arm and I could feel her trembling. Doc swore under his breath. "He's possessed." He gasped as if he believed it was the only explanation for what we were seeing. The cultist tore off his mask, revealing a contorted face that didn't look quite human anymore. He lunged at another kneeling acolyte, ripping into that person's neck with his teeth. The acolyte collapsed in a wash of blood. The other cultist scram, trembled away in horror, but Ragnar watched with a strange fascination. It was madness incarnate in the confusion. I whispered for Cassie and Doc to follow me. This was our chance. If we could slip around the edge of the cavern and get Sully out, maybe we'd stand a chance of escaping alive. The cult was distracted, trying to restrain the possessed man. In the flickering torchlight, I managed to reach Sully, who was conscious but delirious. Come on, buddy," I murmured, cutting the ropes with my hunting knife. He groaned and slumped forward. I pulled his arm around my shoulder. Cassie and Doc guarded our retreat weapons at the ready. That's when Cassie whispered, "Wait." She paused, glancing toward Ragnar and the possessed cultist, who was still shrieking and lashing out. I could see the conflict on her face. She looked terrified, but there was something else there too, remorse. She mocked eyes with Ragnar for just a second. I sensed a history between them, a shared understanding that chilled me before I could process it. Cassie hurried us forward. I told myself I must have imagined that. Look. We managed to slip out of the cavern, but the second we entered the tunnel leading to the surface, we were confronted by more cult members. Charging in the fight was vicious and quick shots rang out, shots echoing off the stone walls. One cultist's head snapped back. As Cassie pulled the trigger, Doc swung a flashlight like a club. I fired until my magazine was empty, feeling the recoil jolt my bruised shoulder. In the chaos, a female cultist lunged at Doc with a knife, but her eyes were dead. As if she wasn't fully in control of herself, Doc dropped her with a frantic shot. His face etched with horror. We burst out into the night air, dragging Sully with us. Our lungs burned, our hearts hammered. Snow was falling softly, a grotesque contrast to the hell we just escaped. We didn't have a real plan, just an urgent need to get away. Cassie led us through the dark forest, winding around fallen logs and jagged rocks with uncanny precision. The adrenaline was wearing off. Sully stumbled half-conscious and we half-carried him. Suddenly Cassie stopped. She turned to us, tears in her eyes. "Listen," she said, voice trembling. "They're not going to stop Ragnar. I need to go back. Maybe I can get him to call them off." I stared at her like she was insane. She insisted she had a past with these people, that she knew how to keep them from hunting us. She begged me to keep moving. "Trust me," she pleaded. "I'm doing this for you and Sully. I'll hold them off. Just get him to safety." I didn't trust it, but I also didn't have many options. Sully was badly hurt and we couldn't afford another battle. "Fine," I said, my voice hoarse, "but meet us back at the cabin or at the ranger station, if you can." She nodded, turned, and disappeared into the snowy darkness. I watched her go, a knot of suspicion and guilt twisting in my gut. We didn't get far before we collided with another horror. As we struggled back toward the cabin, we found yet another grisly scene, a small clearing with a fire pit that was still smoldering. Around it lay scattered human remains in varying states of mutilation. As if the cult had feasted here. I swallowed B and Sully groaned in pain. Doc looked like he was about to pass out. We pressed on, forcing ourselves not to dwell on the carnage. When we finally reached the cabin, dawn was breaking. I sank down onto the porch exhausted, while Doc went inside to tend to Sully's wounds. I closed my eyes for a moment, wondering if Cassie would show up, half expecting a bullet in my back at any second. But the forest was quiet, haunted by an early morning fog. That eerie hush was broken by the unexpected arrival of vehicles bouncing up the rugged trail. 2 black SUVs, the kind used by federal agents, rumbled to a stop in front of the cabin. Men in dark jackets stepped out, scanning the area with practiced caution. Their leader, a tall man with a cold stare, flashed a badge FBI. They took one look at Sully's wounds and the blood on my clothes, and the questions began. "We need to know exactly what's going on here," the leader demanded. I told him about the cult, the caves, the bodies. Another agent, a wiry woman with a face like stone, pulled me aside and asked for evidence. I gave her the photos I'd managed to snap on my phone. She studied them, her expression unreadable. Then she walked away to speak with her colleagues in hushed tones. I started to suspect something was off. They seemed too calm, too prepared. Nobody looked shocked or even surprised by my account of cannibalism and murders. Doc tried to explain that we needed urgent medical evac for Sully, but the agents ignored him, focusing on me. Their eyes were uncomfortably intense, as if they were studying me for weaknesses. Eventually, the lead agent returned. "We've secured the area," he said in a clipped tone that made my skin crawl. "We'll handle the aftermath for your own safety. We advise you to remain silent about this matter until we've concluded our investigation." I frowned, my anger rising. "What do you mean? Remain silent? People are dead. My friend almost died." The agent just repeated, "We'll handle it. The official statement will be that you encountered wild animals, possibly a bear. You'll confirm this if asked." It wasn't a request. I realized then that they weren't here to help us. They were here to cover it all up. The men in the cult, the bodies, maybe the FBI or some other agency had known about them all along, and for reasons I could only guess, maybe politics, maybe hush money from powerful people, they wanted it buried. My fury nearly boiled over, but I forced myself to keep calm. We had no chance against federal agents if they decided to turn on us, so I nodded, stiffly forcing down the bile in my throat. Later they radioed in a helicopter for Sully. Doc went with him, determined to ensure Sully got proper treatment. As for me, they told me to stay put at the cabin. "We'll be in touch," the agent said. Then the SUV doors slammed and they drove off. I realized that Cassie was still out there, lost in the forest, or possibly back with the cult. A wave of dread passed over me. If the FBI was covering it up, they'd either kill the cult or strike a deal. I doubted Cassie's safety was a priority to anyone but me. I waited days anxiously expecting Cassie to appear on the porch or for the FBI to return and tie up loose ends. The mountains were eerily quiet again, as if the forest itself was trying to forget the whore. Eventually I hiked out to the nearest ranger station wanting to call the local sheriff and talk about the murderers in the caves. But when I arrived, 2 more men in black jackets were waiting. They politely but firmly escorted me back, saying the area was under federal jurisdiction for an ongoing investigation. No mention of the cult or the murders. They just repeated wild animal attack. That's the narrative, understand? Sully reached me by phone a week later. He'd recovered enough to call from a hospital in Denver. He said the FBI had questioned him repeatedly, pressuring him to confirm the story of a bear attack. He was told Cassie didn't exist in their records, that no one else had been found. He was furious, but the threat was implied. If he didn't keep his mouth shut, there'd be consequences. "They're burying it, Jack," he whispered. "They said it's bigger than we know." I still don't know if Cassie made it out alive. Part of me wants to believe she did, that her disappearance was just part of the federal cover-up. Another part of me thinks she may have gone back to Ragnar willingly, or that her betrayal ran deeper than I could comprehend. Maybe the cult forced her, or maybe she loved someone within it. That look she shared with Ragnar in the cave. I still see it in my nightmares. As for Doc, I never saw him again. There are rumors he vanished from the hospital shortly after Sully was admitted. The FBI apparently questioned him too, but the official line was that he chose to move on of his own accord. Sully says he doubts that. They probably made sure Doc didn't talk. He told me once, voice shaking, "I can't prove it." Of course. That's how these things go. Months have passed and I'm still in the cabin. Everyone thinks I'm insane for staying, but I can't bring myself to abandon this place. It's like I'm chained to the horror, unable to walk away without answers. Sometimes I patrol the perimeter with my rifle at night, half expecting to see those masked figures among the trees. If the cult still exists, they're quieter than ever. No more chanting, no more strange carvings. The forest has reclaimed its hush. It's a different kind of dread now, like I'm living alongside a beast that pretends to slumber, waiting for the moment to rear its head again. I've given up on justice or closure. The FBI shut me down. The local sheriff's office said they have no jurisdiction and no reason to investigate. A few newspapers tried to follow up on rumors of missing hikers, but they got nowhere. It's all been quietly swept under the rug. I sometimes wonder how many other horrors like this lie hidden in the American wilderness: cults, killers, things we can't even name, and how often it's all brushed aside for reasons beyond our understanding. So this is my truth. I'm a broken veteran, clinging to a cabin in the Rockies, haunted by visions of a friend in chains, a woman who vanished into darkness, a cult chanting for blood under torchlight, and the knowledge that entire federal agencies would rather keep the secret than protect the innocent. There's no moral at the end of my story, no neat resolution, just emptiness, regret, and the memory of seeing my best friend bound to a post in a cave dripping with the blood of other victims. If you're reading or hearing any trace of this, I hope it makes you think twice about the quiet places of the world. Sometimes what seems peaceful and healing is hiding a rotting core beneath the surface, and sometimes, when you try to bring that rotting core into the light, powerful forces are waiting to shove it back into the dark. I remain here, rifle by my side, listening for footsteps in the snow and chanting in the wind. I've learned that evil can flourish in isolation, and I've learned that you can't always rely on the system to fight it. The only thing left is to endure, to stay alive, and to remind myself each morning that, although the nightmares never really end, I haven't let them break me. Not yet anyway. Story 5. My name is Ethan Delgado. I'm 35 years old. This happened in late October of 2023 near White Sands, New Mexico. Even now, as I try to make sense of it all, I can't believe I was a willing participant in my own nightmare. Yet it happened, and although I wish I could just dismiss it as a horrible dream, the scars on my body and soul say otherwise. I had come to White Sands for one reason: solitude. I'd grown tired of the noise of city life, the endless barrage of meaningless obligations and disappointments. My plan was simple: build a small off-grid homestead in the heart of the desert, far enough from everything that the only sound would be the wind howling across the dunes. I craved the emptiness, even if it came at the cost of scorching days and freezing nights. I'd done my research and saved enough money to keep myself afloat for a year or so, relying on solar power, collected rainwater when we were lucky enough to get any, and my own survival skills. I was never one to shy away from physical labor. I suppose it was my way of atoning for mistakes that still haunted me. Things I would have done differently if life gave duvers. When I arrived that October, I made the mistake of telling a few old acquaintances about my plan. One of them was Mason Briggs, whom I called Mace. He was the type who always seemed to hover between cunning, charm, and subdued menace. I used to think Mace and I were friends, but there was a restlessness in him I could never quite pin down. Mace offered to help me settle in. He said he had some expertise with building structures in tough environments. I was hesitant at first, but also grateful. Constructing a homestead alone is grueling, even for someone as determined as me. A couple of days after I arrived and began to stake out my plot, Mace rolled up in a battered pickup with enough equipment to impress me. It felt good for a moment to see a friendly face out in the middle of nowhere. He gave me a tight grin and said, "You look like you could use the help, Ethan." I nodded. I didn't realize how desperate I was for human support until he arrived. Over the next week we started laying the foundation for a small cabin. Those days were scorching and relentless, but I found peace in the manual labor. Mace, on the other hand, seemed more interested in exploring the desert itself. He would disappear after lunch, driving off or wandering into the dunes with a camera and a handheld GPS. When I asked where he was going, he shrugged it off, claiming he was fascinated by the emptiness of the place. Late one afternoon, as we were packing up our tools, we were approached by a woman named Elena Yazzie. She was tall and lithe, her long dark hair braided neatly. She introduced herself as a local guide, someone who took visitors through the desert and taught them about the history of the land and the myths passed down through her family. She seemed friendly, if a bit cautious, but there was an underlying urgency in her voice when she warned us not to wander too far at night. I thanked her for the advice. Mace just asked, "What's there to be afraid of exactly?" His tone was dismissive, but Elena never broke eye contact. She replied, "The desert has its own guardians. Some welcome you, some do not." She gave a small nod and walked off in the direction of a dusty SV parked a few hundred yards away. After that, days passed in relative calm until the first unsettling sign appeared. We started noticing that some of our tools, the nails, the hammers, small personal items, went missing or were found in odd places. At first I chalked it up to exhaustion or desert winds knocking things around, but it became too consistent to be an accident. I'd set a wrench down next to the foundation, only to find it stuck upright in the sand an hour later, as if displayed by an unseen hand. One night I woke to faint sounds drifting on the wind, something like a cross between a coyote's yelp and a human scream. Goosebumps prickled my skin. I looked out of my tent but saw nothing except the moonlit expanse of sand. Mace was awake too, crouched at the edge of his tent flap. He gave me a questioning glance. I shrugged and we both lay back down. Eventually I slipped into restless sleep. The next morning Elena visited again. This time her face looked more tense than before. She found me filling up a water containers for my improvised rain barrel. "Ethan," she said carefully, "strange things have been happening lately. The desert's been disturbed by something I noticed." Mace loitering behind me, listening. "What sort of something?" I asked. Elena hesitated. "I can show you if you want." We followed her about a mile east where the land sloped down into a shallow gully. The morning sun highlighted a series of grotesque footprints in the sand, deep and elongated. They looked neither fully human nor fully animal. Jagged edges, like claws, marked the ends. Some prints overlapped, as though the creature had been pacing in circles. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Even Mace, who usually seemed unfazed, frowned. "No way, that's a coyote," I muttered. Elena knelt, tracing the shape of the print with a trembling finger. "We call it Red Claw," she said. Barely above a whisper in our stories, it was once a person, a shapeshifter, consumed by evil. They say it wanders at night searching for souls. To claim Mace let out a derisive snort, though his eyes never left the footprints. "Local legends," he said, as if the mere phrase explained everything. Elena's gaze shot to him and a flicker of anger crossed her face, but she said nothing more. We walked back to camp in silence, an uneasy tension settling between the three of us. Over the next few days I kept finding more anomalies, half-buried tufts of matted fur, the remains of rabbits and jackrabbits placed in strange positions. The desert itself seemed to resent our presence, each new discovery sending a shiver of dread through me. At night the howls grew more frequent, sometimes punctuated by a guttural croak, unlike anything I'd ever heard. Despite the unease, work on the homestead continued. Ma's absences grew longer, and when I pressed about it, he dodged the question. Sometimes he claimed he was collecting samples for a geological project. Other times he said he was scouting new building sites. Whenever I asked to come along, he brushed me off with a manufactured grin. I didn't like it, but I had to focus on survival. Building a structure that could withstand desert storms and the merciless sun wasn't easy with just 2 pairs of hands. Then came the day we discovered the old outpost, or rather the day Mace led me there. He showed up before dawn, practically bursting with excitement. "Ethan, you've got to see this," he said, guiding me far from our campsite. After nearly an hour of trudging across dunes, we reached a derelict building, half sunk into the shifting sands. Graffiti covered the crumbling walls and rusted barbed wire surrounded what might have once been a small courtyard. Inside the stale air of neglect, we stepped over broken glass and scattered debris. There was a row of dark stains on the floor. Could have been old oil spills or something far worse. In a corner we found a tattered backpack and a single hiking boot. That was unsettling enough, but then I spotted bones in a partially collapsed side room. My heart lurched as I realized they were human femurs, picked clean and left in a small pile. I nearly vomited, stepping back to the courtyard to compose myself. Mace watched me with an inscrutable expression. I expected him to be horrified, but he seemed more curious than anything else. I demanded we call the authorities, but he lowered his voice and said, "Ethan, we should be smart about this. You call the cops. They'll treat us like suspects. The best we can do is keep our heads down for now." It was a chilling, rational, but fear clouded my judgment, and I let him convince me that we should just leave the place undisturbed. His hand was trembling, though he wasn't as calm as he wanted to appear. We hurried out of there, but the damage was done. The images of those bones burned into my mind, refusing to let go. It must have been that same evening when Elena arrived again, breathless, eyes wide. She told me a friend of hers had gone missing, a fellow guide who'd last been seen near an abandoned outpost. I suspected it was the very same building we'd found. When I told her, Elena pressed her hand to her mouth, fighting tears. "You have to come back with me. We need to see if there's anything that belonged to him." Mace, lingering in the shadows, shook his head. "It's not safe." He tried to dissuade Elena from going, but she was determined. The raw emotion on her face mirrored my own anxiety. Eventually, I agreed to take her. We decided to leave at first light. The next morning, though, I woke up to find that Elena was gone. Her truck still parked nearby, her footprints leading off into the dunes. There was a struggle evident in the sand. Drag marks, scuffed footprints, signs of a brief but violent confrontation. My mind went numb. I yelled for Mace, frantic, but he was nowhere to be found. I grabbed my flashlight, water, and a hunting knife and began searching for any clue of Elena's direction. That was when Mace reappeared, panting, his eyes wild. He claimed he had spotted someone dragging Elena away, but he couldn't catch up in time. I was furious with him for not waking me sooner, but we had no time for blame. We followed the tracks deeper into the desert for hours. A relentless wind kicked up dust devils, making it almost impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I started to panic. I had no idea how far we'd strayed from our campsite. As evening fell, we came upon a rocky ravine. Tucked in its depths was a makeshift encampment, a tattered tent, some scattered supplies and bizarre symbols scrawled on rocks with chalk or dried blood. My heart thudded when I found Elena's watch on the ground. Its strap torn. I spun around, desperate to find her. That's when I glimpsed Mars' expression. He looked almost triumphant. Before I could question him, he lunged, slamming me against a boulder. I barely kept my head from cracking open on the stone. Rage contorted his features and he spat out words. I couldn't fully process something about awakening the old ways, about harnessing Red Claw's power. I realized in a sickening rush that Mars' interest in the desert wasn't about helping me build a home. He was involved with something older and darker, maybe even a cult that worshipped the Skinwalker. Elena had warned us about. "You're standing in the way," Ethan May snarled. I needed Elena alive. She has knowledge passed down by her people, but you're just here to be a witness. When I tried to wrestle free, he drew a small pistol from his waistband, pointing it at my face. I froze out of the corner of my eye. I saw movement in the tent. My stomach twisted as I caught sight of Elena, bound and unconscious, lying on the ground. Her face was bruised and her arms were tied behind her back. Fury and terror surged through me and I tried to lunge at Mace, but he pistol-whipped me. Darkness threatened to swallow me whole. I must have blacked out briefly, because the next thing I remember was Mace dragging Elena toward a crude altar, a flat rock in the center of the ravine. Ringed by tall candles that gave off a sickly yellow glow, he started chanting words I couldn't understand, calling out to Red Claw. My mind reeled. This was no mere superstition. Mace, or the thing that possessed him, truly believed in the power of this monstrous entity. I heard the unnatural croak echo through the ravine. My blood ran cold. A figure stepped out from behind a boulder, tall, gangly, with limbs that looked bent at wrong angles. Though partially human in shape, it had a face distorted by protruding jaws and sunken, gleaming eyes. Its hands ended in curved claws, each nearly the length of my forearm. The stench rolling off it made me gag. This had to be Red Claw. Mace turned to the creature with a reverent smile. He uttered a string of words, some bizarre incantation, as though welcoming an idol. Red Claw let out a low, guttural hiss and, unbelievably, Mars' eyes rolled back. He stiffened and a moment later a horrible voice emerged. Ed from his throat, raspy, layered, like multiple people speaking at once, it sounded inhuman. The creature advanced on Elena, who had regained some consciousness and was writhing in terror. I summoned every ounce of courage, got to my feet, despite the pounding in my head, and dove toward Mace. I managed to tackle him and we both hit the ground. The gun skittered away overhead. Red Claw's grotesque shriek reverberated through the sea canyon walls. Mars' strength was unreal. As if fueled by that unnatural presence, he tossed me off easily and I landed hard on my shoulder. But the distraction gave Elena enough time to roll away from the altar. While Red Claw lunged for her, I scrambled for the gun. My fingers closed around the grip. The next few seconds were a blur. I fired twice at the monstrous figure. It jerked back, letting out a deafening screech that made my vision swim as the beast recoiled. Mace roared in fury. Clearly in the throes of some possession, he rushed me again. I fired a shot in his direction, intending just to warn him off. But he didn't flinch. The bullet grazed his side and he still kept coming, a snarl, twisting his face out of nowhere. Elena appeared behind him, picking up a heavy rock. With a sickening thud, she slammed it into the back of his head. Mace crumpled instantly. Red Claw, wounded, or at least stunned, let out another haunting wail. It slashed at Elena with its claws, cutting her arm as she tried to dodge. I fired the last bullet, praying it would do something. The shot rang out, echoing in the narrow ravine. The creature staggered, then collapsed onto one knee. Its form shimmered nauseatingly, as if it might shape-shift into something else. With a final snarl, it sank to the ground. Its limb twitching. Dark fluid seeped from wounds in its side. I couldn't breathe. Could this thing really be dying? But as I watched, its body began to shrivel, collapsing in on itself until there was nothing left but tatters of unidentifiable skin. Elena's eyes filled with tears as she hurried to my side, clutching her bleeding arm. Mace lay motionless, blood pooling from his skull. We weren't sure if he was alive, But in that moment it didn't seem to matter. Whatever bond he had formed with, Red Claw had turned him into a willing monster. Elena and I stumbled out of the ravine half mad with shock. We had to get back to civilization, to someone who could help us. But first we needed to find our campsite. It took hours of wandering through the darkness, guided only by the faint glow of the moon, before we recognized familiar landmarks by dawn. We managed to reach my half-finished cabin. I tried calling the authorities, but my phone had no signal out here. Elena used her own satellite phone to contact the local police. Hours later an SUV arrived. Men dressed in plain clothes, though they flashed badges, claiming they were with the FBI. They took our statements while stepping gingerly around the site, snapping photos of the bruises on Elena's arms and my cuts and abrasions. But I could tell by their stiff expressions that they already had a preconceived notion about what had happened. When they returned from the ravine, they claimed they found no trace of the creature, no remains, no sign of Mace's body. Even the bizarre campsite seemed hastily dismantled, as if someone had come through after us. The official line was that we must have been attacked by a dangerous drifter or maybe a wild animal. They hinted that in the stress of the moment, Elena and I might have seen things that weren't real. Their questions were polite but pointed as though they wanted to discredit us. I realized they were covering it up. Red Claw. The shape-shifting terror would be just another ghost story in a desert full of them. Within days Elena vanished from the area. She never told me where she was going. Maybe she returned to her family, or maybe she fled to keep her ancestral secrets safe. I still have nightmares about the possibility that she was taken again, or that Red Claw hadn't truly died but merely changed its form. That shriveled husk, now missing, seemed too convenient a disappearance. As for me, I tried for a time to remain in the desert, finishing my cabin, telling myself I could still find peace, but every night brought new horrors in my dreams. Sometimes I would awaken to the echo of that inhuman howl, or I'd see fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision. Whether it was my mind playing tricks or the desert itself mocking me, I'll never know. I stayed long enough to confirm that no one believed my story, except for whispered rumors among the locals, rumors about bodies found in ravines and men who vanished without a trace. Finally, I left. I packed what little I could salvage and drove away from White Sands. The moment I hit the highway, I pulled over and sobbed, overcome by the weight of what I'd experienced. Nobody believed me. Nobody wanted to believe me. Even the authorities had done their best to erase any evidence that something unfathomably evil had occurred. I'm still not sure why I'm writing this down now or who might ever read it. Maybe it's the only way I can prove to myself that I'm not insane. I have the scars on my arms, the healed gash on my head from where Mace struck me, and the memory of Elena's tear streak. Face in that ravine. That's all the proof I can offer. If you find yourself in the remote deserts of New Mexico, whether near White Sands or another wasteland, listen to the warnings. The land can be cruel. The legends might be real if you hear your name whispered on the wind or you see footprints where none should be. Don't linger, because there are things in that desert that do not forgive trespassers, and some of them, like Red Claw, wear the skin of nightmares. Story 6. My name is Clara Marquez. I'm 32 years old. This happened in October 2023. I arrived in the New Mexico desert with a restless hope and a notebook full of ideas. I'd chosen this remote stretch of land, far from Albuquerque and its relentless clamor, to find solace and inspiration for my new book on desert legends. The sprawling, sunburnt landscapes of the desert promised quiet and isolation, a perfect escape from the tangled memories of my past. But I would soon learn that in the endless dust and silent rock formations, some truths are best left buried. I'd rented a modest cabin, a weathered wooden structure nestled on the outskirts of a forgotten road. Its worn boards and creaking floors seemed to echo with voices of old, as if the desert itself was trying to tell me its secrets. The first day was filled with the usual tasks, settling in, unpacking my belongings, and taking a slow, tentative walk around the property. I recorded everything in my journal: the red earth, the distant mountains, the peculiar shapes of the cacti that dotted the horizon. It was, on the surface, a peaceful retreat. That evening, as I sat on the sagging porch watching the sun dip behind rugged rock formations, I felt a sudden chill, despite the lingering heat of the day. I dismissed it as a trick of the fading light and the desert's notorious temperature swings. But then I saw something, a shadow, moving in a manner that defied the natural behavior of any living creature. It was a silhouette that mirrored my own movements. I stared, heart pounding. Convinced that I had momentarily imagined it, I chalked it up to the isolation playing tricks on my mind. The next morning I ventured out with Miguel Ramirez, a local guide I had met at a small gas station in the nearest town. Miguel was a man of few words, with a rugged face weathered by the relentless desert Sunday. He had offered to show me the hidden spots of the desert, claiming that there were places even the locals rarely visited. His demeanor was calm and steady, yet I sensed an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite put my finger on, a hint of secrets he was unwilling to share. We drove along narrow, winding roads, pasted vast stretches of arid land and lonely rock outcroppings. Miguel pointed out ancient petroglyphs etched into canyon walls and whispered stories of indigenous tribes that once roamed these lands. I scribbled down every detail, my curiosity mingling with a growing unease that seemed to seep from the very ground. Beneath my feet, as we treed along an old trail, I noticed a series of odd, repetitive footprints. They were mine, or so I thought, but they led in directions that defied logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Miguel offered a quiet chuckle when I mentioned it, attributing it to the desert's natural tendency to mirror one's steps in the shifting sands. Yet his eyes were not as reassuring as his words, and I felt a prickle of dread that grew with every step. Later that afternoon we stumbled upon a narrow trail bordered by strangely carved symbols on the rocks. The carvings were unsettling, intertwined spirals and claw-like marks that seemed to pulse, with a hidden menace. As I knelt to inspect them, my hand brushed against something cold and brittle, an old weathered medallion. It wore an inscription in a language I didn't recognize, but its intricate design sent shivers down my spine. I tucked it away in my pocket, not knowing it would become a token of a curse. I was about to uncover that night the desert transformed under a starry sky, its vastness both beautiful and intimidating. I sat on the porch, the medallion heavy in my pocket, and began to write in my journal. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional whisper of wind through the moss-white trees. Then I heard it, a soft, haunting melody that seemed to float on the breeze. At first it sounded like a lullaby, but its tone was disturbingly familiar. I followed the sound drawn away from the safety of my cabin until I reached a rocky outcrop there, in the dim light. I saw her. At first glance she appeared to be my reflection, a mirror image, with my same dark hair and deep-set eyes. But something was horribly wrong. Her eyes were cold and unfeeling, and her smile was a cruel mimicry of my own. I later learned that this was Zara, the evil doppelganger that the local legends whispered about in hushed tones. She had no true name of her own. She was Simp, the dark twin that haunted those who dared to disturb the ancient cursed grounds. Zara's presence was not merely a trick of light or a figment of my imagination. It was a deliberate, malevolent force. I returned to the cabin in a daze, and for days afterward I felt her presence everywhere. I would catch fleeting glimpses of her in the reflective surfaces of windows or in the shimmer of heat waves above the ground. At times she seemed to appear at the edge of my eye's vision, always a few paces behind me. My nights became restless, filled with nightmares, where she taunted me, her voice echoing my own darkest secrets. I tried to dismiss it as stress and the isolation playing tricks on my mind, but a deep, instinctual terror began to root itself in my soul. My sense of unease was compounded when Dr. Susan Alvarez arrived. Susan was a folklorist and archaeologist renowned for her research into ancient New Mexican legends. Her arrival was supposed to be a collaborative effort, an opportunity for both of us to delve deeper into the myths that surrounded the desert. Susan was methodical and sharp, with a non-nonsense attitude that contrasted sharply with my own emotional vulnerability. Initially, she dismissed my accounts of Zara as mere hallucinations, attributing them to the isolation and the desert's mind-altering beauty. But as she started to document the strange symbols and evidence of violent pasts etched into the landscape, her skepticism began to waver. One afternoon, while Miguel and I were trekking deeper into a canyon, we came upon a ghastly scene along a narrow, winding path. Scattered belongings lay abandoned in the dirt, a half-buried wallet, a broken watch and tattered clothing. The trail ended abruptly at a shallow grave where partial remains were visible. My heart hammered in my chest as I recognized that these were not random casualties of the desert's harsh environment. They were victims of something far more sinister. The sight of blood-stained earth and the grim finality of the remains told a story of violence and cruelty. I documented everything with my camera, desperate for evidence that might explain the legends and my own mounting horror. Miguel's behavior began to shift after that day. His stories grew more inconsistent and he started making secretive phone calls, speaking in hushed tones about matters I couldn't decipher. His eyes would dart away whenever I asked him directly about the past or the local legends of a cursed twin spirit. My unease about him deepened, but I clung to the hope that his local knowledge would be my guiding light through the darkness. One evening, as twilight bled into night, I was alone in the cabin when the temperature dropped. Suddenly the lights flickered and in the mirror, I saw Zara standing behind me for a moment. I couldn't tell where I ended and she began. She whispered my name, each syllable laced with malice and a familiarity that chilled me to the core. I stumbled back, heart racing, and her form melted into the shadows, leaving me trembling and questioning my sanity. I scribbled frantic notes in my journal, determined to document every detail before I forgot. Days later, while Susan was investigating a nearby ancient ruin, she called me in a panic. She claimed that she had found inscriptions linking the symbols around the desert to a ritual sacrifice, a curse that bound an ancient doppelganger to those who trespassed on sacred ground. According to the inscriptions, the doppelganger, known simply as Zara, was doomed to replicate and prey upon the inner darkness of its victims, gradually consuming their identities until they were lost forever. The ritual, it seemed, required a sacrifice, a living soul whose inner turmoil could be exploited to bring forth a malevolent force. That very night I received a call from Adriana, a close friend from Albuquerque, who had come to visit me, curious about my retreat and the book I was writing. Adriana was spirited and optimistic, a beacon of light compared to the encroaching darkness around me. She insisted on coming to the cabin to offer support, and I welcomed her presence. But our brief reunion turned into a nightmare. When, in the dead of night, Adriana vanished, I awoke to find her belongings scattered in the hallway and her cell phone left on a windowsill. Its screen cracked. The only clue was a single message left on the device: "They're coming for us." My heart sank with dread as I realized that her disappearance was no accident. In the days that followed, the desert turned into a state for escalating horrors. I continued to see Zara's specter in the distance, always lurking near the rock formations or at the edge of my vision, and my every step was shadowed by a feeling of impending doom. I began to suspect that Miguel, with his shifting loyalties and half-truths, might be more deeply entangled with the local criminal elements than he had let on. Rumors of drug dealers and human traffickers operating in the region had been whispered among the locals and seemed increasingly likely that my guide was connected to them. Their operations, it turned out, were not limited to mundane crimes. They had exploited local superstitions and legends to maintain control and instill fear among the residents. One fateful afternoon, I decided to confront Miguel. I found him on the outskirts of a dilapidated settlement, near a cluster of abandoned trailers that served as a front for illicit activities. His face, normally composed and steady, was etched with worry. As he checked his phone, I demanded to know about his secretive calls and his knowledge of the disappearances. His eyes flashed with a mixture of guilt and defiance, and before I could press further, we were ambushed by a group of rough-looking men. Their intentions were clear. They were not there for a friendly chat. I managed to escape with Miguel into the labyrinth in back roads, my heart pounding as the sound of distant gunfire and shouts echoed through the barren landscape. The betrayal cut deep. Miguel's voice, usually so pragmatic, trembled as he admitted that he'd been coerced by local criminals who exploited his knowledge of the desert's hidden trails. I wanted to lash out to demand answers, but there was no time. The dangerous network that preyed upon the vulnerable had set its sights on me. And then the unthinkable happened. On a night cloaked in a moonless sky, Susan, who had been working on deciphering the ancient inscriptions, fell victim to a sinister transformation. I was in the cabin, wrestling with a torrent of conflicting emotions and trying to piece together the clues I'd gathered when a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. I raced outside only to witness a scene that defied explanation. Dr. Susan Alvarez, who moments earlier had been a rational and steadfast ally, was convulsing near the ruins, her eyes rolling back as if possessed by a force beyond her control. In a moment that blurred the line between nightmare and reality, a figure emerged from the darkness, Zara, her form indistinct and ever-shifting under Zara's unholy influence. A possessed Susan lashed out with unnatural strength, her hands striking out with lethal intent. I watched in horror as she attacked Rafael Cortez, a solitary rancher who had kindly offered shelter and guidance during my stay. Rafael's cry of agony echoed through the empty desert as he collapsed, a crimson stain spreading over his weathered clothes. The sight of him, once so strong and protective, now crippled by a violent, inexplicable assault, was too much to bear. I managed to pull Susan away, shaking her free from the grip of whatever had overtaken her. But the damage was done. Raphael lay motionless, and I could only stare at disbelief at the chaos unfolding around me. The possessed Susan, her mind seemingly lost in a maelstrom of dark visions, mumbled incoherently about rituals, sacrifices, and an impending doom. In her delirium, she hinted that my own inner turmoil was the key to unleashing Zara completely. Her words cut through me like icy blades, each syllable, a portent of the doom that awaited. In the midst of this nightmare, Adriana's disappearance loomed large in my mind. I clutched her phone tightly, reading and rereading the cryptic message, "They're coming for us." The terror in her voice, recorded on a voicemail, still haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that Adriana's fate was intertwined with the ancient curse, a sacrifice meant to complete the ritual that bound Zara to this forsaken land. The situation escalated further when I discovered that local law enforcement had been strangely silent about the violent events. An undercover FBI agent, whose presence I'd assumed would bring clarity, instead began acting as if he were more interested in containing the situation. He arrived with a small team under the cover of darkness, quietly confiscating evidence and advising me, in a low conspiratorial tone, that some things are better left undisturbed. It was as if the very institutions meant to protect us were complicit in covering up the sinister forces. At work, I felt the weight of corruption and betrayal settle on my shoulders. A realization that the horrors I faced were not confined to the supernatural alone, but were compounded by human greed and malfeasance. Desperate and terrified, I gathered what allies I could salvage. Miguel, now, racked with guilt over his betrayal and the consequences of his actions, vowed to help me make things right. But trust was a fragile thing. In the desert's unforgiving darkness, he pleaded with me, his eyes pleading for forgiveness, as he recounted how he had been forced into the criminal network's fold. He admitted that he had once tried to warn me about the dangers lurking in the shadows, but his words had been lost amid his own fear. Still, I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that his involvement ran deeper than mere coercion. The climax of the terror came on a night when the full force of the desert's wrath seemed to converge. I found myself drawn to an ancient ceremonial site, a crumbling ruin that had once served as a gathering place for rites that predated modern civilization. The moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding madness. There, in the eerie light, I confronted Zara in a final, desperate standoff. Her form was fluid and shifting, sometimes resembling me so perfectly that I was forced to question my own reflection. She taunted me relentlessly, using my own voice to echo the secrets I'd buried deep within. Every word was a mirror of my fears of inadequacy, of being consumed by darkness, of losing myself entirely. Amid the standoff, the tension reached a breaking point. Miguel, torn by remorse and fear, made a fateful decision under the pressure of local criminal bosses who had been orchestrating events from the shadows. He betrayed us in a moment of panic as he signaled to unknown figures lurking on the outskirts of the ruin. I realized that I was being cornered in a chaotic flurry of shouts and the sound of footsteps pounding the hard earth. I was forcibly dragged away. I fought desperately, but the strength of my captors was overwhelming. I was taken to an undisclosed location, a dilapidated trailer on the outskirts of a hidden settlement that served as a nexus for the local criminal operations. Inside the trailer, the air was heavy, with the stench of decay and desperation. I was left alone in a small, grim room with barred windows and a single flickering light bulb. The realization that I was now a prisoner caught between supernatural horrors and human treachery was almost too much to bear. I spent the night in terror. Every sound, amplified by the oppressive silence outside in that dim, claustrophobic space, my thoughts raced. I replayed every moment the initial peaceful promise of the desert, the mounting unease with every uncanny footprint and whispered voice, the chilling encounters with Zara and the ultimate betrayal by those I had once trusted. The medallion I had found earlier seemed to burn with a hidden energy in my pocket, its weight, a constant reminder of the curse that bound me. I clutched it tightly as I vowed to find a way out to rescue Adriana and to expose the dark conspiracy that had transformed this desert into a graveyard of souls. Days later, under the guise of a staged escape orchestrated by my captors to silence me, I managed to break free. I crept through the corridors of the hidden compound, my senses alert to every sound and shadow. The desert night was unforgiving, and every rustle of wind or creak of metal sent my heart into overdrive. In one particularly harrowing moment, I overheard a conversation that confirmed my worst fears. The local criminal network had not only been responsible for Adriana's kidnapping, but had also been colluding with corrupt officials to suppress any evidence of the supernatural horrors. The FBI agent, whom I had once hoped would be my savior, was complicit, ensuring that the truth remained hidden, so that the powerful interest behind the operation would not be exposed. Fueled by desperation, I made my way back to the ruins, where the final confrontation with Zara had begun. I found Miguel waiting there, visibly shaken and haunted by his actions. He confessed that he had tried to help me, but the criminal network's grip was too tight. His eyes brimmed with regret as he recounted how he had been forced to signal the kidnappers and how he had seen Adriana's terrified face as she was dragged away into the darkness. His remorse was palpable, and in that raw moment of all inability, I found a sliver of trust in him once more. Together, we devised a plan to expose the conspiracy and bring an end to Zara's reign of terror. Our plan was desperate and dangerous, a last-ditch effort to retrieve the evidence I had gathered and to locate Adriana, whose fate was now the linchpin of this cursed ritual. As we made our way through the labyrinth of rocky outcrops and narrow canyons, the desert seemed to conspire against us. Zara appeared at every turn, her eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, her voice whispering promises of oblivion. The final confrontation came at dawn, at the ancient ceremonial site, where time itself seemed to have forgotten the passage of centuries. We faced the full force of the malevolent entity. Zara's presence was overwhelming, a force of nature that twisted the very fabric of reality. With a surge of determination, I clutched the medallion and shouted a plea for release, invoking the ancient words that Susan had deciphered in her delirious state. The air vibrated with an almost palpable energy as Zara's form faltered, flickering like a dying flame. In that climactic moment, as the desert winds howled like the voices of the damned, I realized that the curse was not confined solely to Zara. It was a mirror of the darkness within us all. The betrayal, the kidnappings, the corruption of those who were meant to protect us all were reflections of a deeper, more insidious horror. With a final burst of courage, I confronted Zara head on, my voice, merging with the howls of the wind, demanding that the cycle of violence and betrayal end once and for all. The struggle was fierce, a battle not just of physical strength but of wills. Miguel fought beside me, his guilt transforming into a fierce determination to atone in a moment of chaos. As Zara lunged with spectral ferocity, she knocked Susan, who had regained a semblance of clarity, against a crumbling wall. The impact was devastating, and Susan fell lifeless, her eyes staring blankly at the unforgiving sky. The loss was a heavy blow, but it fueled our resolve. Amid the chaos, I managed to free myself and Miguel from the clutches of the compound's hidden corridors. As the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon, casting long haunting shadows across the barren land, I watched in despair as Miguel, torn between his past betrayals and the hope of redemption, was apprehended by the very forces he had once served. His whispered apology, carried away by the wind, was a final testament to the complexity of a man caught between darkness and light. I gathered what evidence I could, the photographs of the remains, recordings of the cryptic Asians, and the medallion still pulsing with an ancient eerie energy, and fled into the endless desert. Every step was a struggle against the sinking realization that the forces I had uncovered would not be silenced easily. Adriana remained missing, and Raphael's fate was sealed by the violence inflicted upon him. I could only pray that by exposing the truth, I might at least bring justice to the countless souls lost to this cursed land. In the aftermath, the authorities arrived in force. The FBI agent, whose earlier assurances of discretion now rang hollow, began a cover-up that smothered any chance of accountability. Evidence was seized, witnesses intimidated, and the sinister network was quietly swept under the rug by those with power and influence. Yet I knew the truth was out there, buried deep within the red sands and etched into the ancient stones of the desert. I continue to write these words as a testament to the horror I endured, a story of survival, betrayal, and the eternal struggle against the darkness that resides in both the supernatural and the human heart. The desert may try to hide its secrets and institutions may try to erase the evidence, but I will never forget the nightmare that began with a single haunting reflection and ended with the shattering of every illusion I once held dear. Even now, as I live with the scars of that fateful October, I sometimes see a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a reminder that Zara, or perhaps another shadow born of our own inner demons, may still be watching. And I know in the depths of my soul that the desert keeps its secrets well, waiting patiently for the next soul, brave or foolish enough to disturb its cursed legacy. I leave this account not only as a chronicle of my own suffering, but as a warning. The desert is not just a barren expanse of rock and sand. It is a living, breathing entity filled with echoes of ancient rituals, the cries of lost souls, and the dark reflections of those who dare to venture too far into its heart. And if you ever find yourself drawn to its lonely beauty, be warned. Some shadows are never meant to be chased, and some reflections never meant to be seen. If you like the video, don't forget to leave a like and a comment. See you on the next videos.